Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If One for All was Deku's natural quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shoyuta should have gone home an hour ago. He sighs, pulling his scarf tighter against him, the wind biting at his exposed skin. He rarely stayed out past 2 a.m., instead preferring to begin his shifts earlier and end them later. And now that he would start teaching next semester, he really couldn't get into the habit of long nights. But it's 3 a.m. and tonight's been busy, too busy for Shoyuta to call it quits and head in, not when the district is as short-staffed as it is. Luckily, it's mostly been 2-bit criminals drunk BSTRDS looking to get a high off of robbing a convenience store or mugging a bystander. It wasn't as bad as destruction for the sake of destruction, but petty theft has always left a rancid sting on his tongue. One of the muggers he'd apprehended did manage to get a quick swing on him, so there was a bit of a throb on the left side of his ribs, but nothing a bit of icing couldn't fix. He considers himself lucky still. He'll take a few minor injuries and night of constant, small-time activity to a city rampage any day. Although for the past hour, it has been slowing down. The majority of the bars in this area close at 1 a.m., so the streets have cleared considerably since then. There are still some stragglers, mostly college kids staggering home in groups of 2 or 3. Shoyuta watches them mostly due to the fact that they're easy prey for a robbing, but it seems most of the villains have gone home as well. Shoyuta frowns, flicking a stray lock of hair out of his eyes. It seems silly calling them villains anyways. Pompous assholes is more like it. They're not burning down buildings or kidnapping hostages or mass murders. Petty criminal activity at its finest, but it makes Shuta's gut wrench all the same. Twice today he's had a criminal laugh in his face after being caught, not caring about being caught, just happy to have f'd up someone's day. Neither of them landed any injuries on a civilian, but it made Shuta's blood boil, and he had to exercise a fair amount of control to keep a passive face. He always tries to steal his own expression in the face of a capture, especially one like that. He never wants to give any of them the satisfaction. Not that they needed any from him, clearly. Perched on a rooftop, considering whether or not to stay where he is or move his positioning a few streets over, a blur of motion pulls him out of his thoughts. Immediately he squares himself, ready to leap as his eyes followed the blur. It's a stark contrast against the dark, dirty, back alleys and absolute force of green light shooting down the streets. Shoyuta frowns. He begins moving on instinct, sticking to rooftops as he leaps over the city, but he doesn't approach directly yet. It's odd the figure isn't chasing anyone, and they aren't being chased. They're just running. Running with an activated quirk giving him super speed. His first instinct is that it's another hero, but he knows all the pros who are posted in this district, and none of them have a quirk quite like that. Obviously, his next thought is that it's a villain, but that doesn't seem to fit either. Their movements are fast, yes, but they don't seem to have any purpose. They're flying around corners, Shoyuta nearly struggling to keep him in sight. If he's being brutally honest, making last-second turns that only make sense if you're being followed and don't want to be followed, but this isn't that. Well, he's technically being followed now. But he wasn't, at least not that Shoyuta saw, when he first saw the person running. Double-checking that both of them aren't being chased now, he picks up his own pace, gaining lead on the figure. Once he's at a safe enough distance, he activates his own quirk. It gives him pause, just for a beat, at how much effort he has to put into his erasure. He still manages, of course, but he wasn't expecting the amount of sheer power nearly leaking from this quirk. The figure stutters, of course, with the sudden loss of speed, but Shoyuta was prepared for that. He launches out his capture weapon, snagging it around the figure's arm and midsection, pulling them up to keep them from eating dust on the cobblestone pathway. Swiftly, he leaps off the roof, coming to a crouch in front of the runner. I really need to go to bed, Shoyuta thinks, because the figure blinking at him is a kid, a scrawny, wide-eyed kid. He saw that the figure was small, but the lightning emitting from his body obscured most of his features. Not to mention he'd previously only gotten a look at him from the backside. Did you? The kid stumbles, still staring up at Shoyuta. He seems completely unbothered at being restrained, making no move to escape. Instead, he seems almost relaxed. The kid's breathing is labored from exertion or something else. Shoyuta isn't sure and he's fighting to get his words out. While his movements while running had been extremely frantic, he seems to be calming down now, practically settling his weight into the restraints. "That my quirk?" he asks, and Shoyuta realizes that he hasn't said anything, has just been staring the kid down, and then realizes oh yeah and blinks. He feels his hair falling back against the nape of his neck, attempting and failing to blink away the dryness of his eyes. The kid's reaction is immediate. If his breath was labored before, he's all but hyperventilating now. He's also started shaking, not trying to get out of the binds, it doesn't look like. Just shaking. Why you erase your head, right? That's what you did, right? Why you erased my quirk? Please, I need you to my quirk. Shoyuta doesn't understand what's going on, but this kid is shaking with what seems to be pure terror, so he doesn't question it. Quickly Shoyuta flares up his own quirk. The kid must see the visible change because his panic subsides, if minutely. Slowly, carefully, he begins to loosen the bonds as not to startle the kid. He's still shaking, but he seems to be steady enough on his feet. "I'm going to turn off my quirk now," he states. The kid looks like he wants to object, but he doesn't. Small miracles. Shoyuta blinks, eyes stinging. He can feel a headache coming on and he wants to reach for his eye drops, but the stammering child in front of him is his priority. "Why were you running?" he asks, not particularly hopeful about getting an answer out of him. He was able to recognize Shoyuta, when most people wouldn't be able to place a name to his face in broad daylight when they weren't mid-panic, so he seems to have his wits about him well enough. The kid opens his mouth, closes it, then opens it. Again. "My quirk. I had a nightmare, and I woke up, my quirk I couldn't turn it off," he mutters. Shoyuta frowns. That's odd. He's heard of kids being unable to control their quirks when they first manifest. It happened to Shoyuta himself, but give it a year and they usually become accustomed. Quirks are almost like an extra muscle. It shouldn't spasm on its own unless there's something wrong with it. By age 5, nearly every kid has gotten the hang of it. This kid looks like he's 9, at the youngest. "Can you control it now?" Shoyuta asks, and the kid blinks at him. Yeah, I think so. For now." "Good enough," Shoyuta supposes. Suppressing a sigh, he sits down against the wall of the alleyway. The alleyway is rather dingy, but his jumpsuit is already a dirted mess of a lost cause, so he doesn't feel like he's looming over the boy. The boy's eyes follow him, but he says nothing, just stares, trembling slightly. Jesus. This time Shoyuta does sigh. "Your quirk. You said you woke up, and you couldn't control it. What couldn't you control?" He knows it's risky, considering the kid still seems a bit skittish and might freak out at the question, but it's past 3 a.m. and he really doesn't want to bring this kid down to the precinct. If he can avoid it, he figures talking him down and figuring out where he's actually supposed to be at this ungodly hour is the best option. Probably. The kid does look less like he'll melt into the ground at any sudden movement, so Shoyuta counts that as a win. He does pause for a long moment, expression pained. It's an expression he hates seeing on any child. My quirk," he starts, no longer meeting Shuta's eyes. "It's like raw energy. It makes me really strong, but it's too strong, and it's just too much, it's too much, and he hiccups, tears threatening the corner of his eyes. Instinctively, Shoyuta wants to frown, but he keeps his face passive. He doesn't want the kid to think he's upset with him, because he's not, he's just confused. "So, when you activate it, you can't control it?" He tries to keep his tone as smooth as possible, and thankfully the kid doesn't flinch at his words, but he does shake his head. "I didn't activate it. I was sleeping, I was having a nightmare, and I guess my mom, she. He's full on crying now, wiping his tears with the hem of his sleeve. It's not the first time Shoyuta notices it, but the kid only has one arm. It's more obvious now. The kid clearly trying to hunch in on himself and cover his face, but it's much harder to do when he only has one arm to lean into. "Hey, listen," he says. Slowly, he reaches his own hand out, resting it on the boy's shoulder. Barely touching, just a ghost of pressure, allowing the kid to shrug it off if he needs to. But he doesn't. If anything, he leans into it. He's still muttering, incomplete sentences and words too clouded by sobs for Shoyuta to catch, so Shoyuta tries to shush him. Whatever happened, it's going to be okay, alright? It's going to be fine. The kid nods, but he's still crying. It seems like he's trying to reassure Shoyuta, and that almost makes him smile. I'm going to try and help you, okay? I'm a hero, remember? But in order to help you, I need to know what happened. Can you help me out? The boy nods. This time Shoyuta does smile, barely a quirk of his lips, even though the kid isn't looking at him, still wiping at his face. Can you start by telling me your name? The boy looks at him now, eyes wide and puffy, as if shocked by the question. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Racerhead, sir. Shoyuta nods. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Now if you're able to, can you tell me exactly what happened? Midoriya pauses again, still crying, but it looks like he's just mulling over his thoughts. Probably figuring out what to say, Shoyuta thinks. He gives him time. Eventually, the sobs subside to quiet sniffles, and Midoriya begins to speak. I thought I was asleep. I was having a nightmare, and when I woke up, my quirk was on, and it was too much, it's always too much, but my mom came in and I grabbed her, and she screamed because it hurt, I hurt her, and I... He's breathing in short, heavy pants again, tears flowing. Shoyuta doesn't even know this kid and his chest is aching for him. Dimmin it all. You activated your quirk without realizing it? Shoyuta asks. Midoriya nods shakily. It's always I never try to activate it, because it's dangerous. It doesn't activate as often anymore, but when it does I need to wait it out. For it to turn off. So I left. Well, that explains the frantic running from before. Shoyuta had almost forgotten that's why he'd stopped him in the first place. He still doesn't understand completely. He knows it's not unheard of for people to have volatile quirks, or quirks that are hard to control. But usually with a doctor's analysis and help, they're able to get it under control. Like a jolt in the back of his mind, Shoyuta remembers how powerful the kid's quirk felt when he'd disarmed him. A facet of his own quirk was being able to feel someone else's quirk when he erases it. It's not particularly useful, other than judging the raw power someone possesses based on how strong their quirk feels, but that's usually obvious from how they're fighting. But Midoriya, he was just running and having to turn off all of that energy. He could see why this kid might be having some issues. Have you ever tried using it on your own accord? Shoyuta asks quietly. The kid stares at him and he looks almost guilty. The first time I felt it, I tried to actively use it. It's barely a whisper. Shoyuta has to strain to hear him, but he doesn't dare ask him to speak up. I ended up doing this to my arm. He's pointing at his right side, where there's just empty space next to his ribcage. Shoyuta blinks and struggles to keep his composure for the sake of the kid, because he's heard of people losing control of their quirks again, mostly kids who haven't learned to use them properly. Accidents often happen where people can't control the exact output, especially with the more dangerous emitter types out there. And of course people sometimes get damaged by their own quirk, either because of their own internal backlash, carelessness, or again, because they're 4 years old and they don't know what they're doing. But this kid is implying that his own backlash destroyed his whole limb. Well, that's not good, Shuta's brain supplies, obviously and uselessly. But he can't think of what else to say. Small mercies because the kid starts talking again, so Shoyuta just listens and tries to calm himself from his reeling. I thought I was 7. I was 7 when I felt it for the first time. It just felt like power, and I was so excited that I had to try using it. So I ended up punching a tree, thinking I might be able to get a dent into it. He sniffs, and Shoyuta thinks he might start crying again, but he doesn't. His eyes are still bloodshot, but they're oddly calm. I ended up punching through the entire tree, and my arm was broken beyond repair. They had to amputate it. And I know it was stupid. I know I shouldn't have tried it, but I felt that I finally felt. A few things loop over in Shuta's mind. Namely, that the kid didn't have his power manifest until he was 7. Which isn't unheard of necessarily, but it's extremely rare. Usually it'll be some type of hidden quirk that doesn't present itself until the situation calls for it. But this is anything but hidden. This quirk is an emitter type, but it's activating on its own. Which should not be happening. Midoriya has trailed off, mumbling instinctively under his breath. Shoyuta replays the last thing he heard from him. I finally felt. They must have deemed you quirkless if you presented your quirk 3 years late. It's a statement, not a question, because Shoyuta is near certain that's what happens. The kid nods to confirm. Yeah, they said I was quirkless. I even have the extra joint, so they were pretty certain I didn't have anything hidden. But I guess I was just late. Shoyuta mentally freezes. That is odd. Very odd. He's sure that it's not impossible for someone to have a quirk and have the extra joint, but Shoyuta has never heard of such a case. Especially not so many generations in. On its own, Shoyuta might have considered it as just odd, and paid little mind to it. A genetic mutation, it wasn't so uncommon now with quirks. But that, combined with him being a late bloomer, combined with the raw power this kid possesses. Shoyuta doesn't know what to make of it. But is it my place to make anything of it? He doesn't know this kid. He isn't his guardian, he isn't responsible for him. He simply ran across him while out on patrol, and stopped the kid due to him running rampant through the city at 3 a.m. with an activated quirk. But he's not Shuta's responsibility. Well, in regards to his quirk. But he should really take the kid home. Thank you for trusting me, Shoyuta says softly. The kid stares at him for a minute, but then nods furiously. Of course I trust you. You're a hero. Shoyuta doesn't know what to say to that, so he simply nods and stands. Well, I hope you'll trust me with one more thing. Where do you live? I really need to take you home. Even if the kid needs to go to the hospital or something, he should get him back to his parents, since it's currently not an emergency. The kid, however, looks down, digging his heel into a crack in the road. I know the area well, I can make it back just fine, you don't need to do that. Shoyuta sighs. He can't say he's shocked, really, he should have been expecting this. I wouldn't be a very good hero if I left a child to his own accord, walking home at 3 in the morning, Shoyuta drawls with a raised eyebrow. The kid seems to consider that, and doesn't rebut. But slowly, Shoyuta reaches out, offering his own hand. The boy blinks, but then he grasps it weakly, more so just letting Shoyuta grab at him than actually holding his hand. He's probably worried about his quirk, Shoyuta thinks. But the kid hadn't refused the gesture, so he counts it as a win. He lets the boy lead him through the alleyways, Shuta's weapon loose against his neck, at the ready. They're only a few blocks away, once they're back on the main roads, which Shoyuta is thankful for. Eventually they reach an apartment complex. Midoriya turns to him, opening his mouth, but Shoyuta cuts him off. He's pretty damn sure what the kid is gonna say. I'm not letting you out of my sight until you're back with your mom, kid, he states, and Midoriya shuts his mouth, and leads him towards the stairwell. Shoyuta almost smiles. Stopping in front of one of the doors, Midoriya seems to hesitate. He can feel the kid trembling again, and yeah, that makes sense. But if he's not going to knock, Shoyuta will. Gently as he can, he nudges the kid's shoulder. His head whips around, staring him down for only a moment, but then he nods and turns back towards the door. He knocks 4 times, and barely a beat passes before he hears muffled scurrying, and the door flies open. A teary-eyed woman answered the door. The light washing in from the apartment shows her hair to be the same shade of green as the kid's, hers flat and straight while his is a wild mess. The mother, Izuku, she screams, and bundles her son into her arms as sobs rack her body. Izuku, sweetie, it's all right, it's fine, I'm fine. The kid is crying now too, Shoyuta is sure of it. They stay embraced like that for a long moment, long enough where Shoyuta wonders if he should clear his throat to get the woman's attention, but soon enough she lets her son go. We'll talk, but in the morning, she states, her voice wavering slightly, but much calmer now. Izuku nods, looking like he's about to run off, but instead he turns to Shoyuta and bows deeply. Thank you for helping me get home, Eraserhead, he says softly. Shoyuta shifts his weight. He's always uncomfortable with formal praise, but from this kid? He'll accept it. You're welcome, Midoriya, he nods. The kid doesn't manage a smile, but his eyes are much brighter when he nods, before turning back towards the apartment and entering. With a name like that, you must be a pro, the the woman says, and Shoyuta turns to her. She bows as well, and does manage a smile. Midoriya Izuku. Thank you so much for keeping him safe, I'm eternally grateful. Shoyuta coughs. I'm sure he would have made it back on his own, anyhow, he says. He then pauses, remembering himself. But you're welcome. Midoriya Izuku smiles. It looks fragile on her face, but it's a true smile. I won't lie to you, it's not the first time he's run off like that, this late into the night. But I worry each time all the same. As you should. Shoyuta thinks to himself, but he just nods. The fact that this isn't the first time the kid's run off doesn't surprise him in the slightest. I'm sure you know, but when I found him, his quirk was unstable. He seems to be fine now, but I should advise you to take him into a hospital or call for an ambulance if it happens again. Shoyuta knows that she knows. This, judging by her grave nod, but he still has to say it. Of course, she says. Her voice is heavy on Shuta's ears. It hasn't happened in a while, but it's always bad when he does. It doesn't happen too often in a row, but, she trails off, glancing back towards the open doorway. He's your son, of course. I trust your judgment, I'm just speaking to you as a pro. She tries to smile, and almost manages it. Thank you for your concern, and your help. Thank you. Shoyuta nods. I should be going. I'm glad that your son is all right, Ms. Midoriya. This time she really does smile. I am too. 3 days pass, and Shoyuta runs into Midoriya at the hospital. He thinks he might be mistaken at first, worried that he's imagining the mop of green hair slumped down in one of the lobby's waiting chairs, feet swinging as they dangle off the floor. He's been thinking about the kid ever since he'd met him, telling himself he's just worried for his safety, but he knows it's more than that. He'd come in for a set of cracked ribs he'd obtained in a fight that morning. He wasn't even patrolling, on his way to buy kitty litter instead, but the fight had broken out and Shoyuta was there. It had ended quickly, the villain only getting a few hits in, but the ones he did manage packed a hell of a punch. He really didn't want to come to the hospital, but the sharp pain in his chest was impossible to ignore, and he knew Hisashi would be sad if he came home with broken bones. But thanks to the nurse's quirk, his ribs are healed enough for him to be discharged, and he's on his way out when he spots the kid, chin resting on his hand, a bored expression plastered across his face. Midoriya must sense him staring, because he looks up, blinks, and then his eyes register with recognition. Eraserhead. Hey, kid, he says, walking across the lobby to sit beside him. Are you okay? He questions as soon as Shoyuta plops himself down. Jesus, this kid. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a minor injury this morning. He considers lying, saying he wasn't injured, but he feels like lying won't work on this kid. Midoriya still looks like he wants to protest, so Shoyuta cuts him off before he can. Really, kid, I'm fine. Low-level villain. Got a couple hits on me, but the nurses patched me up. They wouldn't have let me leave, otherwise. That seems to be enough for him because he nods in acceptance. But, are you okay? Me? Midoriya asks, as if being asked such a question is strange when he's hanging out in a hospital. Oh yeah, I'm fine, he says almost absently. My mom is picking up my quirk suppressants, it's just not a lot of paperwork. Shoyuta blinks. Quirk suppressants? He's shocked, to say the least, that this kid even has a prescription for it. Quirk suppressants are really only used in emergency situations, either to contain a villain, or to stop someone who's a danger to themselves or others involuntarily. He knows this is true with Midoriya, but it's still rare that they would ever be prescribed regularly. They do the trick, but they're known to be possibly harmful when used in even moderate excess. Shoyuta vaguely wonders how often he's been taking them. I mean, I barely use them, the kid bursts out, clearly having read Shuta's face. It's really only for emergencies, and because I was out the other night, my mom wanted to come get them, just to have, because it hasn't happened in a while. But it still happens sometimes. Obviously. Shoyuta frowns. That's their solution? Quirk suppressants. It's more to himself than it is to Midoriya, but the kid still answers him. They've tried out a lot of things. They don't seem to know what to do. They kept me under observation for a while after my accident. The singular word seems to be dragged roughly out of his mouth, and Shoyuta has to fight himself from flinching. But because it doesn't flare up that bad anymore, they let me live at home. Well, that's not something. He does know that some people have to be kept under 24-hour care, primarily due to mental illness where they cannot properly control their quirk. But that isn't Midoriya's case. It seems that with him, his quirk is actively working against him. Still though that it's not like he has no control over it, it seems. He'd said it had activated on its own accord 3 nights ago. But he'd been using it to run, and it hadn't destroyed him. So it seems that it should be possible to control. Just not difficult. Very difficult. I always wanted to be a hero, Midoriya mumbles, and Shoyuta turns back towards him, pulled from his own thoughts. The kid is speaking softly, and Shoyuta can't quite place his tone. When I was 4 and the doctors told me I was quirkless, I didn't know what I would do. Then I was 7 and my quirk came in, only for it to immediately start destroying my body. He laughs a bitter laugh, one that a child shouldn't be able to muster. I still want to be a hero. I do. But how can I do that without using my quirk? Shoyuta understands why he laughed. It truly is a twisted fate of irony to be deemed quirkless, only to realize his quirk later on a quirk that's too powerful for him to handle. Shoyuta is still baffled by the whole scenario, but that's not what's pressing right now. Because, God help him, he's really going to do this. What if you could control it? Shoyuta asks, and the kid stills. Slowly, he turns towards him, head tilted and eyes wide. I've tried controlling it, but it's too dangerous to use, the kid mutters, averting his gaze once more. Yes, because you can't turn it off. But if I was there, I could turn it off for you. The pause. Shoyuta finds himself holding his breath. Are you offering to train me? Shoyuta doesn't miss the glint of hope in his voice. Well, yeah, I guess I am. Shoyuta knows that he shouldn't. He really shouldn't, because he already knows how difficult this is going to be. Not that Shoyuta has ever backed down from something just because it might be difficult. He would have picked a different profession had that been the case, but he already has his pro career, on top of his new teaching career. But how could he hope to be a good teacher if he can't help this one kid? The kid is staring at him again, a wide smile growing on his face. Really? Like, you'll actually train me? To use my quirk? Because that would be. He seems to be at a loss for words, which is honestly impressive, considering how much he was muttering the other night. Shoyuta allows Midoriya a minute to gather himself before he continues. But I'm going to be up front with you. Right now, kid. If at all while we're doing this, if I ever think that it's too dangerous, or that you're going to lose control, or that you won't be able to control it at all, we're going to stop, and you're not going to argue with me. Some people just don't have quirks suited for being a hero. Life isn't fair, he doesn't say, because he doesn't need to say what this kid already knows. The kid nods, smile dimmed but not gone completely. He's practically vibrating in his seat, however, and Shoyuta worries his quirk might flare up. Does it depend on his energy? Or is it completely random? God help him. What did he sign himself up for? Izuku. Shoyuta looks up and sees Midoriya Izuku walking towards them, a small paper bag clutched in her hands. I swear, they add new papers to sign every time we hello Eraserhead. The elder Midoriya smiles at him, and Shoyuta rises out of his seat to greet her. Hello, Ms. Midoriya. And it's Aizawa Shoyuta. Her smile brightens. Aizawa, are you doing all right? I hope you aren't here for anything serious. Shoyuta shakes his head. I had a run-in with a villain this morning, but they healed me up just fine. I'm glad to see that Midoriya is doing better. Yes, the past few days have been good, thankfully, she nods, Izuku shifting quietly at her side. Still grinning, she pps her head at him. I was just about to head home and cook lunch for Izuku, would you care to join us? Shoyuta blinks. I really? If you have to get back to working, of course, I completely understand, but I'd love to thank you properly for the other night. I don't actually have to work until 9 p.m., Shoyuta states, already knowing he's not going to get out of this one. Ms. Midoriya beams. Perfect. We're just a few stops over on the A line. Shoyuta nods, following the two of them out of the lobby and out onto the street. The kid is quiet as the walk down the sidewalk towards the train station, but Shoyuta can practically feel his pent-up energy. probably still buzzing from what Shoyuta told him earlier. Izuku, why don't you run up ahead and press the signal button? Ms. Midoriya asks. Shoyuta turns to her, seeing her gesture at the pedestrian signal down the road. The kid nods, smiles, and walks ahead of them. Did you tell him about the villain fight this morning? She whispers to him, not turning her head. Shoyuta falters for a moment, feeling oddly like he's about to be scolded by a teacher. Yes, I did. She laughs quietly, and Shoyuta holds back a frown. That's why. He's probably aching to ask you about it, but he wants to be polite. Shoyuta hums to himself. Well, the kid does want to be a hero. It would make sense that he'd be interested in the details of fights. He can ask, I don't mind. Ms. Midoriya laughs again, but this time Shoyuta feels like he's missing something. They catch up to the boy quickly. He eyes the both of them but doesn't say anything. They cross the street and step down into the train station in a silence that Shoyuta thought would have been awkward, but is relatively comfortable. It's not until they're on the platform, waiting for the train, that Ms. Midoriya speaks again. Izuku, did you want to ask Mr. Aizawa about the villain fight today? Midoriya turns from his mother to Shoyuta, eyebrows raised in question. Shoyuta nods. Go ahead, kid. Long gone is the solemn mood from the hospital when Shoyuta first saw him. Now words are tumbling out of his mouth like a leaking dam, the kid practically bouncing on the ball of his feet. What kind of quirk did the villain have? Was it just one villain? Was it just you, or were there other heroes fighting? How long was the fight? Where was it? Like, what kind of terrain was it on? Where there? He blinks. The kid just continues asking question after question, rapid fire, not even giving Shoyuta half a second to respond. He looks over and sees Ms. Midoriya suppressing a laugh behind her hand. Turning back towards the kid, he fights to keep his eyes from rolling into the back of his head. On the train, he gets through most of the kid's questions. Yes, it was just him fighting and just one villain. He'd happened to be walking past a park, which was perfect because the villain was able to control the movement and growth of plants, in which he had multiple people entangled in grass and was moving towards the trees, which obviously wasn't good, considering their close proximity to the houses nearby. Shoyuta was able to suppress his quirk quickly, but the man was bulky and skilled in hand-to-hand combat, thus the cracked ribs. Luckily he'd managed to detain him quickly, and there were no injuries to any civilians, besides minor bruising from the grass restraints. So he must have been able to strengthen the grass too, right? Midoriya asks. They're off the train now, walking back to the Midoriya's apartment. Shoyuta pauses briefly, then nods. He hadn't thought about it at the time, but he figures the villain must have been able to do that if the civilians had been restrained thoroughly enough to receive bruising from elongated grass. Midoriya nods, clearly lost in his own thoughts. Shoyuta feels more exhausted from answering all the questions than he does from the fight. He's clearly going to need to beach out Hisashi, again, for submitting his application to UA on his behalf, because dealing with this on a daily basis, from 20 high schoolers, is going to kill him faster than any villain could. They reach the apartment shortly after, and as soon as they enter the doorway, Midoriya bolts down the hall. I'll be right back, he calls over his shoulder, and his mother just smiles. He's probably going to write down everything you've just told him, before he forgets. Ms. Midoriya states, turning towards the kitchen. Unsure of what to do, he follows behind her. The apartment is a simple open concept, small but not confining. Well lived in. He did happen to notice the pictures in the hallway and the living room when he was walking over there, mostly just of Izuku, some of Ms. Midoriya and him together, but no other siblings. No second parent. As he watches Ms. Midoriya shuffle around the kitchen, gathering pots and pans and food from the fridge, he recalls what she had said to him a few minutes ago. Write it down. She turns to him, nodding fondly as she smiles. He's been writing in them since he was about 4. Quirk analysis, mostly. Heroes, villains, really anyone he meets. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. At first he thought the questions were typical fanboy questions. Kids his age are almost always enamored by hero, work and villain fights, but a few questions in it became clear that the kid wasn't looking for a step-by-step recreation of the fight for his imagination. No, he was asking specific questions about both the strategy of Shoyuta and the villain. While the questions were extensive and exhaustive, he willingly supplied them all to the best of his knowledge. Sometimes he doesn't remember every detail of the fight, too caught up in the action, relying more on training and instinct than anything. So, he's not particularly surprised to hear that this kid is keeping notes. A little impressed, he might even admit he never bothered with such things until he was attending UA and he actually had to. He'll probably be a while, Ms. Midoriya admits, sounding a bit sheepish. She pulls out a rice cooker and starts a small pot of water to boil on the stove. That done, she turns back around towards him, where he's awkwardly leaning against the table. "I really can't thank you enough," she says, and Shoyuta blinks at her. "I was just doing my job," he states, and she waves him off. "Your job would have been to bring him to the police. I called them myself, of course, but I'm glad that you brought him home instead." "He doesn't," she trails off, smile faltering. "Like I said before, it wasn't his first time running off. But I know why he does it. The officers just scold him, both for running off and using his quirk. Most of them don't understand the situation and don't bother to hear him out." Shoyuta nods slightly. His experience with the police force has been relatively positive, if he's being honest. Usually he won't stick around for long, however, leaving as soon as he can after they detain the criminal and check over his license. But he has heard from other pros that it doesn't always go down so smoothly. "I always worry, of course," she says, her voice small. "But sometimes I just don't know what else to do." The silence is heavy, only broken by the bubbling of water. Once it boils, she turns around, throwing in some curry cubes and stirring a bit, and they're both still once more. "That's not actually something I wanted to talk to you about," Shoyuta starts, and she turns to him. He takes a deep breath, mentally steadying himself. "I believe that with proper training, your son will be able to control his quirk. I'm beginning a teaching career at UA starting next semester." Her eyes go slightly wide at that, but she says nothing. Shoyuta continues. "I don't know how much you know about my quirk, but I have the ability to erase someone else's quirk by looking at them. Because of those two reasons, I feel that I would be qualified to try and help teach Midoriya how to control his own quirk." It's quiet for a moment and very, very still. He stays tense, wondering what she's thinking. If she's angry, that this practical stranger would suggest that this boy use his quirk, one that's already destroyed an entire part of his body. But she's not shaking, not screaming. She seems to be thinking. "Why do you want to help him?" she asks. Her voice is still quiet, yet firm, and the question catches him off guard. "Because I think he has great potential," Shoyuta states, simply. "And if a child like that has such potential, he should be given a fair chance. I'm sure there are more qualified trainers out there, but most wouldn't be willing to take on a case so risky." The last part comes out rushed, but it's true, and it's something he's thought about. He could have simply made a recommendation as a pro hero to a local trainer, and that would have counted for a lot. But if they consider the boy to be a liability, he doubts they would take him under their wing. Because of Shuta's own quirk, he would likely be one of the best people to handle the boy. Ms. Midoriya looks at him again, opens her mouth, but she's cut off by the ding of a kitchen timer. "Oh shoot," she chides, turning back towards the stove. "Mr. Aizawa, would you mind getting Izuku? His door is the first one on the right." Shoyuta pauses, thrown by the tabling of the discussion, but she hadn't said no, so he does as she asks and turns back towards the hallway. His room is easy to find, especially considering his name is on it, a wall hanging with All Might's iconic hair to bangs? Spikes? Rabbit ears? He's never known what to call them, other than incredibly stupid, but he mentally shakes the thought away and knocks on the door. He hears a muffled, "Come in," and pushes into the room. The first thing Shoyuta notices, of course, are the posters. Of All Might. He suppresses a sigh. He can't blame the kid for liking the hero. It's not like Shoyuta can deny the impact the man has made, how much good he's done for Japan just in terms of discouraging villainous activity, never mind all the lives he's saved. He's just always done so much. Shoyuta has never worked with All Might, due to the nature of himself being an underground hero, and All Might practically living in the press spotlight, but he has seen the man work. And it really is truly incredible, despite how he may feel about the man's personality. The main issue with heroing being a mainstream business and villain attacks being so commonplace is that the world has become desensitized to it. Unless it's a large-scale attack, the public won't shy away from a fight, instead clamoring towards it with phones and cameras at the ready. Which just isn't safe. Another one of the benefits of being an underground hero, but that doesn't mean it still doesn't make Shoyuta uneasy with how callous some of the pros are about their spectators. And no one draws in spectators like All Might does. Looking past the poster-lined walls, he sees Midoriya at his desk, hand moving fierce across the paper. He walks up beside him, and the boy finally looks up, blinking. Oh, Eraserhead. I thought you were my mom. The boy looks slightly sheepish, cheeks glinting with color. He places his pen down next to the paperweight holding the notebook in place on his desk. Aizawa. Huh. Call me Aizawa, Shoyuta repeats, the boy only hesitating for half a beat before he nods. And your mom just asked me to call you over for lunch, but you can finish writing. I was pretty much done anyways. He moves to close the notebook, and Shoyuta finds himself staring at the cover. Volume 10. Midoriya nods, returning the book to the shelf on his desk, at the end of a series of identical composition books. I've always been interested in quirk analysis, but eventually it became me trying to study and gain the info I'd need to be sure. I also had to relearn how to write with my opposite hand after my accident, so it helped with that too. He trails off, staring down at his desk and deliberately not at Shoyuta. You really are dedicated. It's a statement, not a question, and the boy finally looks at him again, expression curious. I've always wanted to be a hero. And I figured that if I didn't have a quirk, or if I couldn't use my quirk, there had to be something that I could do. Shoyuta nods. Honestly, he wouldn't be shocked if proper smarts and quirk analysis could get him into Gen Ed at UA. But that's not what this kid is aiming for. I told your mom, by the way. At that, Midoriya flinches, and, yeah, that seems like a proper reaction. You did? What did she say? Again, he looks like he's restraining hope that must be bubbling up inside him. Shoyuta sighs. She told me to come tell you it's time to eat. Midoriya blinks. Well, that isn't a no? Shoyuta snorts. I'll talk to her again. But she really did say it's time to eat. Ms. Midoriya cooks them a simple chicken curry, which Aizawa does his best to eat politely and not absolutely scarf down. He probably hasn't had a decent home-cooked meal since Lunch Rush was cooking for him at UA, usually sleeping through lunch and sticking with prepackaged or frozen dinner meals. It's when he's nearly done with his second portion that the relative silence breaks. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa told me he wants to train you. She sounds extremely casual about it, and Shoyuta nearly drops his chopsticks. Midoriya actually does. Yeah, he mentioned it to me. The boy stammers out. Shoyuta can't quite read his expression. Ms. Midoriya smiles at her son, then turns to Shoyuta. Since he was 7, I've brought Izuku to so many doctors and quirk specialists. They all told us the same thing, that he was a late bloomer, and he would soon gain control of his quirk like everyone else. When he destroyed his own arm, they wrote it off as a freak accident and recommended quirk suppressants until he grows into his power. It's been 4 years since then, and while things have gotten better, she looks at her son, eyes so filled with love it makes Shuta's own chest ache. I still don't have a solution. But you're a pro hero and a teacher. If you truly think you can help my son, then I will allow you to train him. Shoyuta stills, mind whirring as he absorbs her words. She's looking at him, patiently, not expectantly. Midoriya is staring at the floor. He clears his throat. I can't guarantee that he'll be able to control his quirk. With all the cases I've seen as a hero, I've never heard a situation as specific as his. But I do believe that I can try to train him, and I can do so safely and controlled. The boy looks up at him, eyes wide and glistening, and then back to his mother. He doesn't say anything. I feel like a bad mother, sometimes, Ms. Midoriya says. Her voice is cracked, wavering, and Shoyuta frowns. I know I should try to keep him safe, that I shouldn't let him use his quirk at all, when it's so destructive. But I already gave up on his dream once, when they deemed him quirkless. If this is what he wants to do, then please, train him, if you can. Mom. Ms. Midoriya is dabbing at her eyes with the edge of a napkin. Her son is tugging at the hem of her shirt, letting his own tears stream freely down his face. Swiftly, Ms. Midoriya reaches over and pulls her son into her lap, hugging him fiercely. Shoyuta doesn't normally act on such a whim like this. Offering himself up to a near stranger, offering a possible solution to a problem he doesn't completely understand. He doesn't know if he can actually help Midoriya. But seeing that boy in the alleyway in the dead of night, literally run rampant by his own quirk, betrayed by his own biology, yet more concerned about his mother than the effects it had on his own body. Shoyuta doesn't normally act on such a gut feeling. But he knew that he had to at least try. "I'll keep your son safe," Shoyuta forces out. It's hard to speak with how dry his throat is, how heavy his own tongue feels. "I promise." "Shoyuta, you're home." Shoyuta is all but tackled to the ground in his own doorway, just like he always is when he comes home to Hizashi. A wet kiss is planted on his cheek, and he shoves Hizashi off with a grimace. "Do you always need to do that? You know you love it," Hizashi smirks, and Shoyuta rolls his eyes, moving towards the couch. He ended up staying at the Midoriya's apartment longer than he meant to, working out a few quick details, the main one being that Shoyuta would come over the following day to further discuss Izuku's training. While still looking a bit nervous, Midoriya seemed like he was going to start bouncing off the walls with excitement. He'd been almost jittery with it. Shoyuta figured it'd be good to give him a day to process things. It's well after 3 p.m. now, and Hizashi, done with his morning shift, is lounging around in a gaudy oversized sweater and printed boxer shorts. A Western cartoon show is playing on the TV. Shoyuta curls into one corner of their worn couch, eyeing Hizashi as he sits himself down as well, reaching for his bowl of cereal. "Weren't you just out getting kitty litter? Did something happen?" Hizashi asks, and yeah, he should have texted Hizashi a bit more than a quick "be home late" after he was discharged from the hospital. It's not like he tries to hide anything from Hizashi. Shoyuta just knows how he is, and he would have started fretting over nothing. "Yeah, there was a villain attack," Shoyuta starts, Hizashi's eyes already going wide. "Before you start, it was nothing. The paramedics forced me to the hospital, but one of the nurses' quirks healed me in a few minutes. Just a couple cracked ribs." Hizashi nods, his eyes no longer panicked, but not as lively as they were a few minutes ago. Sighing, Shoyuta reaches for his partner's hand, running the pads of his fingers over his palm. "I'm not sorry, I should have told you right after." Hizashi finally smiles again, grasping his hand as he waves him off. "It's fine, it happens. I'm just glad it wasn't anything big." They both know the risks of being pro-heroes, of course, and making a big deal out of every attack just isn't realistic. It would be too emotionally draining on the both of them. But being caught up in a fight while not on the clock, when not patrolling, is a bit different, and Shoyuta knows how much it makes Hizashi worry. "Did you end up getting kitty litter, though?" Shoyuta snorts, slipping his hand away, reaching to remove his scarf. "No, I ended up getting sidetracked after I was discharged. Remember that kid I told you about, from a couple nights ago?" Hizashi pauses, then nods. "Yeah. The kid with the crazy quirk, right?" "I am." "Midoriya." Shoyuta frowns, and Hizashi raises a brow at him, taking in a spoonful of some American-branded cereal. He was at the hospital earlier with his mother, picking up quirk suppressants. Hizashi's face darkens. He places his bowl back onto the coffee table and mutes the TV. "Quirk suppressants? Is it really that bad?" Shoyuta nods. "Apparently. His mother said he's been to a lot of doctors and specialists, with no luck, but... Shuta's breath gets caught in his throat. "I'd offered to train him. To try and train him. Because of my own quirk, I figured I might be able to, considering I can turn it off for him if it looks like it's about to overwhelm him when he tries to use it." Shoyuta knows he has Hizashi's full support with everything and anything he does, but he's still nervous about how he's going to react. Hizashi has been worried for him recently, considering he's always exhausted from patrolling, and now he's going to be starting a second job at UA. Shoyuta argues that Hizashi will now have 3 jobs, with pro-heroing, his radio station, and now UA, but Hizashi has always had more energy than him. More so, however, he's worried that Hisashi will flat out disagree with him, telling him that it's too dangerous. And Shoyuta knows that he's taking a risk by doing this, but he still couldn't just do nothing. Not when he very well may be the best person to help. But Shuta's nervousness about Hisashi's reaction dissipates as soon as Hisashi's smile begins to broaden, teeth gleaming as bright as his green eyes. That's great, Shoyuta. I'm sure the kiddo is excited. Shuta's lips begin to quirk upward into his own smile. Yeah, but you don't think it's a mistake? I mean, I barely know how this kid's quirk works, other than it being an emitter type. Hisashi taps a slender finger against his own chin. It's not super speed? I thought you said he was running super fast down the alleyway? Shoyuta hums. He hadn't told Hisashi everything the kid had told him that night, just the more important details. All I saw him do was run. But it seems to be more of a muscle amplifier? More like a general enhancement quirk. Hisashi nods along with him. So, he can't control the strength of the output? Because I remember, even in middle school, I still had some trouble controlling the output of my quirk. Shoyuta sighed yes him. Your quirk didn't destroy one of your own limbs. Hisashi blinks, gaping slightly. Really? That really happened? Oh god, poor kid. What happened? He said he was 7, and his quirk activated for the first time. He tried to use it once, and it destroyed his arm. They had to amputate him. There's a lull, Hisashi's expression clouding over once more. It's almost unnatural on him, usually so bright and joyous, he could single-handedly light up an entire room. Shoyuta hates seeing him like this. Letting the atmosphere of the room settle for a moment, Shoyuta continues. He's 11 now, and while he seems to have a better control on it, it still often activates on its own sometimes. Without any known cause? Shoyuta shakes his head. That's not really unusual, Hisashi mutters, expressing how Shoyuta is feeling. Everything about it was unusual. Maybe all of them separately would have been odd, but not unheard of. He knew about Hisashi and his issues with his voice quirk, but it's not like he'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming, voice quirk activated. If anyone can do it though, it's you. Shoyuta looks up, and he sees Hisashi smiling fondly at him. Even after all these years, Shoyuta can't control the flare of heat in his cheeks. I really hope so. He's a good kid. Hisashi nods, still smiling. Then hey, we're gonna be working at UA now. I'm sure they have plenty of resources for quirk research. This time it's Shoyuta who nods, because he hadn't really thought of that. He knew he'd have to do some research of course, but he hadn't thought about reaching out to UA. The school itself would have plenty of files about different quirks on its servers, both for research purposes and for helping out its own students with training. There was also Nedzu, who he's sure would be willing to lend a helping hand, even if that help would be a bit long-winded. And you'll have me, of course. Hisashi is grinning at him, all teeth, giving him a huge thumbs up. Shoyuta rolls his eyes and shoves at him, but he too finds himself smiling. Izuku can hardly sleep. He's trying, he really is, but he just can't help himself. A pro hero, just offered to train him. To use his quirk. It was hours later, Eraser Mr. Aizawa having left shortly after lunch, with a promise to return Sunday afternoon to further discuss his training. Izuku could still feel the excitement bubbling in his chest. He'd been reviewing both his quirk notes and his regular classwork in an attempt to distract himself, but he was still too energetic. Underlying the excitement, however, Izuku couldn't manage to stomp out the nervousness. He supposed it was natural. He has spent the last 4 years actively fighting his quirk, so the prospect of trying to harness and wield it was a bit frightening. But still Aizawa was a pro. And his quirk was perfect for helping Izuku. He could just turn it off if it started to overpower his body. While Eraserhead was an underground hero with very little public notoriety, Izuku still followed what he could with him, digging into the deepest subreddits, which tracked even the haziest of sightings of underground heroes. They were still signed to an agency, of course, and those records were required by law to be publicly available. It was just that most of the public didn't care about heroes who weren't actively shining in the spotlight. But Izuku didn't care about notoriety. He loved all heroes, and he thought it was extremely noble of pros to not care about becoming famous, who just wanted to help. And it was very clear to him that Eraserhead just wanted to help. He could still hardly believe it, that a pro of any standing would be willing to train him, to take time out of their personal lives to help him. But still sitting up in bed, Izuku looked over at his right shoulder and sighed. He couldn't help but think that could he really be a hero like this? Never mind his quirk, wouldn't this be an issue? Had Mr. Aizawa simply overlooked it? He doubted it. A pro wouldn't overlook something so glaringly obvious. Ever since his accident, Izuku really tried not to think about his disability. He didn't want to bring attention to it, didn't want to think about his limitations. The year after the incident had been hard. Very hard. Izuku couldn't deny it as much as he wanted to do so. Relearning how to write with his opposite hand had been truly horrendous. He still had difficulty with it. Sometimes it was so much more natural now. He usually didn't have to think about it. But if he was having an off day, or if he had been writing for too long, his writing would start to derail and become a much slower process as a result. There were other things too, of course. Once he began his physical therapy, he truly realized how many things relied on both hands being functional. Getting dressed had been another huge obstacle, something that frustrated him to tears initially. Now, however, he's had 4 years of experience living like this, and while things are certainly easier, there's a lot that just isn't easy. Izuku sighs, flopping himself onto his back, eyes glazing over his ceiling. He would talk to Mr. Aizawa tomorrow, he decided. Of course he didn't overlook Izuku's arm, how could he? He was a professional. He wouldn't have offered if he thought Izuku wasn't, if he thought Izuku couldn't. He closes his eyes. Sighs again. He can't help but wonder. When Shoyuta returns on Sunday, he can't help but notice the lull in Midoriya's energy. Oh, he's still excited, of course. That much is obvious. But there's a gleam missing from his eyes, one that had been there yesterday when Shoyuta first told Midoriya that he would train him. At first, Shoyuta chalks it up to him being nervous about the whole thing, about having to actively use his quirk. But once they begin talking, Shoyuta can't help but think that there's something else on the boy's mind. So, research first, right? Izuku clarifies, and Shoyuta nods. Yes. I need to know everything I can about your quirk. I'm sure you've done your own research, but I'll have to do my own, to figure out the best methods to use. They're sitting in the Midoriya's living room, the three of them. Midoriya is nodding along with Shoyuta, and Midoriya Inko is nursing a cup of tea, a small smile on her face as she watches the both of them. She'd piped up every now and then when Shoyuta explained his plan. He would need some time beforehand to do some research, and then Midoriya would train with him most weeknights. He would be working on his quirk, of course, but Shoyuta had also decided that the kid would need some hand-to-hand combat training as well, if he wanted to stand a chance at UA. And that won't be dangerous? Ms. Midoriya had asked him, when he mentioned combat exercises. Shoyuta had simply shook his head. Not at all. Most of it will be him practicing moves on a dummy punching bag. We'll do some sparring, but I'm experiencing in sparring for training. I can assure that it'll all be very safe and very controlled. Ms. Midoriya had nodded, seemingly satisfied with that answer. Shoyuta had almost let out a sigh of relief. She had asked a few other questions, mostly about scheduling and making sure that Midoriya would stay on top of his schoolwork, and Shoyuta assured him that it wouldn't interfere. That mostly depended on Midoriya actually keeping on top of his work, but he seriously doubted that would be an issue. His mother seemed to think so too, sending her son knowing glances. But now, before Shoyuta can actually format a training regime, he has to do his best to research how exactly Midoriya's quirk works, so he can begin to try and practice using it in the safest environment possible. I'll be right back, the boy says, nearly leaping off the couch and dashing into the hallway. At the same time, a buzzer goes off in the kitchen, and Ms. Midoriya excuses herself. Midoriya returns quickly, and he places a journal into Shuta's hands. Quirk's superpower, reads the front of the composition book. Shoyuta quirks an eyebrow at that, looking up at the boy. He sits back down onto the couch, looking a bit sheepish. I didn't really know what to call my quirk. But it seems to amplify anything, so I figured that was as good of a name as any. Shoyuta can't disagree with him, not really, so he simply nods. This one is just what you know about your own quirk? Everything I know, Midoriya nods. Shoyuta is honestly a bit eager to flip through it, but decides he'll save that for later, setting the book aside. I'll start my research as soon as I can, and then we'll work out something more concrete. Again Midoriya just nods. He squirms a bit in his seat, clearly avoiding Shuta's gaze. He pps his head slightly at the boy. Clearly he's filled with nervous energy, practically humming with it. But there's something else. Mr. Aizawa, he starts, finally meeting Shuta's eyes. He looks almost guilty? Shoyuta holds back a frown, because really, this boy has nothing to feel guilty about, or ashamed, or whatever distraught emotion is currently plaguing him. And it really does upset him that he feels that way, because no child should feel that way over a set of shitty circumstances presented to them, ones that they're forced to deal with. It happens, of course it happens, and at 11 years old, he can tell that Midoriya is already starting to shove the weight of the world onto his own shoulders. And it upsets Shoyuta to see that. He's not upset with the boy, of course, so he keeps his expression neutral and open, for the kid's sake. I just thought I have to confirm. I didn't think you'd offer, if you thought it'd be an issue. But... He pauses, staring past Shuta's shoulder. Shoyuta gives him time. Can I still be a hero, even with this arm? His arm? Oh right. It's just that he's caught off guard by the question. It's not that he overlooked the boy's disability, it's that he saw the boy's potential in spite of it. Sees his potential. And in the short time he's known Izuku, he's just seemed confident in it. Not unbothered, necessarily, but the way he carries himself makes it seem like he's comfortable enough with it. Especially for an 11-year-old, and especially when the incident happened semi-recently. But, he muses, he should have figured that the boy's own feelings were much more complex than that. It'll be harder for you, Shoyuta admits, bluntly. He's not going to sugarcoat his words for this kid, mainly because he knows Midoriya doesn't want that. He deserves respect, and he deserves the truth. Only having one arm will definitely place limits on both your combat and rescue strategies. But if you're willing to put in the effort, and I know you are, Shoyuta doesn't say, then I don't see any reason why it should be an issue. The kid seems a bit dumbstruck, for a moment, but quickly after Shoyuta is done speaking his face untwists itself from its shock, and a broad smile grows in its place. Aye, of course. He nearly shouts, bouncing up and down on the edge of the couch. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'll work as hard as it takes, to become a hero. Shoyuta already knew that too. So he doesn't say anything, just smiles along with the boy. It's over a week after his talk with the Midoriyas, and Shoyuta finds himself bent over one of many textbooks on Quirk analysis that he'd checked out of the library at UA. This particular one is a fairly dated version, containing early research from within the first couple generations of Quirk users. He'd thought that by going back a few editions, trying to see people puzzle together quirks rather than simply analyze them with now established facts, it might provide useful in piecing together Midoriya's situation. And it is helping. Somewhat. It's just, there's still so little that he truly knows about the boy's quirk, since he can't actually see him demonstrate it. He has found much more information on people born with quirks that don't necessarily suit their own body. Typically it's always emitters, but sometimes it's mutations that leave people at a physical disadvantage. And the remedies he's found, for those issues, aren't particularly helpful. In most cases, it's some sort of outside technology that the person will use to help rectify the issue with the quirk. Sometimes, it's because the person is using the quirk improperly, thus putting unnecessary strain on their body. But again, in those cases, the issue is resolved internally, in that the quirk user figures out some other way to use it through trial and error. But with Midoriya, that's not really a possibility. Because in these cases, the quirk isn't completely destroying their body. He's yet to come across a case as devastating as Midoriya's. Quirks are supposed to be a natural extension of someone. It's always compared to being an extra muscle that you have to train. But what do you do when your muscles are actively working against you? And the other issue is the simple nature of his quirk. As far as Shoyuta can tell, it's simple muscle amplification, and Midoriya had come to the same conclusion in his own notes. So there shouldn't be any wrong way to use it. It just seems that his quirk is too powerful. Sighing, he rubs at his eyes. It's nearing midnight, not really late, not for Shoyuta, but he's been at this for the past 3 hours, and the textbooks are rather dry, if he's being frank. Luckily he wasn't scheduled for a patrol tonight, so he'd sat himself down, hoping to get some sort of an answer. But no, not really. He had a few ideas floating around, but it was such a delicate situation. Even with his own quirk, being able to use in on Midoriya, it's still dangerous. And the last thing he wants to do is risk the kid's safety. A mug appears in front of his field of vision, being placed down next to the thick text in front of him. Shoyuta blinks, looks up, and is greeted with one of Hisashi's broad smiles. "Think you need a break, yeah?" he asks, and Shoyuta shrugs, reaching for the tea. "Haven't really accomplished much," he grunts. Raising a brow, Hisashi peers over his shoulder, eyeing the books splayed out across the table. "Looks boring," he quips, and Shoyuta snorts, rolling his eyes. "Doesn't matter if it's boring. I really need to figure this out." "Are you sure that you'll be able to?" Shoyuta frowns. It's not a jab at him, of course not from Hisashi. He's just being practical because, yeah, Shoyuta has thought about it. What if he can't figure it out? Why should he be able to figure it out? He's no quirk expert, and Midoriya had been waved off by both doctors and specialists alike regarding his predicament. Told that he would grow into it. What a load of horseshit, really. But that was their profession, wasn't it? Would Midoriya grow into it? He glares at his steaming mug. Grow into it. The obvious answer, really, is that Midoriya needs practice with his quirk. But of course he can't. Quirks need to be trained. Like any other muscle group. Like any other. Slowly he turns around, meeting Hisashi's gaze. The man raises a brow at him. "Why are you looking at me like you're trying to erase me?" Shoyuta rolls his eyes. He places his tea back down as Hisashi sits himself down next to him. "His quirk is muscle amplification, right?" Shoyuta says, and Hisashi nods along with him. He'd updated Hisashi on everything he knows about Midoriya's quirk, in hopes of bouncing ideas off of him. It had been helpful, if only to vent his frustration about not finding a solution. With Hisashi's agreement, he continues. "So, maybe his muscles just aren't strong enough yet." This time, it's Hisashi who twists his lips. "Yeah, but shouldn't his quirk automatically compensate and grow with him?" Shoyuta shrugs, looking back down at the book in front of him. "It should. But we already knew that." Hisashi hums. Yeah, that does make sense. The doctors did say that he would grow into it, right?" "They did, but from what Ms. Midoriya said, it seemed more like a brush-off, that they couldn't determine why his quirk was acting as it did, so they'd advised him not to use it for the time being, and check in once he'd grown. That doesn't change the fact that it shouldn't be something that the body has to physically catch up with, it should just flow naturally. And that doesn't change the current situation that they're working with. But, if Midoriya was physically stronger, his muscles naturally enhanced. Could it really be that simple? Well, of course it wasn't going to be simple. Even going off of this idea, they'll still have to be extremely careful, because they don't have any definitive proof that enhanced strength will give him actual control over his quirk. On top of that, Midoriya was still young, just on the cusp of hitting PBRY, if he were to guess. They would have to be careful about the kind of exercising they were going to be doing, as to not strain his body. A tap on his shoulder pulls him from his thoughts, and he looks over towards the source. Hisashi is offering him a small smile, much different from his usual bolstering ones. "Sorry," Shoyuta mutters, "I'm just thinking about the logistics. It makes sense. Training a quirk is similar to naturally training the body. If Midoriya can naturally enhance his muscles, then it would put less strain on the quirk. It makes sense. It really does make sense. But is it still too risky? Talk to the kid's mom," Hisashi says. "Tell her what you think the solution is. If she thinks it's too dangerous, then you won't do it." Shoyuta frowns, but nods. Hisashi is right, of course. But DMN, if he doesn't want this to work out for the kid, he really does deserve a fighting chance. The next day, Shoyuta visits Ms. Midoriya while the kid is at school. He tells her his plan, tells her that he thinks if Midoriya were to become physically stronger, his emitter would have an easier time flowing within himself and thus giving him proper control over the quirk. Once he's finished his spiel, he feels a bit breathless. Ms. Midoriya sips her tea, and Shoyuta controls himself from fidgeting in his seat. Your idea makes sense, she agrees, and Shoyuta nearly lets out a sigh of release. It shocks him, really, how invested he's becoming in such a short time. He tries not to think about it too much. But, she continues, and Shoyuta looks up, meeting her eyes. They don't betray her thoughts, expression remaining unreadable, yet calm. You're right. It's still a risk. His quirk is so dangerous She sighs, and for a moment, Shoyuta sees it in her eyes. She's truly distraught, she's truly pained over this. And why shouldn't she be? Her son, torn apart by his own quirk, but her son that still wants to be a hero, still wants to use said quirk to help people. Forgive me for being blunt, Ms. Midoriya, Shoyuta starts, and the woman eyes him carefully as he begins to speak. But the way I see it, this is something that Midoriya has to live with, no matter what. You've told me that his episodes of quirk usage aren't frequent, but they're still there, and he's still at risk of being harmed. Even if there's risk involved, in training, it seems like it's a risk that he cannot escape. Shoyuta knows that he's probably overstepping. He's barely known the kid for any time at all, especially compared to his own mother. And while it's true that Midoriya is constantly at a risk to himself, technically, it would be a greater risk to actually try and use his quirk, rather than it flaring up occasionally on its own. Again, Shoyuta knows this, and he knows that Ms. Midoriya knows this. She's gazing at him, her expression careful, measured. Shoyuta doesn't push her for a response. It's a few long moments later, when she takes a slow sip of her tea, puts it down gently, and begins to speak. When Izuku was 4 and was told that he didn't have a quirk, I told him that I was sorry. That I was sorry, that he couldn't be a hero. Her words are calm, but the look in her eyes is almost distant, as she stares past Shoyuta. When he was 7 and finally got his quirk only to destroy his own arm moments later, I didn't know what to tell him. And he didn't seem to be looking for answers. She sighs and Shoyuta stays very, very still. I know it's a risk, and maybe I'm terrible for letting him do this. But if he doesn't, he won't be happy. I just know this. Even if he can't actually learn to use it, he won't be happy, unless he knows that he's tried everything he possibly can. Once again, her eyes meet Shuta's, and he holds back from flinching under the weight of her gaze. I'm trusting you with this, not because of your hero status but because you seem to genuinely care about his well-being. I don't know what other motive you would have. To be fair, Shoyuta coughs, you don't really know me. She smiles, and it's a small, frail thing. I know, but I consider myself a good judge of character. Especially when it comes to my son. Shoyuta doesn't really know how to feel about that, other than thankful. But he nods, and takes a slow sip of his own tea. I'll do my best. For your son. So they set up a training regimen. Most weeknights, and every weekend that Shoyuta is free. Shoyuta had asked the kid if he had any other commitments, or if there were specific days he hung out with his friends. Midoriya doesn't need to prove his own commitment to him by giving up his social life. Shoyuta isn't cruel, and the kid is still, well, kid. When he asked, however, Midoriya gave him an odd look that Shoyuta couldn't quite decipher. I'll try to watch in on villain fights, but that's not really an extracurricular activity. Shoyuta nods stiffly. He wants to scold the kid, say that he really shouldn't be seeking out fights, but he's not the kid's father, and he's sure his mother is aware. He doesn't mention anything about spending time with his friends, so Shoyuta figures he doesn't have anything permanent scheduled with them. Better for the both of them, if they can both be flexible with their schedules. Their first few visits are a bit awkward, but pretty relaxed. Shoyuta puts him through a simple fitness examination, just to determine the kid's base levels. It's about what he'd expect, from an 11-year-old, even if a bit above average. Physical therapy, Midoriya had stated, when he'd asked him if he'd done any sort of activity outside of gym classes at school. He doesn't elaborate, and Shoyuta doesn't ask. Shoyuta is lucky enough that in his own apartment building, the basement is large and empty. Well, it's empty now. It had been used as storage by his landlord. They'd worked out an agreement where if Shoyuta cleaned and cleared it out, he'd be free to use it as a makeshift gym. Along with a small hike in his rent, but with Hisashi's and his new teaching job, it's thankfully not an issue. So they have a place to work out. He doesn't have any flashy equipment, just some free weights and medicine ball, but that won't be an issue, at least for now. Most of the early regimen focuses on Midoriya using his own body weight for conditioning, as well as cardio activity. And the kid, as the days go on, he expects the kid to complain, or groan, or something. But no. A week goes by, and Midoriya comes in, chipper as ever, that same look of determination fierce in his eyes throughout the workout. 2 weeks go by, and that burning fire within the kid only seems to grow. It's not for the first time that Shoyuta wonders what the hell he's gotten himself into. Shoyuta notices Midoriya's sour expression before he notices him tugging at his right side. "Hi, Mr. Aizawa." Midoriya greets him as he comes clambering down the basement stairs. He says it with as much cheer as he always does, but it's much more forced this time. Shoyuta only nods absently, eyes trailing him as he unzips and tugs off his sweatshirt with practiced efficiency. It's then that he sees what the kid had been pulling at previously hidden under his sweatshirt is a prosthetic arm. He is admittedly a bit curious. In the 3 months he's been training Midoriya, he's never seen him wearing a prosthetic. It makes him wonder if there's any reason for the sudden change. It seems to be pretty basic as far as design. A realistic-looking hand with an adjustable wrist and elbow. When Midoriya shrugs off his shirt, he can see that there's some sort of harness going across his chest, a harness that he begins to rip off quite forcefully. "Sorry," Midoriya says, sounding a bit sheepish as he tugs at one last strap. He then removes the prosthetic completely, revealing the typical black compression sock that Shoyuta usually sees him in. With a bit of a grimace, he places the prosthetic limb to the side and turns back to Shoyuta. "I had a doctor's appointment for a new fitting, and they always make me wear that thing afterwards." Shoyuta simply nods. He begins running Midoriya through his stretching and warm-ups, but he can't help but notice that the kid's unusually quiet. Shoyuta holds back a frown. It had started minutely, at first, Midoriya often muttering to himself during warm-ups and various exercises and cutting himself off with a blush whenever he saw Aizawa raise an eyebrow at him. It wasn't until a week later that Shoyuta finally said to him, "You can talk to me. I don't mind." Apparently, that was all he needed, because after that he'd let his ramblings flow at full force. Shoyuta genuinely didn't mind it because it helped the boy focus, it seemed, in a strange way. On top of that, he never expected Shoyuta to say anything. It appeared that it was enough for Shoyuta to just be there, an open ear for his mutterings to latch on to. But today, as they go through stretches together, the kid doesn't speak. Until suddenly he does. "I really hate that thing." Shoyuta looks up. They're sitting on one of the mats, legs out in a V shape as they reach out towards their toes. Midoriya is performing the stretch, of course, but his face is twisted into the same sour expression as it was when he entered. Shoyuta feels his own lips tug downward. "You hate what?" "The arm," Midoriya says a bit sourly. "They make me go for fittings still, but I hate wearing it." That makes sense, considering it's the first time Shoyuta has seen the kid with the prosthetic. "Have you told your doctors that?" he asks, a bit uselessly. He really is out of his own depth here. "Yeah," the kid sighs and he sounds defeated. Should heard Midoriya sound a lot of ways happy, sad, frustrated, angry, even bitter, but never defeated. It sounds wrong in his ears. It's uncomfortable. The doctors say that it's because I'm still growing, but I just don't like it. Shoyuta really doesn't know what to say to him. He wants to offer some sort of support, but he doesn't want the kid to feel like he's mocking him, offering some sort of obvious advice, or saying something he's sure the kid has heard a million times. Not that he thinks Midoriya would take it as mocking, but all the same, he wants to avoid it. "And I got used to not using it during physical therapy. And I was excited when I first got it. But it's clunky. It helps with some stuff, of course, that's what it's for. But..." Obviously, Shoyuta can't understand. But he can see where the kid is coming from. From the brief glimpse he caught of the device, it didn't seem to be electronically powered in any way. He's sure that it was helpful for stabilization sometimes, but he wasn't well versed enough on the subject to determine the direct pros and cons of using one. He did do research, of course, on martial arts and weight training for someone with an above-elbow amputation, but that was all sans prosthetic. Midoriya sighs, pulling Shoyuta out of his own thoughts. It's more of a passive prosthetic, it's not electronically powered, the kid states. Still splayed out he tucks one of his calves against his thigh, laying back into the stretch. Shoyuta follows his gaze up towards the unfinished basement ceiling. It's covered under the insurance, I guess, Mom said. She offered to get a better one, to buy a better one, but it would have been expensive. Really expensive. Shoyuta frowns. It's obviously none of his business, but he knows that Inko is a single mother, and they're not living in any sort of luxurious high-rise. Just a simple walk-up apartment. Unless they have a rather extensive savings that they're choosing not to flaunt, it's clear why Midoriya wouldn't have wanted her to spend the money. Demon kid, always selfless to a fault. And it's not like I need it, I can get around just fine without one. He switches the leg that he's stretching. Shoyuta can't really see his expression front his angle. Not that I just got used to not using one, because after the surgery, I had to wait a year before I could get fitted. So it's just not necessary. Shoyuta nods, unsure of anything he can add. The kid's not looking for comfort, not sympathy, and definitely not pity. There's a lull as they finish their stretching, and Midoriya stands. Thanks for listening to me. It's not something I usually talk about. Shoyuta simply nods again. Of course, kid. And he wants to say something else. Something useful. But Midoriya just smiles at him, and it's nearly as bright as it always is, so he supposes he can count it as a victory. Even if he really didn't do anything. They finish their stretching and run through the workout together. If Midoriya is pushing himself more than he normally does, which is really saying something, well, Shoyuta doesn't comment on it, he just makes sure he's not going past his own limit and lets him sweat it out. When they're done, the kid is panting, nearly drenched in his own sweat and flushed with exertion, but he's smiling one hell of a smile. Shoyuta can't help but return the gesture. You did good today, kid, Shoyuta says as he starts packing up his belongings. Shoyuta doesn't miss how the kid begins shoving both the HRS and the prosthetic into his backpack. At the praise, however, the kid turns and beams at him. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta almost reaches his arm out in an attempt to ruffle the boy's already unruly hair, when his brain catches up with his own. Actions. You're not the kid's father, you're just training him. Jesus. Instead, he shoves his hands into his pocket, having felt his phone ping. He pulls it out and looks at the screen. Your mom says she's here, kid, get home safe. Thanks again, Mr. Aizawa, see you tomorrow. Shoyuta allows himself a smile, turning back to clean up the basement as the kid runs off. Sorry kid, I'm just too backed up on grading tonight, I really do have to cancel. But it's Friday night, so go hang out with your friends. Shoyuta really does feel bad, canceling on Midoriya. But he still has his responsibilities to his other kids, his students, and he really does need to catch up on his grading and lesson plans. He's been putting them both off, trying to maintain some sort of semblance of sanity between teaching, late-night patrolling, Midoriya, and sleeping. Sure, his patrolling hours were significantly stripped down, only a few nights a week, but teaching was hard. And trying to teach Midoriya, that was probably more difficult than teaching a room full of 20, if he was being entirely honest. Not that it was any fault of the kid, really. But they're 10 months into the kid's training while they're still only in the physical conditioning and martial arts stages of the regime right now. Shoyuta knows that they're going to have to try using his quirk soon, and that's not going to be difficult. Very difficult. So yeah, he has to cancel on Midoriya for the night. Which is fine, they're still making good progress. Plus, the kid has been doing so much, Shoyuta is sure he'll be happy to have the night off. Which is why he's a bit confused when there's silence ringing in his ears, before the boy says, "Are you sure there's nothing I can't do on my own?" Shoyuta frowns at the student essay in front of him, eyes glazing over the words, unreading. You've been working hard, kid. You deserve a break, considering you've been here nearly every night the past couple weeks. He almost feels bad, working the kid so hard. He is still only 12, but even so, he's probably shown more determination and dedication than half of the UA first years. And he never gives Midoriya more than he can take, despite what the kid might try to convince him otherwise. I would really rather train if I can, His voice comes out firmer than it had before. Shoyuta opens his mouth, then closes it again, furrowing his brow as beat of silence passes. I really don't have anywhere else to be. The words feel forced, almost strained. I really don't have anywhere else to be. Fine kid, you win. Go through the sets I showed you last week, and do some abdominal work. Let yourself into the basement. Shoyuta can practically feel the radiant smile coming through the receiver. He can't help the quirk of his lips. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. I'll be right over. That I'll try to come down if I finish up early. The kid thanks him again, his tone much more buoyant and lively than it was before, and it makes Shuta's ribs ache. He ends the call, and frowns back down at the stack of papers in front of him. It's a few minutes later, Shoyuta still mulling over the conversation, unable to focus on the essays when Hisashi walks in. He has his own stack of papers, red pen twirling between his fingertips. Wow, whose paper is that? They've got you lost so deeply in thought? Hisashi smirks, taking the seat next to him at their Western-style dinner table. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, mostly out of habit. No one's, I was talking to Midoriya earlier. Hisashi hums. I'm sure he was happy to have the night off. It's Friday after all, and he's still a kid. He'll live it up, I'm sure. Shoyuta shakes his head, and Hisashi's face shifts, frowning at him. No, he's coming over anyway to work on some sets alone. Hisashi blinks, then barks out a laugh. Man, that kid really is dedicated. I wish I was that way when I was in high school. Shoyuta nods absently, then pauses as Hisashi begins shuffling through his own papers, humming to himself. It's not until he appears to be halfway through his first English essay that Shoyuta blurts out, I don't think Midoriya has any friends. Hisashi blinks again, expression unreadable as he turns to Shoyuta, ping his head. Carefully he recaps his pen, setting the pages aside. What do you mean? Did he say something? No, it's... Shoyuta swallows. I told him to go hang out with his friends, but he said he had nowhere else to be. Hisashi taps a slender finger against his chin, now frowning himself. I'm sure that could mean a lot of things. Maybe all of his friends are busy. I guess so, Shoyuta mutters, but it just didn't feel right. If that had been the case, why had Midoriya been so cryptic? That's not something odd to have shared, to simply tell Shoyuta that his friends already made plans, them having thought that Midoriya would be busy for the night. But now that Shoyuta really thinks about it, it's not just that. He's always talking when he goes through his warm-ups and sets. He tells me about his teachers, his classwork, hero sightings, his mother, but he's never mentioned anyone specific from his classes. Shoyuta thinks back to some of his more recent lessons with the kid. Midoriya, really, is always muttering to himself. Despite the fact that he never really prompts Shoyuta for a response, happy just to talk and talk and talk, Shoyuta pays attention to everything he says. It's usually never anything serious or heavy other than the one time he'd come in with his prosthetic arm, but that was only the one time. Most of the time it's about a fight that Midoriya had either witnessed in person, after hurriedly assuring Shoyuta that he was far enough back, behind the safety personnel, or on the news. Sometimes it's about his classwork. It didn't surprise him how interested Midoriya was in history, specifically recent Quirk history, sometimes about a particularly ruthless or particularly funny teacher. Very occasionally, he talks about his mom, but it was usually after Shoyuta specifically asked him how the woman is doing. With a son like Midoriya, he felt he was justified in being a little bit worried about her. But as much as Midoriya likes to talk, he never mentions his friends. Whether it be something exciting they had done together, or just being in class with them. I'm sure you're overthinking things, Shoyuta, Hisashi pipes up, pulling him out of his own thoughts. The kid is smart, talented, and so dim and polite. I'm sure he has his own group of friends at school. Shoyuta nods, but doesn't say anything. He turns back to his papers, trying to banish the thoughts from his mind and focus on his DM and grading. After a few moments he feels Hisashi's hand on the back of his neck, and Shoyuta leans into the touch. I'm sure the kid is fine, really. You worry too much, Hisashi mutters in his ear, and Shoyuta heaves a sigh. But, I know you're not one to worry over nothing, so maybe try talking to him? Shoyuta nods absently, still lost in his own thoughts. He sighs again, more contently this time, as Hisashi's fingers gloss over the fine hairs at the nape of his neck, having fallen loose from his bun, before pulling away and returning to his own work. He does manage to get through a few papers before he admits defeat, picks up the stack, and heads down into the basement. Midoriya is lost in his own concentration, in the middle of an abdominal exercise, so it takes him a few moments to notice Shoyuta standing by the stairwell. "Oh hey, Mr. Aizawa," he greets cheerfully. "I thought you had a lot of work to do?" "I really do," Shoyuta thinks as he sits himself onto the bottom step. "I can do it down here. Just keep going with the sets." Midoriya nods, smiles, and gets back into his rhythm. He can tell the boy is still muttering, but it's indistinguishable under his breath. It continues until the boy is too out of breath to form words with his lips anymore, more focus on the air entering and leaving his lungs. Shoyuta does manage to finish his grading, only sparing the boy a glance every now and then. When he is done, he sees that Midoriya is working on one of the newer kicks Shoyuta has been teaching him. His face is twisted up in concentration, sweat beading down his temple, locks of green curls stuck flat against his neck. Quirking the corner of his lips, Shoyuta gets up and adjusts his foot placement. When he strikes the practice dummy again, it's much more forceful than it had been the past few tries. Midoriya lets out a whoop of excitement, turning to Shoyuta, absolutely beaming. Shoyuta can't help but smile back. "Good work, kid, you've done enough for today. I'll walk you home." Midoriya looks like he's going to protest, like he always does when Shoyuta tells him that he's going to walk him home. Shoyuta contains an eye roll and puts a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Kid, don't even bother. It's later than you usually stay, it's dark, and I'm not going to have your mom yell at me. And I'm worried about your own safety," goes unsaid. Midoriya just nods, but the smile slowly returns to his face. He begins gathering his bag and hurriedly pulling on his sweatshirt. Shoyuta waits patiently, the kid's hair becoming impossibly messy after the fact, and shortly after he's following Midoriya up and out of the basement. The Midoriyas only live a few blocks from him, only about 20 minutes on foot. They walk briskly under the stark illumination of street lights, in companionable silence. Shuta's almost shocked that the boy isn't talking his ear off, but he seems content. The smile on his face isn't the same glowing smile from before, more muted now, faded a bit with time, but it still shines just as brightly. Shoyuta swallows. This kid who positively exuberates positivity, who's overjoyed by the simplest things, who's so eager to please that he has to have friends. Right? Shoyuta knows that he himself didn't have many friends before going to UA, and the only reason he did have any in UA was because Hisashi practically shoved his way into Shuta's life, unwavered by his own, admittedly, dark demeanor. Especially in high school because, holy shit. And he doesn't regret it for a second, of course. He could never. But Shoyuta didn't have many friends growing up, because he didn't exactly try to be outgoing. But Midoriya? It's none of your business, Shuta's own head supplies, and he can't help but frown slightly. He knows he's not this boy's caretaker, but he's still concerned for the kid's safety, and well, his happiness too. They're almost back to Midoriya's apartment building, just a street over, when Shoyuta decides to speak up, placing his words as carefully as he can. "We've been making a lot of progress lately. If you ever want to take a weekend off, for anything, just let me know." Midoriya doesn't pause his steps, but he does falter in his pace, if briefly. When Shoyuta glances over, the kid isn't smiling anymore. Shit. I don't need to take a weekend off," he responds, staring down at the sidewalk. Shoyuta barely manages to contain a sigh. "Of course you don't. I'm saying if you want to. You've been so busy that I'm sure there's people you've been missing, no?" Midoriya doesn't say anything, and when Shoyuta glances over after a minute of now tense silence, the boy's frown has deepened. Shoyuta looks straight ahead once more, mentally cursing himself. Damn it all, he wants to help this kid, but he really is shit at this. Teaching is one thing, but this? Shoyuta knows it's not his responsibility, he knows that. But DMN if he isn't concerned. They're approaching Midoriya's building, nearing the steps, and the kid is still silent. Carefully, Shoyuta places a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya turns to him, eyes wide, blinking. Or that we can just keep training. You're getting better, kid, but there's still plenty to do. A pause, and then Midoriya begins to smile again. It's dimmer than it was before, but it's a real smile, and Shoyuta nearly sighs in relief. Of course, Mr. Aizawa, he says once they've reached his door. Shoyuta removed his hand from the boy's shoulder as he moves to unlock the door. As soon as it's open, he can faintly smell what he knows is Ms. Midoriya's katsudon. Before he enters, Midoriya turns to him, thanking him for the session as he always does, and Shoyuta nods, the corner of his lips lifting slightly, still somewhat lost in his own thoughts. He watches the door close, and finally lets out a sigh, frowning once more. He's probably overthinking things, right? Maybe Midoriya really just wants to excel so badly that he doesn't want to sacrifice any time. Which still isn't good, now that Shoyuta thinks about it. At the end of the day, the kid is still a kid, and while it's good to be dedicated, it's still good to be a kid, sometimes too. Shoyuta realizes he's still standing in front of the Midoriya's door, and blinks out of his daze as embarrassment creeps up the back of his neck. He turns back towards the stairs when his phone chirps. He knows the sound, it's for a villain alert. Immediately, Shoyuta pulls out his phone. Low-level threat, luckily, but he's the only available hero in the area. Clearing his head, Shoyuta lets instinct wash over him. He whips out his capture weapon, swinging himself down from the apartment walk-up, and he hits the ground running. Training your body is essential, of course. But to be a good hero, you need to train your mind as well. Midoriya blinks, shifting in his seat slightly. So that we're playing Uno? They're sitting at Shuta's kitchen table, Midoriya, Hizashi, and himself. Hizashi is grinning like a madman, constantly sending smirks Shuta's way that Shoyuta blatantly ignores. Midoriya and him had done some basic cardio and went over some old kicks, and the kid had been a bit surprised when Shoyuta ended the training earlier than he normally does, and a little more surprised when Shoyuta asked him to come upstairs into his apartment. Which is how he ended up here, with a smirking Hizashi and a confused Midoriya, sitting around the small table while Shoyuta shuffles a deck of cards. Uno isn't exactly a strategy game, Shuta, Hizashi sing-songs. Shoyuta steps on his foot. As Hizashi starts whining, Shoyuta turns back to Midoriya. It's about strategizing with the cards you're dealt. Midoriya nods, seemingly understanding. Hizashi has finished his overdramatic whimpering and is now poorly attempting to hide his snickering with his hands. Shoyuta doesn't even bother glaring at him, he knows his reasoning is flimsy, but he barrels through. Not every fight is going to be a fair one, of course. You've got to make the best with what you're given, especially when you don't know all of the odds. Finally, Midoriya begins to smile. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It does? Shoyuta almost says, but he bites his tongue. Midoriya doesn't seem to be messing with him, doesn't seem to have figured out that Shoyuta just wants him to have fun playing a card game. I've never actually played Uno though. You've never what? Hizashi blurts out, before Shoyuta can kick him in the shin. Midoriya blushes slightly, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, I mean I've seen some kids at school playing it on breaks and at lunch, but I never. He trails off, eyes focusing on a scuffed part of the wooden table. Hizashi blinks, frowning for just a moment before his smile returns, eyes going soft. Don't worry, kid, Shoyuta will explain. It's super easy to learn. Shoyuta explains the rules, Midoriya nodding along easily as he does so. When the kid says he doesn't have any questions, Shoyuta distributes the cards, lips twitching into something of a smile. You little brat. Hizashi screams, as Midoriya nearly doubles over in a fit of laughter. Midoriya just landed Hizashi with a +4 card, right after Shoyuta had reversed the order. Right as Hizashi was on his last card. Hizashi grumbles to himself as he picks up 4 cards, Midoriya still giggling, and Shoyuta can't help grinning down at his own deck. They've played about 3 rounds so far, Midoriya winning 2 of them, Shoyuta winning 1. Hizashi finally plays his card after he's done pitying himself, and Shoyuta is about to throw down a +2 for Midoriya when his cell phone rings. Don't touch my cards, he grumbles, mostly at Hizashi, and turns the corner into the living room where he had left his phone. Ms. Midoriya reads the screen. Quickly, he answers the call. Hello. Hello, Aizawa. Ms. Midoriya greets him cheerfully, and Shuta's gut untwists itself slightly. I was just calling to check in on Izuku. Shoyuta glances at the clock and, he'd lost track of time. It's later than Midoriya usually stays out. He's doing good, I'm sorry Don't worry about it, she verbally waves him off. He's with you, and I trust you. Shoyuta swallows roughly, the impact of her words almost dizzying. It's not the first time she said this, but it's the first time it's been so casual, so offhand. A simple statement of fact. Of course. I hope you're still not throwing him through the ringer, she laughs. I know he loves his training, but he's still just a kid, no matter what he might try and tell you. No, we're not doing any physical training right now. Shoyuta falters. He peeks around the corner back into the kitchen. Midoriya has a hardcover book propped open in front of him, acting as a shield for his cards so he can lay them flat for easy access while he plays them, without the rest of them seeing. Hizashi is currently throwing increasingly larger weighted-up ball of paper at the book, trying to knock it over, while Midoriya giggles at him. Thought we're playing Uno. There's a pause on the other line, and Ms. Midoriya lets out a chuckle. And what did you tell him? That it's some sort of mental training exercise? Ida might have said something along those lines. Again she laughs, and Shoyuta can't help but grin. I'm glad he's having fun though, I really am. There's a brief pause, and Ms. Midoriya sighs. When she speaks again, her voice is much more serious. Izuku doesn't really have any friends at school. He lies to me about it because he knows it would make me upset. Can you believe it? Shoyuta can. Of course he can. But he doesn't say anything, just listens as she continues. He was out of school for a while he rehabilitated from his injury. That, on top of the injury, on top of being deemed quirkless since he can't really use his quirk, it's terrible. I know, but you know how some kids can be. Shoyuta swallows. He had suspected, of course, but having verbal confirmation is so much worse. So thank you for being there for him. I know it's not the same as having friends at school, friends his own age, but he admires you so much, as a pro hero and as a person. He really has been so much happier since you started training him. Even if he is fairly exhausted all the time, she finishes, chuckling once again, even if it's a bit softer this time. Shoyuta looks over again. Hizashi is no longer trying to cheat at the game. Instead, the two of them are talking animically. Izuku's smile is wide and his eyes are so bright. Of course, he shows a great amount of potential. Probably more than some UA first years. Another pauses. Thank you, Aizawa. Really? That you're welcome, Ms. Midoriya. Just have him text me when you're bringing him back. Have fun. He can hear the smile in her voice. Shoyuta says his goodbyes, hangs up, and heads back into the living room. Once he's in earshot, he can hear Hizashi telling Izuku about their first sports festival. Hizashi, stop lying. You lost that year. To me. I deactivated your quirk and threw you out of the ring in 3 seconds. Shuta, Hizashi whines, throwing his hands into the air. Midoriya throws his head back, shaking with laughter. All Might to begin teaching career at you. The newspaper headline stares up at Shoyuta, laughing at him. He frowns. Why do they never tell me anything? Did you know about this? Know about what? Hizashi asks over his cup coffee, not looking at Shoyuta. He throws the newspaper at the other man. Hey, I'll watch it. Hizashi straightens out the crumpled pages, glancing over the headline. He blinks once, then turns towards Shoyuta. I had no idea. Maybe that's what today's meeting is about. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, not at Hizashi but at the paper. He's sure Netsu has his reasons for keeping the press more informed than his own staff, but that doesn't mean he has to agree with him. All Might. At UA. Of course Midoriya's favorite hero would start teaching at the school now, years after they've been training together, right before the kid would be applying to UA himself. Shoyuta takes another swig of his own coffee. He doesn't necessarily doubt that All Might can be a good teacher, but the man hasn't even had a sidekick in at least 5 years, on top of it being rare that he ever works with other heroes anymore. Usually he'll save the day single-handedly, or other pros will actively step back and let him take over when he's on the scene. Only really during large-scale rescue missions will he ever work with other heroes. And that's not necessarily the fault of the man himself. Usually All Might is just that good, that other pros would get in the way of him trying to work his attacks so powerful that a hero might get caught in the crossfire. Shoyuta wants to scold him for this, that he could hold back a bit in order to work as an effective team, but All Might achieves results, and he's efficient, so Shoyuta can't really complain. He can complain, however, about the additional media circus that having All Might at UA will be, and he can feel a migraine coming on just thinking about it. He's still staring at the paper in front of him, debating whether he actually wants to read the article or not, when he hears the door fly open. Without looking over, he raises his hand in greeting. "Hi, Mr. Aizawa." "Hi, Mr. Yamada." Izuku greets them both brightly, Shoyuta able to hear the smile in his voice. He walks over to the table the two of them are sitting at, and snags an apple from the bowl atop it. "You're late," Shoyuta says, not looking up, but it's nearly overpowered by Hisashi's bolstering, "Hey, listener. How've you been?" Hisashi reaches out to ruffle the boy's hair. "I've been good, thanks. And I took a longer run this morning." "You should have woken up earlier, then," Shoyuta drawls, and the boy merely snorts. He can feel him leaning over his shoulder. "Hey, wait, is All Might teaching at UA next semester?" Shoyuta rolls his eyes, again, while Hisashi starts snickering. "Apparently. They haven't told us anything, but this says their source is Principal Nedzu himself." He can practically feel the boy beaming, nearly vibrating with excitement. "Wow, that's so cool. What does it say he'll be teaching?" "Probably hero studies, right? I mean, I know that if I get in you'll be my homeroom teacher, but if All Might is teaching hero studies." The boy shoves the apple into his mouth, cutting off his own muttering as he moves to grab the newspaper. Shoyuta tries to snatch it before he can, but Izuku swiftly activates full cowl and sidesteps him easily. He wants to be annoyed, he really does, but whenever he sees Izuku using his quirk gracefully and with ease, he can't help but be proud of the kid. Setting the paper on the counter at the far end of the kitchen, he takes his last bite of the apple, throwing the rind into the trash. "Why don't you like him again?" Shoyuta sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose between his thumb and index finger. "As I've told you a million times, Midoriya, I completely respect him as a hero, both as a colleague and otherwise. You're probably just jealous that he has better hair than you." Hisashi nearly spits his coffee, doubling over in a fit of hysterics, the sheer volume of his laughter threatening to crack the drywall even without his quirk. Shoyuta is going to disown the both of them. "When did you become such a brat again?" Izuku offers him a toothy grin. "Since you started teaching me, probably." Hisashi only laughs harder. Shoyuta sighs. He's probably right too. Inko blinks at the TV, frowning as the national news station blares in front of her. The anchors are chatting animatedly, if a bit heated, but she's not listening to them, she's only focused on the headlines schooling across the bottom of the screen. "All Might to begin teaching career at you." Briefly, she glances down the hall. Izuku's door is slightly cracked open, having left early this morning for a run. The familiar name placard stares back at her. She sighs, turning back towards the TV. Did he read the news this morning? He still has a few months before the examination, but he must be overjoyed at the mere possibility of being taught by All Might himself. And she's happy for him, happy that her son will be happy, of course. "Oh, Toshi," she mutters to an empty living room. "You never made things easy, did you?" "Hey, wait up." Inko turns around on her heel, already knowing it's Ayam calling after her. Since it's Ayam, she knows that Mitsuki will also be there, running alongside her. She smiles in greeting towards her friends, who both nearly knock the breath out of her as they wrap their arms around her in a crushing hug. Inko giggles in time with the both of them. "Can you believe it's already our last year of middle school?" Ayam asks, offering them both a toothy grin. Inko returns it, but Mitsuki merely smirked. "I just can't wait for it to be over already," she exclaims, throwing her hands into the air. Inko laughs, still smiling as the three of them walk arm in arm towards the campus. True, while Inko is excited for the year, There's still a part of her that's itching to be in high school already. It's not like she has big plans for high school, already having decided the hero path isn't for her, but she's still yearning for it, nonetheless. You just want to meet high school boys, Iam-Kuz? Inko almost points out how Iam herself has been talking about boys non-stop since their first year of middle school, but she holds her tongue, just happy to see her friend happy. Shut up, Mitsuki says, but she's still smirking, no real venom in her. But I just want to be out of this school, and onto somewhere without all of these gross boys. Speaking of gross boys, Iam mutters, hushed. They've reached the front courtyard of the school now, with various students scattered around waiting for the first bell to ring. Inko follows Iam's line of sight, and sees Korechika walking by them. He offers them all a lewd wink, and Inko suppresses a shudder. Iam GGS. I wish he'd use his DMN force fields to cover himself, so I wouldn't have to even look at him, Mitsuki growls, eyebrow twitching. They watch him walk off, towards his group of almost equally as gross friends. Not that Korechika is bad-looking, to be fair. Inko almost formed her first crush on him, back when she started middle school. That lasted from the schoolyard to 3rd PRD, where he spent the entire class making hushed, perverted remarks about their teacher's chest. She got over that almost crush very quickly. Having a summer off, Inko had almost forgotten how much of an a-hole Korechika truly is. However, she's soon reminded after their last PRD of the day, where Korechika has cornered someone in the back of class. Their teacher has left, along with most of the class. Iam is near the front, reapplying lipstick and eyeing her curiously. It's then that she follows Inko's gaze, notices Korechika in the back, and mirrors Inko's frown. She doesn't recognize the student he's talking with or rather talking at and thinks to herself that he must be new. Their school is relatively small for a public middle school, and Inko can at least recognize everyone's face. But she's definitely never seen this tall, lanky blonde student before. What do you mean you don't want to show me your quirk? Korechika all but sneers. At this point, it's just her, Iam, and the 2 boys in the classroom, although she can see a couple of Korechika's friends gathering just outside the doorway. The blonde boy looks shaken for a minute, but then he replies with an even voice, I don't have a quirk. Korechika's eyebrows shoot up, and he then doubles over in laughter. The blonde boy frowns, looking relatively unruffled, but his hands are shaking ever so slightly. Why you don't have a quirk? As thin as a stick and no quirk to back you up. Oh man, I'm so glad you transferred here, I'm going to have so much fun with you. The other boy's expression darkens, but he doesn't say anything. He simply turns back towards his desk, one of the ones in the last row, and starts gathering his supplies. Korechika isn't happy about this. Nothing to say, Well, maybe if Korechika reaches for the boy's stack of books, but before he can, Inko pulls the books towards her, the lot of them whizzing through the air, which she catches them neatly against her chest. The blonde boy looks at her, blinking in shock, clearly not having noticed her standing there. Korechika just looks said, Go play with your friends, Korechika. Inko says. She doesn't shout, but even to her own ears her voice sounds darker than it normally does. Korechika's face is still clearly shaded with anger, but one corner of his lips flicks upwards. Why don't you mind your own DMN business? She watches as his fields beginning to grow out of his forearms, gray and tinted, as he begins walking towards her. She doesn't miss the glint of fiery determination in his eyes, but she doesn't let it give her pause. As quickly as she can, Inko pulls one of the desk chairs towards here, where it slams into the back of Korechika's calves, sending him falling to the floor. He does land on his own force fields, but before he can get up she leaps around him, grabs the blonde boy's arm who's just standing there in shock, staring at her dumbly, and the 2 of them, along with Iam, rush out of the room, pushing past Korechika's friends, who simply look confused at their own leader being put out of commission so quickly. You little beach, she hears Korechika call out, but her and Iam just laugh. Dumps, she calls out, feeling the blush on her cheeks and her own giddy smile. She usually doesn't cuss. Mitsuki swears enough for the 3 of them, and then some, but, well, Korechika really deserves it. Once they're off campus and around the corner, no sign of Korechika nor his friends following them, they stop to catch their breath. Sorry about dragging you along there, Inko says, somewhat sheepishly, scratching the back of her neck. I knew Korechika would have go after you again, so… It's fine. The boy blushes, not meeting her eyes. Inko can't help but grin. Thank you, he finishes, with a small smile. Really, thank you. No problem, Inko says. It's then that she realizes she still has the boy's books gripped tightly against her chest, and she pushes them out into his hands. Here, sorry about that. No really, thank you. I don't know what he wanted with them, but… Probably wanted to throw them out the window, Ayam says, somewhat under her breath, but the boy chuckles at her remark. I'm Seiki Ayam, by the way. Ayam grins, voice louder this time, waving furiously at the boy who's a mere meter in front of her. Oh, and I'm Midoriya. Midoriya Inko, she says, smiling at the boy's own smile. Well then, you can call me Yagi. They end up catching up with Mitsuki at the train station, who's perched on one of the benches. She turns when she hears the three of them clamoring towards her. I heard you beat the sheet out of Korechika, Mitsuki says once they're in earshot, and Inko chokes on her own breath. He was Mitsuki, I swear, she shouts, and the other girl cackles out a laugh. Ayam giggles behind her, and when she turns around she sees that Yagi is smiling. So, is this the boy you heroically saved? Mitsuki asks, pointing at Yagi. He blushes slightly, looking like he's about to speak, but Inko pipes up first. He didn't need saving, she states, somewhat defensively. I'm sure he could have handled himself. Korechika is just a dumbass. Yeah, he's a real FA what? Mitsuki grins happily, now standing and bouncing on the ball of her feet. Yagi, this is… Bakugo Mitsuki, she waves. Yagi smiles in return. I call me Yagi, he says. Yeah, I got that, Mitsuki says, rolling her eyes, but her face is still open and kind. Yagi pauses for a second, then lets out a small laugh. Ignore her, she's a J. Inko rolls her own eyes and Mitsuki throws her head back, laughing. Well, she's not wrong, she barks out, but then she turns towards Ayam. We missed the DMN train, now we have to wait 20 minutes for the next one. Sorry, Mitsuki, she calls, chasing after her friend who's already turned and gone, stomping off towards the correct platform. Ayam does crane her neck around as she runs off, just sparing a moment to wave at the two of them left standing there. Bye, Inko. Bye, Yagi. Inko sends her goodbyes as well, and Yagi merely waves. He then turns towards Inko. You aren't going with them? Nah, they live on the west side of the city. I live out east, so I'm taking this train, she says, pointing her thumb at the platform directly behind her. Yagi's face lights up slightly at that. I live out east as well. Great, Inko says. Although it looks like we've also missed the earlier train, looks like the next one is in 15 minutes. Yagi nods, following her as she moves to sit on the bench Mitsuki was previously occupying. It's quiet for a moment, the boy beside her stiff with tension, staring straight ahead with his hands resting on his knees. Eventually Inko breaks the semi-awkward silence, turning towards him. So, you're new here, right? His eyes widen slightly at the question, and Inko backtracks in a rush. I mean, not that it's a bad thing. Not at all, I thought I knew everybody in our class, but I haven't seen you around before, so… She trails off, cheeks burning slightly. Yagi only chuckles, waving her off. No, it's fine, you're right. I just moved to the city, so I'm new to the school. Well, I hope that Korechika didn't ruin your first day too much. No, I'm used to it. It definitely could have been a much worse day. Inko's chest tightens for this boy she's only just met. She really only has Ayam and Mitsuki, but their little group is tightly knit, and she can't imagine how she would have survived up until now without them. She almost asks why he transferred, but figures that would be a bit too much prying from this boy who's practically a stranger, when Yagi begins speaking himself. Your quirk seems really useful, do you plan on going to UA? Inko nearly sputters. She's never really thought much of her own quirk, because she never really planned on being a hero. Even if she had a quirk that was more powerful, she couldn't imagine being out there, fighting on the front lines. She admired all of them deeply, and was so thankful for their mere existence and the courage they all possessed, They sacrifices they were constantly making daily. But Eno, she didn't want to be a hero. Nah, she laughs once she gathers her own thoughts. That's not really who I think I am, you know? At that, Yagi sighs, just a small, nearly inaudible breath. Yeah, I do. Slowly, Yagi becomes Toshinori, as he begins to migrate into their little group. He does like her other friends, Inko can tell, but the two of them form a fast friendship. They hang out after school a few times, but mostly just in school and on the odd weekend Toshinori has free. She's not sure what exactly he does during his free time, not one to pry, but whatever it is keeps him in a nearly exhausted state. You should come over this weekend. Inko gleams, smiling at Toshinori. The four of them are at lunch, the weather nice enough that they're crowded under the shade of a tree, sitting on their respective uniform jackets. We're watching an old American horror movie that I just bought. Night of the Living Dead. Mitsuku exclaims, letting out a theatrical groan as she sticks her hands out in a poor imitation of a zombie. Giggles around her rice. Toshinori picks at his own bento, smiling slightly as he shakes his head. Thank you for inviting me, but I'm afraid I'm busy this weekend. You're always busy, Mitsuki calls out, but her tone isn't rude, just loud. She grins at Toshinori, showing teeth. What it is that you do every weekend anyways? Inko doesn't say anything, but she does peek at the boy through her bangs. While she considers Toshinori her friend, her good friend, she never has gotten a straight answer as to why he's always busy. He's never mentions any clubs or sports, or an after-school anything. She can't help but be curious. Toshinori pauses, blinking twice. Inko can sense how uncomfortable he is. Mitsuki and I am both obviously staring at him waiting for an answer and heard it well. She's doing the same thing, frankly. She's about to speak up, let him know that he doesn't owe any of them an answer, but his lips part before hers do. I'm not training to get into UA. The words are firm, but he all but flinches after saying them. A beat passes, after which Ayam throws up her hands in excitement, nearly swatting Mitsuki with her chopsticks. That's so great. I'm sure you'll get in. You're clearly dedicated if training your every weekend. Yeah, I know Korechika thinks he's the school's golden boy and that he'll get in no problem, but he's at the arcade downtown every weekend, the dumbass. Mitsuki chides. Inko doesn't say anything, just nods along and smiles. She knows it'll be hard for Toshinori. It's hard for anyone, but Toshinori doesn't have a quirk. She knows it's rude to think that way, but it's the truth. There's no getting around it. But if there's anyone who she thinks could get into UA without a quirk, it's Toshinori. You really? Toshinori asks, ping his head in what appears to be confusion. No one's ever him why guidance counselor keeps insisting that I aim for a different school. Mitsuki slaps him on the back, the boy lurching slightly with the movement. Every teacher in this school is an old hag. Guidance counselor or not, they don't know what they're talking about. Toshinori's smile brightens. Well, thank you. The three of them grin, I am ruffling his hair, and Mitsuki goes back to insulting Korechika, both about how he SEKS as a person and also SEKS at DDR. As she rattles off, I am nodding along with her and laughing. Toshinori catches Inko's eyes. He offers her a small smile, the tiniest of things, but it makes her chest heave. They're in the middle of an overcrowded courtyard, as nosy as can be, but for just a split second everything else around her fades. It feels private. And just for her. She quirks her own lips, smiling back. Not only does Toshinori get into UA, but he gets into Class 1A. I'm so happy for you. Inko says, Ayam and Mitsuki screeching behind her. She wraps her arms around him, pulling him into a fierce hug. She feels him stiffen momentarily, and before she can pull back and apologize, his arms crush her against his own chest. Thank you, Inko. Of course, Toshinori. You really earn a. She's cut off by the other two girls crashing into her backside, knocking the breath out of her. Toshinori laughs, the sound ringing in the air around them. It's the brightest one she's ever heard from him. Mitsuki, Ayam, and Inko all end up at the same local high school. Nothing as prestigious as UA, but it does have a good reputation within the local districts. Korechika isn't at UA, But he isn't here either, so she counts her blessings. She still sees Toshinori on the weekends, when she can. He's still as busy as ever, he doesn't get its own reputation from taking it easy on their students. It's a lot of work, Toshinori says, furrowing his brow as if trying to find the right words. Inko laughs. Understatement of the year, she thinks, but doesn't say. She's just happy to see him so happy. Tired, yes. Bruised more often than she'd like to see, but she knows that it's bound to happen, that it's all a part of becoming a hero. And she knows that's what Toshinori will become. She watches him during the sports festival and learns about his quirk. I was a late bloomer, he says nervously one day. They're both in her bedroom, sitting on the edge of her futon. I really didn't mean to hide it from you, really. I know you didn't, she says easily, and Toshinori looks at her, dumbfounded. You're not mad? He asks incredulously. Of course I knew you'd be watching the festival, so I should have told you beforehand, but I just didn't know how, and I didn't want you to. She cuts him off with a laugh, waving him off. No, Toshi, I'm not mad at you. I'm sure you had your reasons. So many people try to define themselves with their quirk. It was just nice that you didn't feel the need to. He's still frowning slightly, but she ruffles his unruly hair, something I.M. always does and she rarely ever, but his smile is nearly blinding. She'll never say it, but she truly doesn't know if she believes him or not that he was a late bloomer. It seems more likely that he was simply hiding his quirk. But with something that powerful, she could see why he might want to. Pondering over it briefly, she decides that whether he was hiding it or not, it really doesn't matter to her. She trusts him too much for it to matter. After graduation, Toshinori can't hang out on weekends anymore. My internship is rather intense, he says, and she can hear the wince in his voice through the phone receiver. I really can't talk about it much, I'm sorry Inko. She doesn't press him about it. She knows next to nothing about the ins and outs of heroing, but figures that, yeah, it must be all rather intense and need to know. Inko does yell at him when she learns he's interning in the United States and he never told her, but even that, she can't bring herself to hold a grudge over. It's her college graduation party when she sees Toshinori again in person, for the first time in 4 years. They had talked on the phone all the time after high school, texting even more often than that. But slowly, and steadily, their communication became more and more infrequent. I'm sorry, Toshinori tells her one night. It's not my choice that it has to be this way. But it's what I have to do. I understand, she had said, because she does, but that doesn't mean she wasn't fighting off tears, it doesn't mean that it didn't hurt all the same. She knows Toshinori is going to be a great hero. She knows he's going to save so many people. She knows that she can't get in the way of that. But at her graduation party, after Mitsuki and I.M. and her family and her college friends had left, she hears a knock at her door. She frowns at her empty apartment, figuring someone had forgotten something. She just said goodbye to I.M., who had lingered to help clean up a bit, but she had shooed her out eventually as well. So she opens the door, and shock overcomes her when she sees who exactly is standing sheepishly in her doorway. A beat passes, where she's unable to move, but then she tackles the man into a fierce hug. Toshi! How are you? He laughs, louder and bolder to match his frame. She almost hadn't recognized him at first. He'd been slowly and steadily gaining muscle ever since she's known him, but it seems to have finally caught up with him. Just as tall as he's ever been, hair still wild and unkempt, but he's much broader, his figure shadowing over her own and making him look like a new man. But it's when she meets his eyes, bright and blue as ever, that her split second of doubt as to who exactly this was, is washed away. She would never forget those eyes. I'm back in town just for tonight, though, he says a bit sadly. He lets her go, meeting her eyes again with a smile. It's the same smile he's been giving her for years, but it looks so much different now. Not bad different, just different. Maybe because he finally has the figure to contain the magnitude of it. Maybe she had just been aching with how much she missed seeing it. Then we'll have to make the most of tonight then, won't we? She asks, almost tentatively, and he beams back at her. Carefully, ever so carefully, she takes his large hands into her smaller ones. His breath hitches, and she can almost feel the tension on her skin, but it soon smooths over once more. His eyes are glistening. She can't help wondering what her own look like. Slowly, she leads him down the hallway. When Inko wakes up the next morning, she rolls over in bed with a content sigh and ends up grasping at nothing. 7 months after Inko's graduation party, Toshinori receives a letter. It's one of the last letters he receives in his old apartment. He had to move to be closer to his hero agency. He'd wanted the agency to be closer to him, but it just wasn't feasible. It wouldn't have made any sense. So instead he moves from one apartment to another, not quite downtown Tokyo but on the outskirts, where the suburbs meet the city. Sir Night Eye had offered to help him with his boxes, but he politely declined the offer. He only has a few more, anyways, his larger possessions already being driven down by the moving truck. Just a few smaller things he has, more delicate, things he doesn't want to risk bouncing around in a large truck. He checks his mailbox one last time, having already spoken with the post office about his change of address. There are a few letters, mostly junk leaflets, and one bill. Leaflets, a bill, and one letter that knocks the wind out of him faster than any villain could. He recognizes the handwriting before he even reads the name scrawled atop the envelope. Quickly, he fumbles with his keys and enters his apartment, sliding to the floor as he has nowhere else to sit, but he's afraid his legs would give out on him if he had stayed standing. As carefully as his shaking hands can, he rips open the letter. A single piece of stationery falls out. Toshi, to begin with, know this, I'm not writing this as a guilt trip. I'm simply writing to inform you, because it's your right to know. I don't know the hero world like you do, of course, but I do know how dangerous it is, and how much you sacrifice, how much you have sacrificed. I could never ask you to give that up. You're too important to Japan. You're going to change the world, Toshi. That much I'm sure of. That I know. But, because it would never feel right if I never told you that I'm going to have a child soon, Toshi. And the child is yours. Again, I'm not writing this asking you to come to my aid, to drop everything for me and this boy. I know how difficult this is, and I could never ask you to choose. Because I know you're going to do great things, and you're going to make a lot of enemies doing it. It would be dangerous to raise a family, if that's even what you wanted. So no, I'm not asking you to come to me or to him. But you have a right to know that you're going to have a son. His name will be Izuku. I won't prevent you from coming to me, if that's what you truly want. But we both know what you have to do. I'm sorry to do this to you, I truly am. And in a letter of all things, but I don't have your new number. And I'm not mad, I understand what you have to do, Toshi. So do it and do it well. You're always welcome here, Toshi. I'll always have a cup of tea waiting for you. The first thing Toshinori thinks is I wonder how the ink got smudged, but that's when he realizes that the ink is smudged because the paper is wet, and the paper is wet because Toshi is crying. Silent, ugly tears that stream down his face. His hands are shaking, he realizes next, and he actively has to keep himself from ripping the paper. Inko's PRGNT. With his Izuku. He doesn't know what to think of this, it's the last thing he was expecting. He hasn't even talked to Inko since that night, too much of a coward to face her the morning after. Because he knew it was a mistake, going to see her. Because he knew it would be a goodbye. There were no formal rules about heroes having relationships platonic or otherwise outside of their careers, of course. But because of Toshinori's specific situation, with All for One still out there, having lost Nana already, he couldn't afford to lose Inko because she was tied to him, because of his own mistakes. And it hurt that it hurt so much to let her go. But now, his phone rings and he blinks, the trill pulling him out of his own hazy thoughts. His face is still wet, but he stopped crying. He can't remember when he stopped. Hastily he pulls his phone out of his pocket. Sir Night Eye. He frowns at the time. Has he really been sitting here that long? Hello. Sure you don't need any help? I asks. Toshinori tries to smile, but fails. It's good that the other hero can't see him right now. I know, I'm all set. Just got held up. I'll be there soon. There's a pause, and Toshinori winces, mentally preparing himself to rebut at the man's insistence, but thankfully he doesn't have to. Alright, if you're sure. I'll meet you at the agency later? Of course. I'll see you soon. Toshinori gives himself another minute to breathe, slow and labored, and then picks himself up off the floor. When he'd sat down earlier he was leaning against the wall, but he ended up slumped over onto himself, shoulders hunched, without realizing it. Once he's standing, he carefully folds the paper back and returns it into the envelope. He can't think about this right now, think about what he's going to do. So instead he gathers the rest of his boxes, focuses on what he wanted to discuss with Night Eye about their drag raid last week, and does absolutely everything he can not to focus on the letter burning a hole in his back pocket. 15 years later, Toshinori is packing his belongings once more. He glances at the letter, shuffled in with various postcards and an early fan mail, and he tries to swallow the lump in his throat without much success. He looks away quickly, and tries not to think of the drafted replies that lay at the bottom of the box. Multiple letters. All unsent. I really am getting slower, Toshinori thinks to himself bitterly. These 2-bit villains never used to give him any sort of pause. He knows that this one is pretty slippery, literally, and the throbbing in his left side is enough of a reminder as any. All the same, it leaves a rotten taste on his tongue. Maybe he really should have taken Night Eye up on his offer to meet with his intern. If his own personal scouting at UA doesn't go so well, then he definitely will. Internally shaking himself, he rids himself of the thoughts, focusing on the issue at hand. The Dmed villain. Rapidly, he turns a corner, ignoring the stench around him as he follows the dim light the villain was clearly chasing. He sees it now up ahead, strands of afternoon sunlight shining in from a manhole cover. He pushes himself up and out, keeping the cover in hand, launching it at the foe's head as soon as he catches a visual. It doesn't do much. He wasn't expecting it to, but it's enough to capture the villain's attention as he looks away from. The villain is staring at him now, shouting something All Might doesn't catch, because he's too focused on what can only be a boy, a child, who is clearly fighting for his life as he grapples at sludge bindings. In the split-second hesitation that Toshinori makes, can he channel a smash to just affect the slime villain, or will it hurt the boy too? Should he? A flare of green, vibrant light begins to emit amidst the slime. Is this part of the villain's quirk? What the? Comes a gargled cry. Apparently not the villain, then. But it doesn't matter. Half a second later, the boy unleashes what seems to be a crackle of energy, and it's enough, just enough, for him to pull out of the villain's grip ever so slightly, so he's not fully entangled within the sludge and slime. That'll have to be enough, Toshinori thinks. The monster of a man is already moving to grab at the kid again, and he can't let that happen. Fear not, young citizen, he bolsters, rallying his own fist. For I am here. Texas.smash. He unleashes the power within himself, a windstorm encapsulating the underpass, decimating the slime villain into a twitching pile of mud. Unfortunately, the boy was still caught up in the blast, the impact of it knocking him off his feet. Quickly, Toshinori rushes over. He's conscious, thankfully, but clearly a bit dazed. For half a moment, dread overcomes him, because the boy is most definitely missing an arm. Did he? But no. He can see that it must be an old wound, or simply how the boy was born, with some sort of black garment placed over the residual limb. Young man, he asks. The kid is still looking down, blinking, but soon enough, he lifts his head. As soon as he does, his eyes widen, jaw going slack. All might. Are you quite all right, young? His smile nearly falters. Because now he's looking into the boy's eyes, bright green eyes staring up at him in amazement, brimming with wonder, with adornment. And that he's used to. That isn't anything new. It's who those eyes belong to. Because he knows those eyes. How could he ever forget? Yes, I'm fine, all might, sir. The kid begins to rattle off his reassurance as he scrambles to his feet, obvious to Toshinori's verbal fumbling. I just can't believe it's really you. I've always wanted. He feels bad, ignoring the kid's words when he's so clearly beyond himself to meet him. But those eyes? Surely a coincidence? It must be. He's lying to himself, he knows. But it's not. It can't be. Not like this. My name is Midoriya Izuku, the kid says, dropping into a formal bow. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Toshinori can only stare back as his world crumbles before him. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa." Shoyuta sighs, looking up at the doorway. "You're late, kid." Once he actually sees Midoriya, he cuts himself off, nearly banging his knees on the kitchen table as he jolts himself out of his seat, rushing towards the boy. "Christ, kid, what the hell happened?" Midoriya is smiling, but that doesn't really say much. Shoyuta can only focus on the bruising around the kid's neck. "It's fine, I'm fine, really," the kid blurts out, and Shoyuta raises a brow at him. His first instinct is that a kid from school got at him, and just the thought of that mere possibility has his blood boiling. But as bad as kids are, he can't imagine one outright choking him, to leave such bruising. He also notes that Midoriya's voice is a bit rough around the edges, but definitely better than it could have been. He sighs, grabbing Midoriya's hand, leading them both over to his couch. He stares down the kid until he sits, Shoyuta following in suit. "Okay, tell me what happened." The kid averts his gaze, scratching the back of his neck and wincing slightly as he does so. Shoyuta grits his teeth. He has half a mind to call up Recovery Girl, but it really isn't that bad. "Thankfully. Well, there was a villain and I." "Did you go seeking out a fight?" "No. I swear." The kid pauses, taking a breath. "No, I was just walking here from school, and this huge sludge villain showed up out of nowhere. He grabbed me and I..." Shuta's own breath hitches in his throat. The boy is fine, he's right here in front of him. But he truly wants to vomit at the thought of Midoriya being attacked by a villain. It's an unfortunate reality of their society, but it's not something that any child should have to deal with. "I used my quirk, enough to free myself, just for a moment. He was literally sludge, I couldn't get a grip, but I was able to call on my quirk, and it was just strong enough that I managed to get out of his grip, slightly, for a moment. And then All Might showed up." Shoyuta feels his brows raising, eyes widening. "All Might?" Midoriya nods, his expression quickly morphing from gray and somber to true excitement and glee. "Yeah. All it took him was one smash and he was able to capture the guy." Shoyuta nods, parting his lips, then closes them, frowning. He sighs instead, reaching out and placing a hand on the kid's shoulder. "Well, I'm just glad you're all right, kid." Midoriya offers him a small smile. "Yeah, me too." He snorts, retracting his own hand. A brief pause and Shoyuta just has to ask. "So, what did you think of him?" The kid raises a brow. "All Might." Shoyuta gives him a pointed look. The kid returns it with an eye roll, but he's grinning wildly. "He was great. I can't believe I really met him, and I got to see him in action too. His quirk is so crazy powerful that he was able to take out the villain in one hit." He wants to roll his eyes, really he does. But the kid is just so DMN happy. Even if he sees both Hizashi and himself on a regular basis, he's still completely enamored by heroes and heroics. And All Might above anyone else. When the kid lets out a small laugh, however, Shoyuta turns back to him, curious. Meeting his eyes, Midoriya continues. "You'd be happy to know though, he's different in person than how the media makes him out to be." "Well, that was interesting." "How so?" "Well, when he saw me, he kinda blanked out. And he kept fumbling over his words a lot, which isn't bad or anything. Not at all. It was just different than how he is during the interviews that I've seen of him." "It usually is," Shoyuta mutters, "but something about it doesn't sit quite right with him. Because the thing is, he's met All Might. Albeit only once during that staff meeting, but still. He remembers how All Might was when he'd first walked and he was in his hero form, as he had called it, all muscled up, using his quirk. And he was bolsterious, over the top, and loud. But even when he shifted, revealing his true form to them, he wasn't nervous, necessarily. A bit reserved, solemn if anything. But still, it's hard to imagine All Might stuttering and fumbling in front of a fan, even one as enthusiastic as Midoriya. All Might may be a bit more of a facade than Shoyuta once thought, but even so, it's a facade that he plays out well. Shoyuta can't help but wonder what would have made All Might so out of it as to break it. I'm sure it was nothing though," Midoriya added on, but it sounded like he was more so trying to reassure himself than he was show Yuta. He had to bring that villain into police custody, so he was probably just rushed. I still can't believe I met him. That he saved me. The kid's smile is nearly blinding, his eyes brimming with sheer wonder. Sho Yuta kind of wants to say something to bring him back down to earth, but he doesn't. The kid is just overwhelmingly overjoyed despite having had what appears to be a near-death experience just moments before. Later, he can remind Midoriya that if he does get into UA, that All Might will be teaching him and that he can't act like such a fanboy in front of his own teacher. For now, though, he lets him have his fun. Toshinori thought he wouldn't see Midoriya again until the UA examination. He was mostly wrong. It's about a month after first meeting the boy and he's on campus grounds, having just met with Nedzu over some final paperwork. He ended up getting out later than he wanted to. The man was as long-winded as ever, this time mostly discussing his need for a successor. Just the same as Night Eye, Nedzu spoke very highly of young Mirio, especially with his recent improvement. Toshinori nodded along, but he wouldn't make a decision without examining all of his options. While he was there, Shizenji said that she wanted to see him again. He appreciated her efforts, but really he knew what his wound was, what it meant. And there wasn't really anything anyone could do at this point. But still, he decided to go see her regardless. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Shizenji using her quirk did help relieve some of the pain. Classes, he knew, were finished for the day, so he wasn't really expecting anyone to be in the nurse's office. He, of course, couldn't be so lucky. Last time I'm going to do this, he hears Shizenji chide as soon as he opens the door. Next time I see you, it better be because you passed the entrance exam. Quietly, he closes the door behind him. He sees Recovery Girl in the corner, but there are two figures cloaked behind a privacy curtain that he can only make out shadows of. One seems to be a student, or a current middle schooler, by the sound of it, and the second figure is most likely another teacher. It was my fault, the taller figure says, and he recognizes that voice, doesn't he? He hasn't gotten a chance to talk to many of the other teachers, only knowing them based on their hero status, but this one he can't quite place. I knew it was too much at once. I shouldn't have let him try it, the figure says again, voice stiff and solemn. Toshinori furrows his own brow. An accident during one of the hero courses, perhaps? But if the student doesn't even go to Udata? No, it's my fault. I felt it coming on, but I thought maybe that I could push past it this time. Toshinori feels his heart thudding in his chest, a sudden ringing in his ears because that voice, well, he couldn't exactly forget that voice. I'm responsible for your training and thus your safety, snaps the teacher, and oh, now that voice is a little more recognizable. It's understandable why he hadn't at first, given Aizawa's underground status and having only really met the man the one time at the staff meeting a couple months back. But that brings up a lot of other questions. Has Aizawa been training Midoriya for UA? The kid seemed pretty apt with his quirk, from the brief moment Toshinori saw of it. And if he is, then why? Perhaps it's training unrelated to his quirk, something akin to hand-to-hand combat? And nothing against the other teacher. Toshinori has nothing but respect for his fellow colleagues, but why? Aizawa doesn't seem like the type of man to simply offer up basic lessons. Perhaps if it was one of his students, that'd be different. But Midoriya isn't a student. A family friend, perhaps? It's none of your business, Toshinori mentally scolds himself, stifling a sigh. He looks over again, and sees Midoriya shifting in his seat, perched at the edge of the cot. That was when I was 11. The kid scoffs, indignant, and Toshinori almost allows himself a smile. I think I'm responsible for my own actions now. The shadow behind the curtain seems to bury its face into its hands. I'm not having this conversation with you again, Aizawa sighs. But you both shouldn't be pushing it like this, Shizenji scolds, but there's no bite to her tone. I understand the need for training, but you both have to be more careful. There's a pause, and then they both seem to nod. But your wrist might be a little sore, but your fingers should be fine. Now, if you'll excuse me. Toshinori blinks as Shizenji walks over to him. He offers her a withering smile. She eyes him carefully, but just guides him over to a free bed. He lays down. I do appreciate the efforts, Shizenji, but there really isn't much you can do. Humor me, she states, lifting up his oversized shirt. He looks away as she plants a kiss on his wound, not wanting to look at the mangled mess. As soon as she's done he feels drained, but the pain has subsided. He knows it's temporary, but he is thankful for it. GTSKS. Was hoping that would do more. Toshinori smiles at her. Like I said. She huffs at him, but she smiles back. Stay here for a bit, I want to examine it again after you've rested. He wants to protest, but instead he just nods, resigned. She leaves him again, returning to Aizawa and Midoriya. You two get out of here. I better not see you back here until after the exam, she scolds, and, yes, recovery girl, comes from the both of them. Midoriya at least has the gall to sound a bit sheepish. He sees them get up, and for a brief moment, he panics Aizawa will recognize him, he knows, but Midoriya won't. Which is not good. Come on, kid, Aizawa gruffs, and they both stand. Of course, Aizawa catches his eye, and they widen slightly. Hello, Yagi, Aizawa states, angling his head slightly. Toshinori clears his throat a bit, tasting copper, and nods. It's good to see you again, Aizawa. He nods in return, and both of them look over at Midoriya. He almost winces at the sight he was expecting the bandages, but he now sees that the boy's entire left arm is heavily scarred, twining marks etched into his skin. Aizawa follows his gaze and frowns. Meet me outside, Aizawa says. Midoriya raises a brow at him, but nods. He smiles at Toshinori and walks out of the office. Are you all right? Aizawa asks, and well, he honestly wasn't expecting that. Yes, I'm fine, he says, blinking. Recovery girl just wanted to treat me a bit for my injury. Of the UA staff, only Nedzu and recovery girl know of the true nature of his injury. But the rest know of his true form, and that it was resulted from an injury. Aizawa nods. But I know that you saved the kid from a villain a couple weeks back. I wanted to thank you for that. Toshinori blinks, again. From what he overheard, Midoriya seems to be training with Aizawa, and for some time now, but he can't help but wonder about the extent of their relationship. Of course, he answers. Just doing my job. And the kid managed to get out of the villain's grip on his own for a few seconds. He must have an impressive quirk. Aizawa snorts and averts his gaze. It's something all right. But seriously, thank you. Toshinori pauses, then nods. You're welcome. Another stifled pause. What is his quirk, exactly? Toshinori blurts out, before he can catch himself. He shouldn't ask, it's not his business, but considering he was born quirkless, and Inko's attraction quirk. Perhaps it was a mutated version of her own, a repulsion quirk? It would explain how he was able to get out of the villain's grip, and it would certainly be useful, depending on the strength of it. But all he saw was a crackle of energy, and the boy had managed to break free. Pausing his racing thoughts, he looks up at Aizawa, who's eyeing him carefully. It's a muscle amplification quirk. That's interesting. It's common enough for quirks to skip a generation. Perhaps that's what happened. He knows his own parents were both quirkless, but perhaps Inko's parents. Certainly useful, fit for a hero, he smiles. It's true after all. Strength augmentation was extremely useful and very versatile. Aizawa nods, quirking his lips. I would hope so. Another lull of silence, and Aizawa eyes the door. Toshinori follows his gaze. Well, I should get going. I'll need to bring Midoriya back to his mother. The other hero says, and Toshinori nearly sputters at the mention of Inko, the questions he wants to ask hitting him in waves. Does he see Inko often? How often does he see Midoriya? How did they even meet in the first place? Is there a father in the picture? But no. He has no right to ask any of those questions as much as it's burning a hole in his chest. Because he gave that up 15 years ago. He gave it up for the safety of both Midoriya and Inko, of course, but he gave it up all the same. The child may be his blood, but he's not his son. He forces out another smile, tight on his lips. Of course. It was good seeing you again, Aizawa, and young Midoriya as well. Aizawa nods. Likewise, All Might. He blanches slightly at the name, but doesn't say anything. However, When Aizawa moves to reach for the door, he just can't help himself. Look after him. Please. Dark hair whips around, but Aizawa's expression is unreadable. It's with great effort that Toshinori keeps a steady face. I always do, he replies, simply. Toshinori nods, smiling faintly. Because what else can he do? I really am sorry. Mr. Aizawa? Shoyuta sighs, knuckles turning white as he grips the steering wheel. He feels the kid staring at him, but he focuses on the road in front of him instead. We need to be more careful. It really wasn't that bad, the kid mutters, and Aizawa rolls his eyes. Well, he's not wrong, it definitely could have been worse, but that doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't matter, Shoyuta states. You broke your fingers and fractured your wrist. That cannot happen. It's happened before, the kid argues, voice pitched low. He's not angry, Shoyuta can tell, just frustrated. Shoyuta is too. It was worse the first time we tried. But it healed. They come to a stoplight and Shoyuta spares a glance over at the kid. He's leaning forward in his seat, chin resting on his hand as he stares out the passenger window. The reflection in the window shows a sour frown and furrowed brows. It doesn't matter. If you're compromised on the field, then you're of no use to anyone else, and you become more of a hindrance than a hero. Shoyuta knows he's being harsh, he nearly winces at his own words, but they need to be said, because the kid cannot just accept getting injured. Especially not when his quirk is so naturally volatile against him. And Shoyuta knew that they shouldn't have been trying it regardless. It was too risky. They've been sticking with him using his legs though, which is good. Smart. But one punch at 10%, one obliterated punching bag, one cracked wall, his landlord was going to kick him out very soon, and one injured hand later showed Shoyuta again what thin ice they were on. Well, he expected the punching bag to be destroyed. The walls he could have done without. And the injuries. He's had worse, Shoyuta knows. While most of the scars on his arms are from before they started training, there are a few, particularly across his fingers and ankles, that resulted from using his quirk while he trained. Usually, Shoyuta is able to shut it down when it becomes too much, but sometimes Shoyuta isn't fast enough. And while they are focusing on shoot-style moves and techniques, that doesn't mean that Midoriya can go completely without using his hand. That would just be illogical and impractical. He has to take advantage of every single available resource that he can. They just have to be smart about it. And they have to do better. They sit in tense silence until Shoyuta pulls into Midoriya's apartment lot. Putting the car into park, he looks back over at the boy, who's still deliberately not meeting his eyes. It shouldn't have been so harsh, Aizawa states, but the boy whips around and his face is nearly unreadable. A bit sad if anything. No, you should have. Because you're right, he says. Aizawa stays silent and watches as he huffs out a breath. I'm just frustrated. That I'm not able to do more. Jesus Christ, this kid. He thinks back to 4 years ago, the kid so afraid of himself, in that alleyway. It feels like eons ago, and yet it feels like no time has passed. This boy has grown up immensely right under his nose, but he still has that same flicker in his eyes. That same flicker of maybe not fear, but uncertainty. Frustration. And it's part of what drives him, Shoyuta knows. But it hurts him to see the kid like that all the same. You're doing more than enough, Shoyuta says, the boy eyeing him. You've improved immensely over the years. The fact that you've gained as much control over your quirk as you have is more than impressive. It's true Shoyuta wouldn't tell him that just to boost the kid's ego, or to even reassure him. If Shoyuta thought he couldn't make it into UA, or that he wasn't fit to be a hero, he would have said something a while ago. But he does think he can make a great hero, that he has great potential. And he's only improving every single day. Midoriya nods, and offers a bit of a smile. Yeah, I know that it's been getting better. It just seems like there's so much more I could do with it, that I'm not doing. Well yeah, he has a point. The kid has so much strength locked up inside of him, literally, but he just can't harness it. As much as they try, as much as they've been trying. As awful as it sounds, it just seems like the kid's quirk is broken. That it can't physically function properly, as it should. And they know this, they've both known this, But as soon as it seems like they've figured out how to control it more and more, it turns around and bites them in the butt. We can't dwell on that, Shoyuta says, hammering down his own doubts. Midoriya raises a brow at him. We can only focus on what we can do. We know you can operate at 5%, full cowling for 10-second intervals. So, we work with that. And we keep working on it, Shoyuta gruffs out. At that, the kid's smile brightens, and he nods a bit vigorously. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. Satisfied, Shoyuta opens his car door, Midoriya following after him. He's thankful he was able to lift the kid's mood a bit, but he knows he's not out of the water yet. Hey Mom. Midoriya calls out, after walking up the steps and into his apartment. Around the corner comes his mom, apron on and a wooden spoon in hand. Hello Izuku. Hello Aizawa, she calls out cheerfully. How was? She cuts herself off, eyeing Midoriya's bandaged hand. The kid tucks it into his pocket sheepishly. Izuku, she frowns, but she's looking at Shoyuta. He thinks going toe-to-toe with Toxic Chainsaw would be less fear-inducing. Ms. Midoriya. Shoyuta bites his tongue as she sighs. It's quiet, but sharp, and Shuta's stomach lurches. With the exam in a couple months, I suppose I should get used to this, shouldn't I? It's not the first time he's brought Midoriya back bandaged. He thinks back to the first time they tried using his quirk, really using it, and fights against the itching feeling on his skin. A fractured forearm, 3 broken fingers, and a significant amount of bruising it had been. Thanks to Recovery Girl, he'd healed quickly and relatively easily. The biggest obstacle had been keeping Midoriya from training those few days afterwards. As horrible as it wasn't necessarily the injury itself. No, it was when he brought the kid home, and he saw the look in Ms. Midoriya's eyes. She hadn't been staring at his injured left arm, but rather his right shoulder. Shoyuta can still feel the hot shame that he had felt then. AFANG failure, unable to keep the DMN kid safe. He knew injuries were par for the course at UA, but the kid wasn't at UA yet. He'd been 13 at the time. And besides that, it hadn't been an injury from any kind of training. It was the backlash again. The kind of injury Shoyuta had specifically said he would avoid. He'd thought after that, Ms. Midoriya would pull her son out of his training. As devastated as the kid would have been, Shoyuta wouldn't have blamed her. When she invited him over the day after, he was almost certain he was going to get chewed out, reprimanded, and told that he could no longer see her son. Instead, she'd greeted him with a smile and a cup of tea. Shoyuta accepted it, surprised again by the woman, without fail. I knew this would happen, going in, she had said, taking a sip from her own cup. That he would be injured. If he's going to be a hero, later on, it's going to be an inevitability. But still. Shoyuta had said nothing, allowed her to collect her thoughts. The scars he has are from his quirk, directly. Not necessarily from him using it. She had continued, and Shoyuta frowned at that. Of course he had noticed the scarring that marred the boy's left arm. He had figured it had been from injuries prior, due to using his quirk, but he didn't know that the scarring was from direct backlash of the quirk itself, rather than an injury sustained from using it. It's like that energy is eating him up. The doctors had said it's because it has nowhere to go, and thus he'll grow into it. And now, with all your training, it seems he has begun to grow into it, but I still worry that it's going to be too much for him. We can stop the training, Shoyuta had said as a reminder. If you're not comfortable with it, we'll stop. She'd smiled at him, Shuta's breath catching in his throat as she did so. You can stop training him, but he won't stop. I know that much. Thankfully, Shoyuta didn't notice any new scarring after that injury. It seems that he was able to gain more control over his quirk, both the use of it and the backlash, thanks to the training. A few times after that, Midoriya would gain a new scar here and there, but it wasn't much. As Ms. Midoriya had said, it wasn't like his incidents, the power unleashed throughout his body, too much for him to handle, tearing him up. But after each subsequent injury, Ms. Midoriya looked at Shoyuta with her own sort of determination in her eyes. Sadness, of course. Frustration, no doubt. But determination lingered within, all the same. This time was no different. Mom, it wasn't his fault, it was mine, Midoriya says, and Shoyuta wants to roll his eyes. He really does. But he doesn't. Ms. Midoriya shakes her head, smiling at her son. She doesn't say anything in reply, just turns to Shoyuta. If he trains at UA, he'll most likely be getting injured, yes? The kid whips around, silently pleading with Shoyuta. He ignores him. Yes. He will. It's the nature of the hero program to partake in high-risk training. While the safety of our students is our top priority, we do not hold back in our training, because villains do not hold back. Ms. Midoriya presses her lips together, nodding. And the nurse you've been taking him to, she's the school nurse. A permanent position? Shoyuta nods. Yes. She's the main reason UA is allowed to function as it does. A still beat, and Ms. Midoriya returns the nod. Then, I suppose it's going to happen, isn't it? Ah yes. If he gets in, it will. Another pause passes, and Ms. Midoriya turns back towards her son. Go wash up for dinner, Izuku. The kid looks like he wants to protest, head swiping between Ms. Midoriya and Shoyuta, but he relents, and walks towards the bathroom. As soon as he's out of earshot, Ms. Midoriya stalks up towards him, fire in her eyes as she jabs a finger into his own chest. You made me a promise 4 years ago. And you better intend to keep it, she grits out. Shoyuta blinks, a bit thrown off by change in tone. But can he blame her? Of course, he manages. I'll do everything in my power. She looks up at him, ping her head. Shoyuta holds his breath as she nods once, and steps back, apparently satisfied. A couple years back, Shoyuta might have argued with her, saying that he's not keeping the boy safe, that he's still getting injured, that he still doesn't have control over his quirk like he should. But he's seen now how after every injury, her eyes travel from his left arm to his right shoulder. Every time, without fail, there's only one thing that she's truly focused on, one thing that the worry in her eyes truly betrays. Keep him safe. Shoyuta will. He has to. Shoyuta greets Nedzu with a nod as he steps into the viewing room. A few other teachers have already gathered. Cementos and Midnight are both standing in one corner of the room by the monitors, chatting idly. They're both judges, he remembers, for the rescue points. The part of the examination he blatantly didn't tell Midoriya about. The basics of the exam are available to any applicant. But the area regarding rescue points is purposely kept quiet, as broadcasting it would defeat the nature of the exam, and it's one of the few aspects of the exam that Shoyuta cannot find fault with. Heroes should be people who save others because they want to, not because they are told to do so. Shoyuta, however, will not be one of the judges. He has in prior years, but considering that the incoming freshman will be his homeroom class, Nedzu told him that he will not partake in the grading as to not play favorites. Still, he's been asked to watch from the viewing room with the rest of the staff. He seats himself on the far side of the room, watching as the rest of the teachers file in. Hizashi isn't there, as he's the one on scene administering the exams. Which is good, because Hizashi is often a distraction, and Shoyuta wants to be able to focus on the group of applicants. He does shift slightly when a tall figure sits beside him. He looks up, confused for half a moment, but oh yeah, All Might. He did see him in this form recently at the nurse's office with Midoriya, but it's still a bit of a shock nonetheless. After becoming so used to the overwhelming presence of All Might that the media so often likes to put forth, interacting with him as just a man is jarring. He feels embarrassed just thinking it, because of course All Might is just a man, even if he didn't have this secret, or if he always looked how he does to the rest of the world. Becoming complacent in such an untouchable figure is not good. But that's what he's always seen him as. Despite his loud, bolstering, obnoxious personality, he's always been deemed as untouchable. An ideal All Might wanted to put forth, no doubt. A purposeful facade, the symbol of peace. Still, Shoyuta feels like a fool for falling for it. He should have known better. Shuddering away the thoughts, he nods up at the hero. All Might offers him a smile and a returning nod. It's good to see you again, Aizawa. Shoyuta fights the urge to raise an eyebrow. You as well, All Might. The man seems to falter for a moment, smile almost wavering, but he doesn't say anything. Shoyuta did know that he wouldn't be partaking in the grading either. Whether it's because he's a new teacher, or it's something to do with his status, Shoyuta doesn't know. He never bothered to ask. It's not long until the exam starts. They don't have an audio feed, but he sees Hizashi and the other proctors motioning for their respective groups to start, and the gates to the UA cities opening before them. He tries to watch over all the students, of course, but his eyes are drawn immediately to Midoriya. He can't count the seconds his quirk is activated, due to the camera flipping to where the action is, but he does see his score slowly rack up in the side counter. When he looks over briefly, he notices that All Might's eyes are also trained on Midoriya, an unreadable expression darkening his gaunt face. Shoyuta frowns, but doesn't say anything, turning back towards the screens. He notices that time is almost out, and while Midoriya has racked up a number of points, he's not sure if it's going to be enough. Shoyuta mentally curses this kid's DMN quirk. So powerful, but he still can't control it properly. Literal years of training, and it's still like fighting at a rubber band, the elastic barely loosening a millimeter each time they pull at it, threatening to snap. It's then that he notices the 0-point bot has finally clambered its way over towards the highest concentration of students in Midoriya's city, towering over them. Most of the students start running in the opposite direction, as Shoyuta predicted they would. However, there's one student who's not running with them, but instead darting directly into the bot's path. He doesn't even have to look at the zoomed-in camera angle to know exactly who it is. Dimenkid. What the hell does he think he's trying to prove? But then, Shoyuta notices one of the students is trapped under a metal beam, and the bot is heading straight for her path. Of course, the bots would literally never crush a student they're meant to attack, and pose a threat, as is the nature of the exam. But they would never go that far. Midoriya, however, is determined. He can see him running, full cowl illuminating his body, but then, before he can remember himself, Shoyuta jumps out of his seat, fists clenched at his side. He barely contains a curse as the other staff turn to him at the sudden movement. Shoyuta bites his lip, ignoring them all, instead focusing on the screen because this DMN kid, he sees the energy flicker around his form, raw and unrestrained, because he's definitely going over the 5% they've established. Hell, he's going over 10% at least. Stupid kid, Shoyuta can't help but mutter, and he can feel All Might staring at him, gaze scorching, but he doesn't turn, eyes unwavering from Midoriya's near-glowing form. It's then that he leaps, soaring off the ground. The kid's his arm, Izuku, lights up, energy flowing as he rips through the sky, metal folding in on itself where the fist makes contact. The halts, shudders, and crashes behind them into the ground. And Midoriya is falling. He's unconscious, arm a mangled mess, and Shoyuta grits his teeth, restraining himself from crying out. He's about to scream at the staff, for them to do something, when suddenly Midoriya's fall is halted. The girl, the one that he had saved, seems to have reached out and slapped him. Shoyuta now notices that she's actually on a piece of scrap metal, floating. Yes, he remembers. Now, she had been making the robots float by touching them, and then sended them careening into the ground. It appears that's what she's done with Midoriya, just much more gently. While Shoyuta calms slightly, now seeing that Midoriya is out of immediate danger, he does notice that his skin is still crackling with green light. Overexerted himself, of course, and now even unconscious, the energy is loose and wild. Is he his quirk? The voice is small, almost tinny in Shuta's ears, and it takes him a moment to realize that it's All Might who's speaking. Shoyuta doesn't reply, ready to bolt himself halfway across campus to forcefully shut down the kid's core himself, but it appears he doesn't have to. The green flares around his form begin to thin out, and then dissipate altogether. Shoyuta allows himself a small sigh, but he knows the kid's not in the clear. If it's just broken, Recovery Girl can heal him no problem. He already sees her stepping onto the scene, time having run out the moment Midoriya hit the ground, but if his quirk damaged him beyond that. Stupid kid. Stupid, self-sacrificing idiot. You've been training him, right? To use his quirk. It's All Might again, and this time, Shoyuta does turn towards the other man. His face is etched with worry? Confusion? Shoyuta can't tell. Yes, I have. He considers lying, but why should he? With how much freedom UA teachers are given, There's no rules preventing him from privately training an applicant on his own time. He'd even told Nezu about it, who just waved him off, knowing that Shoyuda wasn't one to give any of his students special treatment. Besides that, All Might had already seen them together, after Midoriya being injured. At the time, Shoyuda hadn't explicitly said anything, but All Might isn't an idiot. So you must know, then? About the backlash? Shoyuda immediately bristles, but after a beat he realizes that All Might isn't accusing him of anything. He's just genuinely curious. I knew that it was a possibility, he states, carefully picking and placing his words. But he was supposed to keep to his allotted percentage of usage. Which he didn't. Thus, the bodily harm. He knows he's being vague, mostly because Midoriya is an anomaly, and his quirk is so hard to explain to others. But All Might doesn't look confused. In fact, he looks oddly understanding. But there's still something eating away at the man's eyes, something glinting under the shadows. And how much is he supposed to be using? The pause. 5%. It's then that Shoyuda recognizes what's tainting All Might's gaze. It's fear. By the time Shoyuda makes it down to Recovery Girl's office, Midoriya has managed to regain his consciousness. Shoyuda has a few choice words he'd like to share with him. On the way over, however, his mind had been lingering on All Might, and that look he'd been giving him. He'd been meaning to ask him why he was so interested in Midoriya, if he was just concerned for the kid as any teacher or hero would be, or if there was something more to it that Shoyuda was missing. Judging by the fear glazing over his eyes, Shoyuda would assume that was the latter. But before Shoyuda was able to get a word out, Nezu had asked him and All Might to exit the viewing room, as they were going to start discussing the grading of the exam. Shoyuda obliged, but was unable to get a word into All Might before the man bid them all a hasty, awkward goodbye and virtually bolted down the hallway. There would be other opportunities to hound All Might. At this moment, he was more concerned with chewing out a different self-sacrificing idiot. When he enters the nurse's office, Recovery Girl greets him with a raised brow and Shoyuda stifles a sigh. They walk over together towards Midoriya, who's very blatantly not meeting Shuda's eyes. He takes a seat next to him and looks up at Recovery Girl. How bad is it? Shoyuda asks. She shakes her head, slightly. Well, it's not good. Arm was entirely broken, along with fracturing his ankles. I've healed his legs and sped up the process on his arm, but it's too much to completely heal with my quirk. Damn it. Damn it. And the long-term damage? He grits out, glaring daggers towards Midoriya. The kid sulks lower into the bed, averting his gaze. He's lucky. He'll have some additional scarring, but the bones should reconstruct fine. Though I can't say the same thing for next time. Well, that's something. He notices that there's a few students waiting near the door with some minor injuries that still need healing. Shoyuda thanks her, to which she nods and walks off towards the students. I don't need to tell you how stupid that was, do I? A bit of a pause, and Midoriya finally meets his eyes. No. But I'm not sorry. Shoyuda was expecting that. Sure. But if you injure yourself to the point of putting yourself completely out of commission, then you're a hindrance rather than a help. Shoyuda is completely aware that Midoriya knows it, but he still has to say it, because apparently the kid cannot get it through his thick skull. Isn't it worth it, to save one life? Isn't that what being a hero is about? He's quieter, averting his gaze once more. And Shoyuda. Shoyuda has a lot of things he could say to that because yes, self-sacrifice is the essence of being a hero. But still, there's a difference between self-sacrifice and complete disregard for your own well-being. Midoriya desperately needs to learn the difference. If you're going to have such blatant disregard for your own personal safety, then you shouldn't be attending this school at all. Midoriya's eyes widen slightly at that, but he nods seemingly in acceptance. Okay, I'll try to be more careful next time. Not try. You have to. Midoriya nods again, more determined this time. Yeah, I will. Shoyuda doesn't doubt that the kid will try, but he does doubt that he won't bodily injure himself with his quirk again. And that scares him. Because if he does this much damage to his arm again, there might be permanent ramifications. He might lose proper use of his arm. And that can't happen, it can't. But will the kid be able to follow through on that when he actually needs to? For now, the kid looks guilty enough, so Shoyuta relents. You still did good though, kid. You should be proud. Midoriya absolutely beams at him. I thank you, Mr. Aizawa. He nods but adds, I'm still not happy with what you did. But, you still did the right thing. Even if it was incredibly stupid how you did it. Midoriya lets out a huff. Yeah. I didn't really even manage to think about it. It just sorta happened. Like my legs started moving before my brain realized I was running. Well, Shoyuta knows that all too well. He remembers his first few fights as a pro, relying more on instinct than anything. And the fact that Midoriya is experiencing that now? Well, it's certainly heroic. Even if he's still a demed idiot. Shoyuta isn't surprised when he's called in for a meeting with Nezu, the day after the exam. He's a little nervous, sure, but he's mostly annoyed. It's not his fault the demon kid did exactly what Shoyuta told him not to do. Shoyuta is a bit surprised, however, when he walks into Nezu's office and there's another figure in the room besides the principal All Might in his smaller form, looking as ridiculous as ever in his oversized suit. Shoyuta resists the urge to raise a brow at the man, instead sitting down next to him and across from Nezu. Thank you for coming, Aizawa, Nezu says, nodding towards him. Shoyuta nods in return, not missing how it's only directed towards him, and not All Might. Did they both call him down here? Did All Might go and tattle on him, upset that Aizawa allowed him to partake in the exam while knowing the risks of his quirk? If so, he knows that All Might is the paradigm of peace, but going so far seems to be a bit much. It's not like Midoriya himself didn't know the risks, or that he wasn't a willing participant. I assume this is regarding Midoriya Izuku? Shoyuta asks. There's no point in pretending it's not. Nezu nods, expression as unreadable as ever. Yes. You had come to me saying that you were training the boy to use his quirk. Can you explain to us how exactly his quirk works? Shoyuta pauses, eyeing the both of them. All Might has the same almost fearful look in his eyes that he had a day ago. Just as they had then, unanswered questions rattle in the back of his head. Shoyuta had assumed he was scared for the kid about the dangers of his quirk, but perhaps that's not exactly it. He shoves the thoughts away, turning his attention instead onto Nezu. As far as we've both been able to determine, his quirk essentially enhances his strength, making him quick, powerful, strong. As far as you've been able to determine? Nezu asks, ping his head. His quirk is rather odd. Shoyuta says lamely. He glances over at All Might, who's staring at a point past Shuta's shoulder, frowning. Can you elaborate? To the best of your knowledge. Whatever you know would certainly be helpful to us, and the young Midoriya, Nezu says. Shoyuta fights back against a grimace. It would be helpful to him if he knew what the F was going on, if he knew why exactly the both of them needed this information, but whatever. He continues. His quirk is very difficult to control. Sometimes it'll activate on its own, however that became extremely rare after we began our training. Shoyuta pauses briefly, wondering if this is what the principal was looking for, confirmation that the child has an unstable quirk. However, Nezu says nothing to that, just looks towards him patiently. Now with more questions than answers, Shoyuta trudges on. When I first met him, he told me that he was deemed quirkless at 4, his quirk not manifesting until he was 7. The first time he tried to use it, it shattered his arm beyond repair. It what? Shoyuta whips his head around to see All Might staring at him, horror evident in his features. He looks broken, beyond horrified, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. And yeah, it's shocking that a quirk would do this, especially to a kid. But it's clearly more than that, as All Might looks physically and mentally shaken from the news. As if it's personal. As I said, Shoyuta clarifies, trying his best not to focus on the dismay in the other hero's eyes. He used his quirk for the first time, and the backlash it had on his arm left it completely destroyed. They had to amputate it. All Might, he flinches at that, but his expression doesn't otherwise change and he doesn't say anything else. Shoyuta turns back towards Nezu, who urges him to continue. Shoyuta does. For the first year that I worked with him, We worked solely on conditioning his body. We both believed that because his quirk essentially works as a muscle amplifier, if his body became stronger he would then have more control over his quirk. That turned out to be right, but it still took a long time for him to work out how to get a margin of control over it. Right now he can use it safely and easily at about what he thinks is 5% of his power, at 10-second intervals. However, the more he activates it, the less time he has to use it, and his breaks in between use become longer. He's still working on achieving more power for longer, but it seems that his own biology is actively working against him. Shoyuta finishes, the silence thick and heavy in the room now that he's done speaking. Nedzu isn't looking at him, appearing to be lost in his own thoughts, chin resting on his pause. So when Midoriya smashed in the 0-point bot, he was using too much of his power. It's not a question, more of an allowed confirmation from Nedzu of what Shoyuta said, but he nods anyways. Just that, combined with too much of it concentrated into his arm. We've been working on dispersing it throughout his body, rather than concentrating it into one limb. He doesn't mention the series of broken and bruised fingers, and torn muscles that came with the trial and error. He'd already endured the wrath of Ms. Midoriya, which was probably scarier than anything Nedzu could dish out, anyways. The principal nods again, face still considering. Shoyuta shifts in his chair. He considers saying something else, when Nedzu turns to All Might. Is it what you think it is? Oh great, more cryptic sheet. I don't know. It shouldn't be possible, that's not how it's supposed to work. At first I thought it was his doing, but it isn't, I don't think. Now Shoyuta is actively annoyed. Care to elaborate? He tries to keep the sarcasm from dripping into his tone, but he probably doesn't do a very good job at it considering the apologetic look All Might gives him. That should start at the beginning, I think. All Might says gravely, and Shoyuta blinks. I wasn't born with this. With my quirk. My power. It was passed down to me, like a torch. I'm the 8th person to wield this power. It's called one for all. Shoyuta says nothing to that because what is he supposed to say? He doesn't even know what that means. Luckily, the man keeps talking. But was born quirkless. The previous user of one for all, they pass their power down to me. Shoyuta frowns, brow creasing. They gave you their quirk? How? It's passed down willingly through the user's DNA. I ate a piece of their hair, All Might mutters, tips of his ears turning red. Shoyuta would have laughed under any other context, if he wasn't currently on the receiving end of a whirlwind of a revelation. So you inherited the quirk from them after your birth? All Might nods. I was a teenager at the time. And Midoriya was born with this power? All Might doesn't meet his eyes. Shuta's brain is whirring, because there's something he has to be missing. A quirk handed down manually, willingly. But Midoriya? You're saying that you're the boys? I am, yes. All Might states, and it's so blunt how he says it, or maybe it just sounds blunt to Shuta's ears. Because this. He thinks back to Midoriya, of his room practically papered in posters of All Might. Of Midoriya, who grew up quirkless, then grew up in a hospital, and then grew up with a volatile quirk. Who grew up friendless, bullied, chewed out by the cards life had dealt him, but faced every day with that same glowing smile. Shoyuta is shaking, he thinks. Out of anger, resentment, possibly. But it's just this kid, who worships the ground that All Might walks on, for All Might to be his father and for the kid not to know. He takes a deep breath in, then another. Okay, Shoyuta is rational. He's a rational person. He can't let his anger get to him. Because yes, he's angry, but he knows that All Might isn't a cruel man. He remembers that shocked, agonizing look that colored All Might's face when the man first learned about Midoriya's arm, that deep look of concern in his eyes when he saw Midoriya in the nurse's office those few months ago. It's not the look of someone who would abandon their son, it's not. All Might is the #1 hero. He's the absolute symbol of peace, that's not for nothing. This is a man who he knows puts the lives of civilians before his own, who donates nearly his entire salary to charity. And while Shoyuta knows that none of those things translate into being a good father, he at least hopes they do translate into being a decent human being. Right? Perhaps All Might didn't know, until recently. But the thing is, Shoyuta also knows Ms. Midoriya and he highly doubts that she would have kept such a thing a secret from him. But still, Shoyuta can feel All Might stare on him, and it's making his skin itch. He doesn't turn towards the other hero, but he does start speaking to him. Are you positive that his quirk is this, one for all? He hears All Might cough wetly, and Shoyuta doesn't need to look over to know that there's red in the man's elbow. I'm not 100% certain, but it is what it seems like. I didn't notice it the first time, but when I saw him during the exam. There's a pause, and Shoyuta has the slightest urge to start screaming. Instead he keeps his mouth shut and waits. But during the exam, his quirk looked just like mine did when I first started using it. And did yours cause you bodily harm when you first used it? Shoyuta knows his words are biting, but he doesn't amend them. Another pause and then a grave sigh. It was a bit difficult to wield at first. But nothing like, not to that degree, he finishes lamely. Shoyuta hums, unsure of what else to say to the man. Evidently he doesn't have to say anything, because Nedzu interjects, but Yagi didn't inherit the quirk from birth. He was much older when he received it. That makes sense. And it's not as if All Might could have known that Midoriya was going to inherit his quirk, when it shouldn't have been possible, apparently, in the first place. Shoyuta can't blame the man for that, truly. Abandoning his child, on the other hand. Shoyuta turns back to Nedzu. Is there anything you plan on doing about this? Shoyuta asks. Nedzu pps his head at him. Other than admitting him into the school due to his passing performance, no. As All Might here is the wielder of All for One and is the boy's biological father, it's up to him to decide how to proceed. Up to All Might, huh? Well, Shoyuta has a few things he'd like to discuss with the number one hero. Thank you for informing me on this, Shoyuta states as he stands, the words coming out a bit stiff. He's calmer, now that the immediate shock of the situation has begun to dissipate. He can feel All Might's eyes on him while Nedzu nods, smiling. Thank you as well, Aizawa. I know that this is a lot of information to digest. And I'm sure that I don't need to tell you the gravity of this secret, and how important it is that you keep it. Shoyuta manages a nod. Of course. He shoots a glare at All Might, who thankfully picks up on it without Shoyuta having to say anything. They both respectfully bid goodbye to Nedzu, and step out of his office. I need a drink, Shoyuta states as soon as they're in the hallway. All Might eyes him, then nods. That would be a good idea, yes. So they end up at a hole in the wall down the street from campus, Shoyuta restraining himself from chugging his gin and tonic, while All Might nurses a glass of water. Not even a beer? Shoyuta raises an eyebrow, and All Might smiles, somewhat sheepishly. I really shouldn't be drinking, he replies, and yeah, that makes sense. They sit in stiff silence for a few moments, All Might absently stirring his straw while he looks anywhere besides Shuta's eyes. Shoyuta stifles a sigh. He thinks that pulling his own teeth out one by one would be easier than this conversation is going to be. How long have you known that you're the boy's father? Shoyuta asks, because there's no point in being coy about this. To his credit, All Might doesn't flinch, just meets his eyes carefully. He must have been expecting the question at some point, Shoyuta is sure. A couple months before he was born, he states, and yeah, that's the confirmation that Shoyuta was looking for. He feels anger threatening his edges, but he forces it down at least for now. He knows All Might has more to say, that he must have his reasons. Shoyuta figures he should at least hear him out. How did you find out? A bit of a pause as All Might carefully sips from his glass. His expression is a bit dark, but mostly unreadable. Shoyuta watches him carefully as he begins to speak again. Inko sent me a letter when she was PRGNT. We became friends in middle school and remained friends throughout high school but had a falling out of sorts afterwards. Shoyuta pps his head. Clearly not that bad of a falling out. All Might sputters slightly, and Shoyuta tenses as the man reaches for a napkin to wipe the blood from his lips. He knows it's an unfortunate part of his condition, but every time he actually sees it, it activates his flight instincts. It wasn't really a falling out so much as, he pauses and sighs. Shoyuta doesn't say anything, giving him time to form his words. I knew that the path I was on was dangerous. I had known of the power and responsibility that comes with this quirk since I received it, but after high school I truly began to understand the gravity of it. I didn't want anyone to be put at risk because of their connection to me. I began reaching out to her less and less after high school, knowing I was pushing her away, but feeling that it was for the best. The last time I saw her was right after she graduated from college. Shoyuta doesn't need to ask what happened that night. But All Might, he looks so completely torn apart just thinking about this. He said he'd known Inko since middle school, which is much longer than Shoyuta would have thought. Ms. Midoriya isn't callous about the company she keeps, but Shoyuta would have thought they'd met in college perhaps, or shortly before or after. Not that they were childhood friends, not that he... Well, Shoyuta has been with Hisashi since high school. He likes to think that he can recognize love when he sees it. He just wasn't expecting it. Did you ever reply to her? Shoyuta asks. He knows it's a bit of a harsh question, but he can't help but ask it. All Might doesn't even look up, just stares solemnly at his melting ice. No, he mutters. I wanted to. I really wanted to. But what was I supposed to say? Having it out a child in my life, it would have been too dangerous. And Inko, she thought that too. She doesn't know the details, but she understood that what I was doing, that it was going to be dangerous. So she didn't ask anything of me. She just wanted to tell me. It sounds ridiculous, because what mother writes to the father of their child expecting nothing in return? No aid, no commitment, no nothing. But Ms. Midoriya would. She absolutely would. She'd have felt that it wouldn't be right to keep it a secret. All Might grits out, words strained on Shuta's ears. She felt that it wouldn't have been right. Do you? Shoyuta starts, but he cuts himself off. Because while he's been blunt, some of his questions edged with contained frustration. That question would have been too personal. Despite everything, he and All Might are still barely acquaintances. However, All Might still looks up at him, offering him a small, sad smile. Do I wish she hadn't told me? All Might asks, and Shoyuta pauses for half a moment, then nods, once. No, never. It hurt, knowing that I had a son, and knowing that I made that decision to give him up. But sometimes, when I was at my lowest, after my incident 8 years ago. He's smiling again, and it's much brighter this time. Just knowing he was out there was enough. He's one hell of a kid too. All Might looks towards him curiously at the remark. How long have you known him? About 4 years. He nods at that, going back to staring down at the table between them. All right. I thought I heard him say something about knowing you when he was 11. Yeah. He had probably mentioned something when they were in Recovery Girl's office a couple months ago. All Might had been there, Midoriya had seen him, but he hadn't known it was All Might. God, this situation was so effed. Shoyuta almost wanted to laugh, a crazy, hysterical laugh about how absurd all of it was. And now All Might was going to be teaching Midoriya? Jesus. Are you going to tell him? Shoyuta can't help but ask. He's overstepping again, probably, but if Shoyuta has to know. Because well, if he does, Shoyuta is probably going to have to deal with some of the fallout. All Might meets his eyes again, and Shoyuta can't quite decipher the look within them. Are you going to tell him? Shoyuta blinks, slightly taken aback and mildly offended. Of course not, he scowls. It's not anything of mine to tell. All Might holds up his hands in defense. You're right, I apologize. I didn't mean to offend, it's just that you seem awfully close to the boy, and I didn't know. Didn't know what? Never mind, he mutters, and Shoyuta really wants to press him about that, but All Might begins speaking again, so he lets it go. For now. But I honestly don't know. If Inko hasn't told him, then I don't really think it's anything of mine to tell either. That makes sense, he supposes. Feels wrong, still, that All Might is going to be teaching this kid his biological son and the kid isn't even going to know? This kid, who idolizes All Might above all. Actually, now that he thinks about it, that might pose more of an issue if All Might were to tell Midoriya the truth. That kid practically worships you as a hero, but I'm sure you've figured that out by now. All Might coughs at that, red rising in his sunken cheeks. Yes, he was very enthusiastic when we met. Shoyuta snorts. I'm sure he was. The kid talks about you like you've personally hung the moon. There's a bit of a lull, while Shoyuta downs the rest of his drink. When All Might speaks again, Shoyuta nearly winces at how broken his voice sounds. I really don't deserve to be in his life. I gave that up, willingly and purposefully, in hopes to keep him safe. I didn't really expect to meet him like this. To be in his life, at any capacity. Well, there's not much you can do about that now, Shoyuta states, and All Might raises a brow at him. Unless you plan on quitting your teaching position, you're going to be in his life. He got into UA, after all. There's no getting around it. All Might seems to contemplate that for a moment, then nods in acceptance. I understand that. I do. But I don't think I deserve to be in his life as his father. Shoyuta can't really comment on that. Now that he's heard them, he at least understands All Might's reasons for leaving even if he doesn't fully agree with them. He understands how difficult of a choice it must have been for him, and while Shoyuta feels there may have been more he could have done, it's not his to determine. As much as Midoriya would have truly benefited and would benefit now from having his father in his life, All Might made his bed and now he has to lay in it. It's not up to Shoyuta. Maybe you should talk to his mother. All Might sputters, which turns into a racking cough. Shoyuta hands him a stack of napkins. Once he's gathered himself, All Might replies, I don't know if she would welcome that. Again Shoyuta snorts. Because really, even if she's upset with All Might, which is justified, Shoyuta can't fathom her outright refusing to even talk to him. If you truly think that, then you don't know her that well, do you? And you do. Shoyuta doesn't miss the bite in his tone, but he can't quite place where the malice is coming from. There's definitely heat in All Might's eyes and Shoyuta. Jesus Christ. You do know I've been with Hizashi for the past 15-odd years, correct? All Might blinks, momentarily thrown off, but then he flinches slightly, scratching the back of his neck. Sorry. I shouldn't have assumed, but you just seem awfully close to the boy. Shoyuta hums. I've just been training him is all. Are you sure that's it? Shoyuta ignores him. I know that you knew her as kids, but I've known Ms. Midoriya for the past few years. Even if you hurt her, I'm sure she would still welcome you back. For his sake at least. All Might seems to accept that at least somewhat. I suppose she would. I'm just not sure if I can face her. Shoyuta can't help but raise a brow. A bit cowardly, coming from the number one hero? To his surprise, All Might barks out a laugh. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Another drop in conversation, and Shoyuta is half tempted to order himself another drink, when All Might speaks up again. Thank you for discussing this with me. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do, but I feel better about this. Slightly. Shoyuta is glad, because he's still sure as hell conflicted about this. There's some residual anger, but rationally, can Shoyuta really be angry at All Might? As much as it seeks, Shoyuta does understand his reasoning. He's the number one hero, a job that's dangerous for anyone, but this man has the biggest target on his back. Not to mention, Shoyuta doesn't know the details of All Might's injury, but if there is someone out there who can inflict such a wound, he feels that the man is justified in being overly cautious. Sure, Shoyuta says, shoving those particular thoughts away. Just talk to his mother before you do anything rash. I should, yes, he concedes, sighing. Shoyuta nods as he begins to stand, All Might doing the same. He leaves a couple bills on the table and they walk out of the bar together. Has she been doing good? All Might asks as they head towards the train station. Shoyuta side-eyes him, seeing that the other hero looks slightly sheepish. Yes, she has. She's just worried about Midoriya, both if he'll get in and what will happen if he does. All Might chuckles. Well, she won't have to worry about the former, at least. The pause. You're not going to tell them in advance, are you? Shoyuta scoffs. Of course not. All Might grins wryly. Of course not, right? Once they reach the station, Shoyuta about to bid goodbye and walk off to his correct platform, All Might blurts out, You know, you never did tell me how met the kid. Yuta PPS his head at the man, raising a brow. He was running through the streets at 3 a.m. with his quirk activated, while I was on patrol. All Might blinks at him. You'll have to tell me more about that later. Yuta snorts. Of course. Whoever places last will be expelled. Shuta's words are immediately followed by the ever-expected protests, which Yuta shuts down quickly. Life isn't fair, and villains certainly don't play fair. If these kids came into UA expecting it to be easy, then they shouldn't be here. It's that simple. Of course, he doesn't actually have plans to expel any of the students, unless they truly show no potential, and just coming in last won't determine that. When he glances over Midoriya, however, it's obvious that the kid can see right through his rows. Yuta ignores him. Having just witnessed Bakugo's impressive, but not at all surprising, throw, there's an air of distinct nervousness amongst the students. Despite this, he can still see determination flickering in their eyes. They start out simply, with push-ups however many they can do in under a minute. He knows Midoriya will hate him for it, considering how much the kid hated them during their training, but he's not here to play favorites. A few students eye Midoriya curiously, which is natural he supposes, but the amount he can do in between his quirk usage is still, frankly, impressive. Yuta himself hates one-armed push-ups. There's some frustration. He can tell Bakugo particularly looks miffed that explosions won't help with the push-ups, but he still excels nonetheless. Some of them, it's a bit amusing to see their resourcefulness. Tokoyami in particular, using his dark shadow to aid him. Shuji, with his mutation work, completes a rather impressive set himself. However, for most of them, their quirks aren't particularly helpful, something that is personally very familiar for Yuta. With the long jump, things become a bit more versatile. Again, he's pleased with the idea some of them use. Zero is lucky that the jumping pit is close enough to a tree that he can use his tape to swing himself across. If it was a running long jump, he figures Uraraka would have used her quirk on herself, propelled by her own momentum. But because it's standing, she knows using her quirk like that would make her go up, not forward, so she instead removed the gravity from her clothes and shoes. For others, like Aoyama, it's much more straightforward. He can hear a few murmurs when Midoriya makes his damningly huge leap. Truly, the boy is a bit unassuming, and he has no doubt that people will constantly underestimate him on the surface because of his disability. But somewhat shockingly, most of the class goes up to him after his jump to congratulate and commend him on his quirk. The boy, ever bashful, waves off the compliments. Diminkid. He should be proud with how far he's come. Of course, some don't partake in such niceties with the other students. Todoroki, he notices immediately, is purposefully standoffish. Bakugo is similar, but it's not out of disinterest as much as it is arrogance. Arrogance, towards everyone but Midoriya. Because there's something there, in the way his gaze lingers on the kid, that makes Yuta worry. He thinks it might be envy, but it's definitely not that. Resentment, perhaps, but Yuta can't tell. Normally Yuta would have played it off as a simple student rivalry, but he can see the way Midoriya very blatantly does not look over in Bakugo's direction. Yuta makes a mental note of it, to mull over later. Now that rest of the students have completed their jump, he has them preparing for the 55-meter dash. He already has a general idea of how this is going to go down. Ida, of course, is a given. Bakugo as well, and Todoroki he knows this'll be easy for. Ashido also seems promising, as he saw her expertly use her sliding during the practical exam. However, while the first round of students is preparing, with one of the school's bots preparing to count them off, a bit of yellow catches his eyes. Yuta sighs, resisting the urge to pinch down on the bridge of his nose. All Might shouldn't be here. He really should not be here. He's very much not hidden around the corner of one of the outer walls, a bit ways back. Thankfully, most of the students are facing in the opposite direction, towards the course. The first round of students Tokoyami, Shuji, and Zero finish their race. Unfortunately for him, there's nothing in the vicinity for Zero to swing from, and Dark Shadow isn't much help with speed, so Shuji beats the both of them. As Yuta mentally notes their times, he peeks back around. All Might is still there, oblivious both to the other students and to Yuta himself, only focused on Midoriya, who's currently stretching in preparation for his own race. Shoyuta suppresses a sigh. If this is going to work out at all for them, All Might has to be far less obvious. However, Shoyuta now notices that a few of the girls, walking back from the water coolers, are going to walk directly in front of All Might and they'll see him for sure, most likely before All Might even notices them coming. And that is not good. Not world-ending, but if Ishido, Hagakure, and Aussie see All Might, they're most definitely going to create a scene, and that's going to become a huge distraction. Shoyuta absolutely does not want that to happen. Well, maybe even if All Might doesn't move, they don't have to see All Might. I hope you take the hint, you absolute buffoon, Shoyuta thinks to himself as he tucks his own hair into his capture weapon as not to give himself away. Then, holding back a smirk, he shoots a glare towards All Might. There's a bit of steam that comes off of the man, as he quite literally poofs back into his smaller form. It's blocked behind the wall now, but it should dissolve into nothing by the time the girls walk past, and hopefully by then, All Might will have gotten a FANG clue and have left the training grounds. However, half a second after All Might transforms, Shoyuta hears an oof coming from the race course. He whips around, and eyes widen when he sees it's Midoriya who's fallen onto his hand and knees. And he looks utterly baffled. The kid picks himself up immediately, however, and finishes the race. He ends up losing to Bakugo, but with a burst from his quirk he still manages to beat Kirishima. Frowning, Shoyuta walks over towards where most of the students are gathered. As he does, he spares a glance behind him, and notices that All Might is no longer there. But still, why did Midoriya fall? He'd fallen near the starting line, and even with today's exertion he should have had plenty of control left to finish the race easily. I wonder why he fell like that? Shoyuta hears Kaminari ask aloud, Zero at his side. The both of them are oblivious to Shoyuta approaching from behind. I dunno, that was super weird. Looked like his quirk kinda just shut off in the middle of his stride. He didn't seem prepared for it at all. Shut off? Shoyuta thinks back, because that look on Midoriya's face, he's seen that look before, he knows he has. But when the figure stares back at him, and it's just a kid, a scrawny, wide-eyed kid. The panic is evident, screaming in his posture, but there's also bewilderment shining through in his eyes. "That my quirk?" he asks. At the time, Shoyuta thought he was asking for his quirk back. Now recalling the memory, Shoyuta knows that he was more so momentarily baffled that his quirk was gone at all. That it had been erased. But he hadn't. Shoyuta hadn't erased his quirk just now, he erased All Might's. He wasn't even looking in the direction of Midoriya, so how? It couldn't. But that look, oh, Shoyuta knows that look, how could he forget? The boy's quirk shut off against his own will. There wasn't any panicked fear this time, like there had been 4 years ago. But still, that temporary confusion just now mirrored the look that scared, 11-year-old boy had given him all that time ago. And that, well, Shuta's brain rattles off at him, uselessly, this can't be good. Shortly after class lets out that afternoon, all of his students still very much enrolled, Shoyuta finds himself in the teacher's lounge. It's empty, save for one blonde man who offers him a tentative smile and a mildly hesitant wave. Small miracles, Shoyuta thinks to himself as he steps through the threshold and towards the couch. Everyone else has gone home for the day? Shoyuta asks as he seats himself next to All Might. The man nods. Yes, it's just me here. He holds up a stack of papers. Just hashing out the final details for my lesson plan. Shoyuta hums. But, because we have to talk. Any trace of a smile quickly vanished from the man's gaunt face. Ah, right, of course. I should apologize to you, Aizawa, for getting in the way of your examination. I really didn't mean to. Shoyuta waves him off with a huff. No, not that. Well, yes, that, don't do it again. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. All Might meets him with a rather withering gaze. Oh, Midoriya. His quirk. What else do you know about it? There's a stiff pause between them, All Might wringing his hands as Shoyuta eyes him carefully. Eventually, the other man looks up from his lap and back towards Shoyuta. I've told you everything I know about the quirk specifically. It's a power that's been passed down for generations, cultivating and growing with each user. Is it connected between the users? All Might blinks at him, raising his brows. Well, that's not a good sign. Well, it's rather hard to explain, I mean. Shoyuta sighs, holding up his hands as to cut the other man off. Perhaps I should explain myself further, Shoyuta mutters. All Might nods warily. When I erased your quirk earlier, I believe it erased Midoriya's quirk as well. Shoyuta lets the sentence out in a rush, allowing a pause before he meets the other hero's eyes again. When he does, he sees that All Might looks nothing short of stunned, regarding him with wide eyes, jaw slightly agape. He takes a moment to gather himself. Shoyuta can practically hear him thinking. What? Are you sure? Well, I'm not certain, Aizawa gruffs, but the moment I erased yours, he fell while he was running. While he was using his quirk. Again All Might blinks, now frowning. I mean that doesn't. I've seen it before when I... Shoyuta sighs, running a hand through his unruly hair. It only further tangles the knots, and he sighs again. Remember when I said I first met the kid while out on patrol? All Might nods, shock still evident across his features. Shoyuta continues. He was running. Just running, his quirk was activated while doing so. Once I was within a safe enough distance, I erased his quirk and caught him with my bindings. But when he looked at me, he looked, well, shocked. Shocked that his quirk was gone, it seemed. He quickly realized what was going on, but in that moment, in the pause of his words, Shoyuta meets All Might's gaze once more. It's a similar look to the one he had at the entrance exam when he saw Midoriya use his quirk against the 0-point bot. Not a very fitting expression for the #1 hero. In that moment after his fall, he looked just as confused as he did that first time. But I was erasing your quirk, this time, Shoyuta finishes. All Might rubs a hand over his chin, eyes averted from Shoyuta as he stares down at the floor between them. He sighs. I'm a bit lost here myself, considering the abnormality of the situation. I know that when my successor passed on their quirk to me, my powers weren't reliant on theirs in any way. It was, essentially and in actuality, my own quirk. The pause. But it's not as if my quirk has to be activated for him to use it, no? Well, that's true. Midoriya never showed any signs of not being able to use his quirk during their training at any point. It was difficult work getting it under control, but the issue was always too much power, not that he couldn't call it at all. And it didn't seem to have any lasting effects. Once Shoyuta was done actively erasing All Might's quirk, Midoriya was able to use his own quirk to finish the race. So, it seemed it only mattered when it was forcibly shut off? And Shoyuta knows that his type of quirk is rare. It's very unlikely that All Might himself would have run into anyone, villain or otherwise, with a similar ability. Do you know of anyone else who might know something regarding this, one for all? Shoyuta asks. He then frowns, when the question turns All Might into a sputtering mess, hacking red into his shirt sleeve. Shoyuta gives him a moment to gather himself. I might be able to reach out to someone, yes, he states, looking over at Shoyuta with something of a sheepish grin. But there's nervousness in his eyes, Shoyuta can tell. Along with something else that Shoyuta can't decipher. Fear, possibly? If you can, Shoyuta nods. I'm sure it'd be helpful to help understand his quirk better. All Might nods, coughing again slightly. Yes, of course. Shoyuta hums, motioning to stand, but before he does All Might asks him, are you going to talk to young Midoriya about it? Shoyuta raises a brow at him, ping his head to the side. I don't see how I can, considering that would involve revealing your secret, no? All Might tries and nearly fails for a smile. Perhaps. But it might be useful if you could just ask him what he thinks happened during the race. Well, Shoyuta could probably manage that. But knowing Midoriya, it's likely he'll come to Shoyuta himself before Shoyuta even has the chance to ask. I'll see what I can do, he states, standing up from the couch. Before he leaves the room, he turns back. And you'll do the same, won't you? A cough. Right, yes, I will. Shoyuta hopes that he will. For the sake of the kid. Deku. On instinct, Izuku nearly flinches, but the tone of the nickname isn't how it normally is. No, it's not hateful, it's not spat out in anger. It's bright, chipper. And the voice is completely wrong as well. He stops in his tracks and turns and smiles when he sees who exactly is calling out to him. Uraraka grins brightly in return. "It is Deku, right?" she asks once she's caught up to him, and Izuku blinks. At that she red ends slightly, digging her heels into the ground. I heard Bakugu calling out to you this morning in homeroom, so I figured that was your name." "Oh yeah, right?" He remembers this morning, finding his way to the classroom and not really knowing what to expect. Mr. Aizawa, sure, but he wasn't even there yet when Izuku arrived. No, instead he was greeted by the girl from the entrance exams, the one who was caught under the sheet metal, who was nearly crushed by the 0-point bot. The one who saved him from his fall, or so he was told, since he was rather unconscious at the time. The girl who also, as he learned from All Might and the acceptance video, offered up her own points to give to him. It turned out such an act wasn't possible, but was also unnecessary. Regardless, Izuku found himself tearing up from the sheer kindness of the act alone. That this perfect stranger's save for their brief encounter before the exam would be so willing to help him out and risk achieving her own dreams, just to help him out. So he was shocked then, learning of her actions, and he was shocked still when she approached him during homeroom with a bright smile and brighter eyes. He was so used to his classmates outright ignoring him. Bullying him too, but that was honestly a bit more rare after his injury. No, after that most people just ignored him. He was placed into a new school after his time in the hospital, which left him in classes filled with unfamiliar faces. And well, it's not like he had friends at his old school, anyways. Well, not since. But Uraraka was practically bouncing on her feet when she greeted him in homeroom earlier that day, looking genuinely happy to be talking with him. Izuku couldn't help the broad smile that crept onto his face. "You're the one from the exam, right? I'm Uraraka Ochako. I really wanted to thank you for saving me. Your quirk must be crazy powerful, to have taken out that huge bot." Izuku grinned, feeling rather sheepish as he scratches the back of his neck. "Well, I don't really remember it. I did pass out right after Dato. Which is why I wanted to thank you, for catching me." Uraraka laughed, waving him off. "It was nothing really. I shouldn't have gotten myself into trouble like that in the first place, overexerting myself. But what you did was really amazing. It wasn't I. I, too, wanted to speak with you." Izuku blinked in shock, looking over at the student who just approached him. It was the kid from the exam room, the one who called him out on his muttering as well as warning him of bothering Uraraka. It was rational, really it was good he didn't go up to her, and he should have been more focused on himself and his own performance. "I wanted to commend you on your actions during the exam. I'll admit, I didn't think you were taking this seriously at first, what with your muttering and all. But it seems that you truly took to the essence of the exam. Of course, there would be rescue points. UA is ever knowledgeable about what it takes to truly be a hero, that's why it's the top university in the nation. You clearly took that to heart." Izuku gave himself a moment to take the words in, the praise having felt odd and undeserved. But he was grateful for it nonetheless, and smiled in return. Well, thank you really, but I really didn't do anything SPE. Nonsense. What you did was truly heroic." Before Izuku could muster a reply, a hand was held out in front of his face. "Ida Tenya, it's a pleasure to formally meet you." A brief pause, where Izuku stared down at the hand, feeling his own cheeks heating. Because while he didn't want to seem rude, he didn't. It turned out he didn't have to do anything because before he could, Ida glanced up again, then down at his own right hand, before shaking his head slightly as he retracted it, replacing it with his left one. I truly am sorry, no offense, Izuku laughed, taking his hand and shaking it firm. "No, it's fine really, no big deal." Because it wasn't, not at all. He just hates the awkwardness of either refusing the handshake or going in for an awkward shake, but it's never anything that offends him. Deku. Izuku flailed slightly, but managed to keep his composure. It's not like he was surprised. Why wouldn't he be? Kaken has always had amazing power, and had always dreamed of attending UA. It came as no shock to Izuku that he would have made it into 1A. He braced himself slightly before looking over. And yeah, it may have been years since he'd seen his once friend in person, it's still unmistakably Kaken. Same spiked hair, same glaring eyes, same sneer to his lips. He was staring Izuku down, and while there was heat in his gaze, there was something else that Izuku couldn't quite place. It almost reminded him of when. But no. He shook his head. He wasn't going to think of that day, not now. Not after seeing Kaken for the first time in 8 odd years. What are you doing here, Deku? Izuku blinked, because well, that should be obvious, shouldn't it? But he knows that's not what Kaken was asking. Mercifully, Ida spoke out before Izuku could formulate a proper sentence. Ah, you're Bakugo, correct? I believe it was you who placed first in the entrance exams, wasn't it? Or well, you tied with Midoriya, at least. Wait, really? Izuku couldn't help but think. What? Ida nodded, seemingly unfazed by the venom in Kaken's voice. Yes, I was curious of the results, to see the standings on my fellow classmates to gain some insight onto them, so I asked for a copy of the results. It's publicly available if you only ask. And that surely Ida had to be mistaken? Because while Izuku knows he was told he did well, he didn't really think he did that well, considering Kaken. At that, he whipped back around to Uraraka, the one who let out the yelp and followed her gaze. And it was. He barely managed to stifle a laugh at the sight of Mr. Aizawa sprawled on the floor in his sleeping bag. The rest of the class seemed to find it odd and mildly terrifying, but, well, it wasn't exactly his first time seeing their teacher in such a state. Shortly after, Mr. Aizawa handed out their gym uniforms and brought them outside for the Quirk apprehension test. It had gone well, actually, better than expected if Izuku was being honest. It's still a constant fight, controlling his Quirk, but the examination had been an overall success for him. Well, an almost success. He does remember during the 55-meter dash where his Quirk had failed him, and he'd ended up falling to his knees. While he had been using it pretty consistently beforehand, between the push-ups and the long jump, he hadn't felt like he was approaching his limit. Perhaps it was some sort of fluke? Because it hadn't felt like it normally does, when he's running low on his stamina. No, this had been more abrupt, but still, it could have been from the exertion. Between today's class and the exam, he'd been using his Quirk more than he has been in the past. He makes a mental note to talk with Mr. Aizawa next time he got the chance. For now, he shrugs off the thoughts and focuses on Uraraka, beaming in front of him. Well, not so much beaming anymore. He feels guilty now, having stretched out the silence, lost in his own thoughts. I mean, I just assumed it was Deku, since that's what Bakugo said, but if I'm... No, he cuts her off, a bit too forcefully. I mean, that's just a nickname that Kaken has for me. He uses it to make fun of me, but I haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. But I mean, I really like Deku. Kind of has a nice ring to it, yeah? Like, never give up. Surprisingly enough to his own self, Izuku finds himself smiling. Well, then call me Deku. She beams even brighter than before, which Izuku had previously thought impossible. However, it momentarily falters, her eyebrows drawing together, ping her head. Wait, did you say Kaken? Right. Kaken. Bakugo. We used to know each other as kids, and I. Lucky for him, he then spots Ida walking over, waving towards the both of them. Izuku is more than grateful, for the second time that day, to cut off his own words and allow Ida to speak, as he seems eager to discuss the apprehension test and Mr. Aizawa's logical rouse with them. Uraraka's gaze does linger on him momentarily, but thankfully, she doesn't try to press him about Kaken. Because that. As they walk side by side towards the train station, Izuku can't help but ponder over what Uraraka had said about the nickname. Because for the first time, that hateful nickname hadn't sounded so hateful. Mr. Aizawa. Stilling in his steps, Shoyuta turns around towards the sound of the familiar voice. He sees Midoriya standing before him, having caught up to him in the hallway just as he was exiting the classroom between PRDs. Yes, he gruffs out, because he knows what this is about. He can tell the boy wanted to speak with him this morning but never got the chance to, hounded by his friends the moment he entered the classroom and obviously eager not to seem overly familiar with his teacher. At least that's how it seemed anyways. Midoriya isn't looking for any special treatment, and Shoyuta doesn't plan on giving any. But it was only yesterday that Shoyuta himself discussed with all might about the predicament they seemed to be in with their quirks being entwined with one another. And Midoriya, curious as ever, was here to seek answers, he knew. And Shoyuta wants to tell him the DMN truth. But it's not his to tell, so instead he internalizes a sigh and waits for Midoriya to ask his question. Sorry to bother you, I know you're on your break, he starts, and Shoyuta holds back an eye roll. Demon kid, he should know by now that he's not a bother. But I just wanted to, mention. Yesterday during the test, I seemed to lose control of my quirk, while running. I mean, not lose control, but it stopped working? Quicker than it normally would've. So you didn't run out of stamina, you don't think? Honestly, Shoyuta hates this, being forced to both play dumb and to lie to the kid, who clearly deserves better. But it's not as if Shoyuta can tell Midoriya the real truth without betraying a secret held throughout generations, along with a damning revelation about the boy's own heritage. So he forces himself to play along. No, well, that's not what it felt like. But it kind of felt like it was like I wasn't able to grasp onto it. Which is similar to how it is when I'm reaching the time limit, but this was much more abrupt. Well, that's honestly a bit shocking. Previously, when Midoriya had told Shoyuta what it felt like for his quirk to be erased, he described it as similar to a rug being pulled out from under him. But this seems different, like it was out of reach and he couldn't quite get a hold on it. Similar to how he's described reaching his time limit on full cowling, where he feels his control slipping away from him, where he feels he's either going to lose that control or risk overloading his body with his own quirk. Similar, but not quite the same. It might be due to the sheer amount you've been using it lately? Possibly backlash on your stamina from your stunt at the entrance exam. The planned excuse rolls bitterly off his tongue, and Shoyuta holds back a frown. It's logical enough, he figures, and judging by the boys nodding he appears to agree. Yeah, I was thinking it might be something like that, he mutters before letting out a soft laugh. Guess I'll just have to keep training harder, huh? Shoyuta allows himself a smirk. Without overexerting yourself, of course. But I wouldn't worry about it with how unpredictable your quirk has been in the past. The amount of control you do have over it now is still impressive. Just notify me if it happens again. Midoriya averts his gaze, shifting his feet as is typical whenever he receives such praise. One thing Shoyuta hasn't been able to teach him yet is how to accept a DMN compliment. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta hums, pointing back towards the classroom. Now go head back. Passing PRD is almost over, and I know All Might has something important lined up for you all. At the mention of the number one hero, Midoriya beams. Right. We should split up. Kabakugu is going to come after us first. Most likely a one-man assault. It wouldn't be good for both of us to get caught in it. You should go after the weapon. Uraraka raises her brows in question. Are you sure? All I would need to do is touch him, and he'd be out of our way. To be fair, Izuku says more than a bit sheepishly, I have a pretty good feeling that Bakugu is going to come after me regardless. So it would make the most sense for you to go find Ida and the weapon. She looks at him warily, but not doubtfully. There's a small beat of pause, to which she then nods in agreement. Izuku knows he certainly doesn't have enough time to explain why exactly Kaken wants to come after him specifically, and nor does he care to. They turn another corner. Izuku sees the stairwell in sight. It would be unlikely for the weapon to be kept on the first floor. He should tell Uraraka to. Deku! As quickly as he can, Izuku activates his quirk and grabs onto Uraraka, pulling her out of the way of Kaken's blast. He lets her go, steadying the both of them as they come face to face with their assailant. Luckily Kaken had tried for a sneak attack from behind, thus not blocking their access to the stairwell. Uraraka, run, he shouts, and she listens. She shoots off towards the stairs in the far corner, and it's obvious that Kaken isn't interested in following her, not even watching her as she goes. No, Kaken is far more interested in him. Izuku thinks that Kaken is going to shout something else at him, but he doesn't. He just gears up his right fist, prepping for another assault. Izuku doesn't give him the time. Once again he activates his quirk, power streaming through his veins as he turns and runs. Get back here, Deku! Kaken shouts after him, already an echo through the hallways. At least Izuku has speed on him, he knows that much. Of course Kaken could use his blast to propel himself, but doing so would be unwise and unstable in such relatively tight corridors. It's been years since Izuku has seen his quirk up close and personal. It's so much more powerful now than it was back then when they were younger. When Izuku was still quirkless but ever hopeful, hoping he would one day be strong too, hoping he could be more like Kaken. But now, well, things are a bit different now. He shakes his head, waiting for his stamina to catch up so he can power up his quirk again, darting up the stairwell. As brutal as Kaken is, he's still smart, Izuku knows. He may appear to only be thinking in terms of blasting Izuku to bits, but Izuku knows there's more to it than that. He'll be high on his tail, and it's only a matter of time before he catches up to him. He's made it to the 4th floor, when he turns a corner and ducks behind a wall. Will Kaken predict that he's going to higher ground? Or will he have found him regardless, closer than Izuku thinks he is? He expected to hear more shouting, or blasting, but no. He hasn't run into Uraraka either, and he's not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hopefully good. But Kaken will find him soon, he's sure. And that should be good thing. Izuku can't solely count on Uraraka finding the missile in time, he still has to do his part. Which right now would be capturing Kaken. He pulls the roll of tape, admiring it a bit dubiously. A few years ago he would have scoffed and cursed his rotten luck. Capture tape. Capturing someone in this way should surely only be possible with 2 hands. Well, that's what he would have thought. But now he knows better. You want me to train with your scarf? Capture weapon, Mr. Aizawa corrects, and yeah, Izuku knows that. But really, it's a scarf. He unravels the bindings, revealing a sight that Izuku rarely sees. In the couple years they've been training, he's only seen his teacher without his weapon a handful of times, always wearing it regardless if he's in his hero costume or civvies. Any hero that relies solely on his quirk is doomed to fail, Mr. Aizawa states, and yes, Izuku knows that. It's why they've been training in hand-to-hand combat and mixed martial arts along with strength training and quirk control. And that's all well and good, but this? He thinks he might be out of his depth here. He catches the material in his hand. It's a bit softer than he would have imagined. He doesn't think he's ever touched it directly. Well, there was the that first time where he was literally bound by it, but he was a bit distracted then. How do I use it? Izuku sees it, the hint of a smirk that Mr. Aizawa is clearly trying to hide. How do you use it? Like any regular capture tape or binding. So, it won't do the floaty thing? No. It's encoded to my DNA, it'll only respond that way for me. But that posed a bit of a problem. I don't really see how I'm going to be able to effectively bind someone in this way, with just one hand. This time Aizawa does smirk, full and true. Then I guess you'll have to improvise, won't you? It's not the first time that Izuku is genuinely thankful for Mr. Aizawa and his pitiless training methods. Toshinori watches as Midoriya begins to unwind the capture tape. It's a bit clumsy, uncoordinated, as he's essentially holding the roll loosely between his knees, allowing himself to unravel a bit of the material. Grasping the end of it, he then shoves the rest of the roll into what appears to be a pocket on the right shoulder of his costume, and peeks his head around the corner wall. Uraraka, any progress? Asks Midoriya, his words echoing through the comm in his own ear. Toshinori glances over at the other monitor, and sees Uraraka walking steadily through the hallways, 1 floor above him. I haven't found anything yet, I made it to the 5th floor though and You think you can hide from me, Deku? One of the students lets out a bit of a muffled gasp. Another attempt at a sneak attack, but just as before, Midoriya dodges. Residual sparks fly as Bakugo stares down his fellow student. Deku, are you alright? Uraraka shouts. I'm fine, he replies, taking a few steps backwards. They're at the front end of the building now, up against the windows. And with the angle that Bakugo came at him, there's nowhere for Midoriya to run to if he wishes. Not without fighting Bakugo. I found Ida and the weapon he's actually monologuing right now, she states, looking a bit like she's trying to contain her laughter. 5th floor, at the front of the building, near the center. Good. do what you can. I'll try come up there as soon as I can. You won't be getting out of here anytime soon, Bakugo practically growls, pacing forward and closing Midoriya in further. Toshinori grits his teeth. This is only a training exercise, but Bakugo has such fire in his eyes. He knows he has a sharp tenacity, but this seems like it's more than just a desire to excel. This seems personal. You'll have to keep me here then, Kaken, states Midoriya, holding up a fist and crouching at the ready. And that nickname Kaken. An old friend, perhaps? With such a cutesy nickname, Toshinori can't help but assume. Bakugo has that nickname for Midoriya as well. Although his doesn't seem as childlike, he spits it out like an insult. Not to mention, the sharp look of Bakugo's glare that certainly doesn't look like something of friendship. And Midoriya, for the first time that he's seen, the boy looks almost closed off. He can see the determination etched into his figure, sure. But the boy, his facial expressions are usually an open book, from what Toshinori has gathered from their few encounters. But this is different. At Midoriya's words, Bakugo only seems to grow angrier. You damn an idiot. You're not getting away from me. And with that he launches out towards Midoriya, right fist at the ready. Midoriya looks prepared for the attack, yet it seems that he misjudges where it's aimed. He's readying for an attack at his right side, but Bakugo ends up shooting left. However, Midoriya is able to adjust quickly. He grabs at Bakugo's arm and flips him over his shoulder with near-perfect execution. Wow, Kaminari whistles. That was a crazy move from Midoriya. I don't even think he used his quirk. It's odd that Bakugo would attack on the left, Azui states, tapping her chin in thought. It would have made much more sense for him to attack Midoriya's right side, putting his opponent at a disadvantage. What? That would have been super unmanly. Kirishima shouts. Yaoyorozu glances over at him, crossing her arms in front of her chest. From a battle standpoint, it would have made sense. There's no denying that. Her words are firm, and they seem to sap some of the energy from the room. Yeah, but... Kirishima fades off, eyeing Toshinori carefully. Toshinori suppresses a sigh, forcing through his smile. In battle, you have to use every card you're dealt to your own advantage. Anything you can take advantage of, you should. It feels odd, telling his students to exploit the disability of another student. But in reality, that's how it works, and that's how it will always work with any villain fight. Midoriya, he can tell, is well aware of that fact, considering it looked as if he was prepared for it, that he was caught off guard when Bakugo didn't go for his right side. They watch as Bakugo rebounds quickly, one again on his feet and glaring. Udim Deku. You think you learn a few fancy moves and you're hot sheet, huh? Uraraka, what's your status? Midoriya asks, which only causes Bakugo to seethe further. Ida is too fast. I won't be able to outrun him to get the weapon, and there's nothing for me to use to fight against him. Stop ignoring me, Deku. Bakugo shouts, lunging forward. Again he attacks at the left, and this time Midoriya is prepared. As he sidesteps the attack, he reaches out with tape, wrapping and looping it around Bakugo's wrist, just above the explosion. As Bakugo is pulled forward by his own momentum, Midoriya slides his hand down the tape, pulling it forward towards the other wrist. It looks like a practice move. Well executed, with minimal fumbling at the tape. Toshinori hasn't seen Aizawa fight much, but even he can tell where this execution is coming from. However, it's not enough. Before Midoriya can properly bind him, Bakugo lets out an explosion from the hand Midoriya is reaching for, sending the boy flying. He lands with a rather harsh thump. Against the opposite wall, tape in hand. Same old quirkless Deku, huh? You think you can beat me without your quirk? Ignoring the words, Midoriya stands, rushing in again, this time going for a frontal attack. Bakugo's scowl only grows, hands smoking. You goddamn Deku. Use your quirk on me, you coward. Use it. This time, Midoriya does seem to react to the words, if only slightly. A momentary stumble, but it's enough of an opening for Bakugo to land a clean punch in the center of the boy's stomach, sending him flying once more. Ah man, that's gotta hurt, Ashido mutters beside Toshinori. He agrees Midoriya is crumpled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Toshinori has to actively steel himself from flinching at the sight. But again, Midoriya picks himself up quickly, this time discarding the capture tape completely. Bakugo grins madly. Uraraka, grab at the pillar by the window and be prepared. Midoriya shouts. There's a reply of prepared for what? But Midoriya doesn't have time to respond. His body begins to sing with energy, green lightning dancing across his body. The two students race towards one another, Midoriya letting out a roundhouse kick which Bakugo evades, at the same time throwing a blast backwards that nicks Midoriya's shoulder. They both skid to a stop, facing each other again. It's then that Bakugo reaches for his gauntlet. These things aren't just for show, you know, Bakugo smirks, finger toying at what appears to be a grenade pin. They've been storing up my sweat inside them. If you really know all about my quirk, Deku, then I'm sure you know what this means. It's very smart, Toshinori can tell. He's reviewed all of his students' quirks as they've been registered. He knows that Bakugo secretes nitroglycerin in his sweat and creates explosions with it from his hands. To have a significant amount stored up. He should call the match. It's going to be far too dangerous having an explosion of that caliber go off. His hand quivers where it's gripped tight over the microphone. This isn't right. He can't allow for any of his students to get badly injured for a mock exercise. It doesn't matter that it's. Toshinori glances over the monitors, eyes landing on the one that gives him the best view of Midoriya's face. He expects him to be a bit apprehensive, if anything, about the revelation. But the boy looks far from nervous. Instead he's smiling. He really shouldn't let this play out. But for Midoriya to look so confident. Toshinori says nothing. Instead, he watches as Midoriya gathers himself, quirk activating once more. Uraraka, get ready, he shouts, launching himself into the air. It's obvious that Bakugo doesn't hear him, or at least willfully ignores him. Following Midoriya's trajectory, he pulls the pin, launching his explosion just as Midoriya plants his legs atop the ceiling. The explosion rings, and Midoriya dodges, calling upon one for all as he bounds off the ceiling just before the blast makes impact. Well, he mostly dodges. He must have miscalculated the size of the blast. Toshinori knows he sure as hell did, and it ends up nicking his arm. Midoriya cries out, but manages to land on the other side of the hallway, rolling with the momentum. It takes Toshinori a split second to see what exactly has happened. His eyes pan up the screen, and he sees now that the blast shot straight through to the floor above. Straight through to the weapon room, creating a hole in the floor and a large amount of rubble. Perfect makeshift weapons, if you're able to lift a pillar of concrete. And that's exactly what Uraraka does. She uses the pillar to launch an onslaught of loose debris at Ida, who has no choice but focus on dodging and protecting himself. She leaps into the air, then releasing her quirk she latches onto the weapon, securing their victory. Toshinori pauses for half a moment, blinking, before his smile grows impossibly larger. The hero team wins. Deku, that was amazing. Uraraka runs up to him outside of the now semi-demolished building, grinning wide and bouncing on the ball of her feet. He grins at her. It was nothing really. I mean it was Bakugo's blast that allowed you to steal the weapon. Yeah, but it was your plan, wasn't it? She asks, and Midoriya nods, lips quirking upwards. Yeah, it was. I was lucky it worked out as well as it did, and I'm sure there were things I could have planned out better. It was risky, aiming what I knew was going to be such a huge explosion at the ceiling without knowing the exact structural integrity of the building. We very easily could have been. Deku. Izuku blinks and looks over to Uraraka, who's laughing, but it's not unkind. If anything, she's still beaming at him. Izuku grins a bit sheepishly. Sorry, I got carried away, didn't I? It's okay. But, I think you can relax. It's just our first real exercise, right? Izuku nods. Yeah, you're right. Just our first one. Still lots of room for improvement. And besides, we still won, she calls out gleefully, and Izuku can't help but laugh in return. They did win. And they beat. Izuku can't help but look up at Kaken, who's stalking ahead of them as they walk back towards the main campus building, back to the viewing room. Ida is trying to talk to him. He can tell, but it's clear that Kaken is completely ignoring him. Wait, Deku. Uraraka says, and Izuku stops suddenly, turning towards her. Her face is twisted into a frown, and she's staring at his arm. I didn't realize Bakugo got you. Shouldn't you go to recovery, girl? I know, it's not that bad, I'm fine. If anything, his back is worse off than his arm is, from getting slammed into the wall. But it's not that bad really. At worse. Nope, no way, I'll take you to recovery, girl, myself. She grabs at his hand, but her grip is light, gentle. Izuku holds back a grin, resigning himself to his fate as Uraraka tugs him, albeit gingerly, off towards the infirmary. Kaken! Wait up! Stopping dead in his stride, Kaken turns around, scowling as he faces Izuku. It gives him pause only for a moment, and then he smiles. Auntie said we have to walk home together, remember? Mom is an idiot, Kaken sneers, but doesn't say anything more when Izuku falls in step beside him, so Izuku ignores his comment. Kaken is talking with two of his friends, the three of them blatantly ignoring Izuku, but that's fine. He listens and smiles and walks alongside them. They're talking about their quirks, which is typical. It pangs Izuku still, makes his chest ache, but he's become good at ignoring it. He has to be. Kaken is talking about how large his explosions are getting, his friends fawning over him, telling him how cool his quirk is, how awesome he is. Izuku can't help but agree Kaken's quirk is awesome. He knows he'll make a great hero with it. They cut through the local park on their walk home. Izuku's mom has to stay late at work sometimes, so when she does, Izuku goes to Kaken's house. Kaken doesn't want to play with him, not really. But that's fine. Izuku is happy just to work on his homework and write in his notebooks. Still talking about quirks, Izuku frowns, as his chest starts to feel funny. For a second he worries that he might throw up, but he quickly realizes that the feeling isn't like that. He doesn't feel sick, he just feels weird. Different, somehow. Izuku slows down, falling behind the trio. The feeling begins to grow and spread inside him. He frowns, trying to stave off the panic threatening him, rising like bile in his throat. It doesn't hurt, it just feels foreign. Like a tingling feeling shooting through his veins. Oi, hurry up. Izuku blinks and looks up. The three of them have stopped walking, turning back towards him. When did they get so much further ahead of him? Kaken's two friends are smirking at him, one of them rolling their eyes, and Kaken just looks irritated. He gulps, running to catch up. Sorry, Kaken. Dude, what is that? Nearly caught up, Izuku stops abruptly at the boy's words. It's one of Kaken's friends, Tsubasa, who spoke, and is now staring at him, jaw slack. Izuku pps his head at him. What is what? You're like glowing and sheet, the other friend speaks up. Eyebrows wrinkled, Izuku looks down at himself, and he is glowing. It's like lightning crawling up and down his skin, strange, green lightning. It must have been what he was feeling before, the odd feeling in his chest. Now that he sees it, he can place the feeling, and it nearly overwhelms him. He feels power coursing through himself. It's unlike anything he's ever felt. Completely dumbstruck, he lifts his arms, watching as the lightning sings across his skin. It feels incredible. Is this how everyone feels with their quirk? Is this truly his quirk? Could it even be possible? The evidence is blatant in front of him, but Izuku still has a hard time processing it. He'd spent so long coming down from his own misery. From when he found out he didn't have a quirk, it took him so long to accept that, and to move on, determined to become a hero regardless. But now, what the F dash? I thought you were quirkless, Deku. Did you think it was funny lying to me? Pulled from his thoughts, Izuku looks away from his own body and back at Kaken, who's scowling as he always does, but there's something lingering in his expression that Izuku can't quite place. And no, I swear. I really don't. I didn't think I had a quirk. My doctor said I didn't. I'm not sure. So, this isn't your quirk? Tsubasa asks, raising an eyebrow. Of course it's his quirk, you'd an idiot, what else would it be? Kaken exclaims. Must just be late, demon nerd, just as weak as always. I certainly don't feel weak right now, Izuku doesn't say. Instead he just nods along. Why yeah, I guess so. A beat passes and Kaken's frown deepens. Well, what are you doing? Turn it off. Izuku frowns himself. He can feel the pulsing within his body. He tries to reach out, somehow, some way, to turn it off, but he can't seem to manage. He bites down on his lip in frustration. I can't turn it off. Izuku thinks Kaken might laugh at him, but he doesn't. He's still scowling, but his expression is otherwise unreadable. Then use it. Izuku frowns at him. Use it? Kaken rolls his eyes, now glaring at him. Yeah, dumbass. You have to do something with it. Izuku looks down at his glowing arms, at the green crackling across his skin. His own frown deepens. I'm not sure how. I don't know what it does. How does it feel? Kaken is still glaring at him, like he usually does, but there's something different about it, like there's less heat to the stare. Izuku frowns, looking down at his own glowing limbs. I don't know. It feels like power? Maybe? It just feels like I have a lot more strength than before. Kaken frowns before turning his back to him in a huff. Well, no matter what, there's no way you're more powerful than me. He then begins to walk off, the two of his friends following in suit. Izuku watches dumbly for a moment before Kaken calls out, "Are you coming or not?" Izuku scrambles, wary of his quirk and his own movements. They're not walking towards the street, towards home, instead they're going deeper into the park, into the wooded area. We should stay on the trail, Kaken, Izuku mutters, but Kaken only laughs. If he's being honest, Izuku can't really focus on where they're going, not really, because the feeling of strength inside him is beginning to grow. He can feel it, like energy welling up inside of him, almost like it's craving some sort of release. Kaken, I think we should call, but the other boy cuts him off with an explosion before he can finish. It's aimed at a tree, which creates a large, singing hole in the center of the trunk. Kaken's friends make noises of appreciation, and Kaken smirks in return. Now you try it, Deku. Izuku blinks, at the burnt tree, then at Kaken. I what? He rolls his eyes, pointing towards another tree. This area of the park is rather dense with them. He can barely make out the play area over by where they came. He then eyes the tree Kaken is pointing at. It's thick, like the one Kaken burnt, the trunk wider than he is. He said, "Your quirk is super strength, right? So punch the tree. See if you can even make a dent in it like I did." Izuku swallows roughly. I didn't say that's what it was, I just said that's what it feels like. Well, you have to figure it out at some point, so you have to try something. Izuku. Well, Izuku can't help but think that Kaken is right. If this is his quirk, he has to figure out what it does, right? And he does feel strong, certainly. Almost too strong, if that's possible. It's starting to feel all-consuming, like it's eating at him, like he just has to release it. He has to. Use it. Hurry up, Dad. Just punch the tree. Use your quirk. He doesn't know if this is the best way. He should really talk to Mom, he thinks, but Kaken is staring him down, edging him on, and well, it's not like he can figure out how to turn it off anyways, right? Plus, Izuku can't very well deny the bubble of excitement that's been lingering in his stomach since he first felt the power manifest, persistent despite his nervousness and apprehension. Because to have what seems to be his own quirk? After what felt like so long of accepting that he would never get one. Well, he might as well try using it. Izuku wells up a fist, pulling his arm back. As soon as he does, he feels that overwhelming energy coursing through him, coursing into his arm. As it swings forwards, he can't help but awe at the amount of power that he feels, now that the energy is focused, at how much it. Then his fist makes contact. And the world goes white. There's a lot of noise, is the first thought he manages over the pain that's fogging his mind. A lot of noise screaming? He tries to figure out the source and soon realizes it's him. He's screaming, piercing, agonizing screams. He tries to stop but he can't contain it, because he can't contain the pain in his arm. There's more noise, he realizes, words he can't make out. He tries blinking through the tears and makes out Kaken's face. At least he thinks it's Kaken's face. It has to be, but he's never seen fear in his eyes before. Kaken, he tries desperately. It's then he realizes he's looking up at Kaken. When did he fall to the ground? Kaken doesn't say anything, just stares down at him. He tries and fails to grasp for words, for anything other than the agony in his right side. New voices, he hears, none of them that he recognizes. Oh my god, what happened? Are you? Ishido, call 119, he needs. Were there any heroes in the area? Someone should notify. He loses track after that. He feels himself fading, slipping, and he struggles to remain conscious. After an indeterminate amount of time he's being lifted, he realizes, and placed onto something soft. It's as he's being carried away, that he gets a look at the tree. His vision is blurry and off focus, but even he can tell that the tree is completely destroyed, the top half of the trunk having fallen over into the other trees. There's still some splintering wood connecting the trunk to the stump, but the damage done is evident. And he did that. Izuku. Izuku did that. With his quirk? Kaken? Is Kaken here? He calls out to one the people above him. They're lifting him again, white walls above him. No one answers him, the voices only talking with each other. It's as he's fading into unconsciousness, the pain too overwhelming to bear, that he can't help but wonder if Kaken is alright. All Might told me that you did well earlier this week. Midoriya pauses, fist dropping from his stance as he looks up at Shoyuta. It's Saturday and he and Midoriya are in the basement, starting out their training session with some simple practiced moves. Instead of a dummy, Shoyuta himself is using pads to block the punches and kicks. He asks, throwing another punch. He's trying to sound casual about it, Shoyuta can tell, but the excitement is still evident in his tone. Yes, he said he appreciated the ingenuity of your plan. While All Might did say that what he was really most impressed with was the control Midoriya exhibited over One for All. But that's not something Shoyuta can share without specifying why All Might was impressed, or why he's interested in his quirk at all. But well, at least this is something he can tell him. That's really nice of him to say, but it was luck, mostly, since it was Kaken who let out the blast. 2 kicks in rapid succession, and Shoyuta adjusts his grip on the pads. Yeah, that's what I told him. Midoriya eyes him again, looking vaguely guilty. Did you watch the footage? Shoyuta raises a brow. Of course. I watched the footage for everyone. Right, that makes sense, Midoriya says, frowning at his own fist. So, did you think it was too reckless? Well, yes, Shoyuta concedes. Because it had been a rather careless move. He'd clearly taken advantage of the fact that it was a mock simulation, with no real weapon. But, it was smart using your opponent's blast against them, and your fighting was certainly skilled. So, not a total loss. A small smile flits across Midoriya's face, before it straightens in concentration, throwing another punch. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta hums in response, and lets the pat of Midoriya hitting the pads fill the room. It's not until they're nearing the end of the set that Shoyuta submits to the mental battle within his head and decides to ask, so who's Kaken? As expected, Midoriya falters, punch landing much softer than it normally would have. He looks up again, blinking. Kaken? Shoyuta nods. I was provided audio for the video feed. Also, you did say his name just now. This time Midoriya frowns, landing another kick and very much not looking towards Shuta's eyes. Well, you know who he is then, don't you? The remark is biting, and Shoyuta didn't really mean to hit a nerve, but he was prepared for it. And while the kid gets snappy with him sometimes, sure, this seems different. We don't have to talk about it. But some of the things he said to you were concerning, from my position as your teacher. At that, Midoriya winces, and Shoyuta really does feel bad. But what Bakugo was saying to Midoriya really wasn't acceptable, not at all. He'd honestly thought All Might had been exaggerating when he'd first told Shoyuta about it, due to his obvious bias. Surprisingly, he really wasn't. Bakugo is just really good at playing the villain, that's all. Yeah, sure. Stifling a sigh, Shoyuta removes the pads from his own hands, Midoriya's eyes. Following them as they drop to the floor. You know, if there's anything. There's not. His words are firm, but he still won't look up. A moment passes, before Midoriya huffs out a sigh. We were friends when I was younger, I haven't seen him in a while. But it's nothing really. Shoyuta nods, mulling over the words. Vague, as expected. And while he had figured it'd be something like that, for Midoriya to have a nickname for the other student. It's still slightly shocking, considering he'd never mentioned Bakugo in all the time he's known him. But then again, he's never mentioned any friends. Past nor present. He might be overstepping, but he really doesn't feel like he is. He knows how kids will talk to each other, but Bakugo's words and actions were very clear. So, with that kitty nickname that Midoriya has for him, and still has for him, apparently, Shoyuta can't help but wonder what would lead to such a seemingly hostile relationship. Okay, Shoyuta says, unsure of what else to say but feeling like he should say something. As your teacher, I had to ask. Midoriya nods, seemingly understanding. Yeah, that's just Kakin, it's nothing, he says with a fake chuckle. Shoyuta doesn't really want to drop the conversation because it's obviously not nothing, but he's not going to force the kid to hand over information when he's clearly already uncomfortable. So he hums, kicks the punching pads to the side from where they lay in front of his feet, and folds his arms in front of his chest. Want to spar? Immediately Midoriya's face brightens, meeting Shoyuta with a grin. There's still something a bit dark lingering in his eyes, but the overall shift in demeanor, it's enough. If you think you can take me. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. Brat. So they spar as they usually do, no quirks, no capture weapon. Shoyuta pauses them every now and then to comment on something Midoriya can improve on, or to acknowledge something he executed particularly well. Despite the fact that he's obviously not fighting at full capacity as to not wipe the floor with the kid, Midoriya still puts him through a solid workout. He's quick even without his quirk, quick because he has to be. Fighting two arms with only one will always put him at a disadvantage. But this kid is a fighter. He's shown Shoyuta this time and time again. He blocks Shuta's punches with practiced precision. The punches are pulled, but that's not what they're focusing on. They're focusing on the movements, the wiping motions his arm makes as he blocks and blocks until he has the opening, which is normally a side kick to Shuta's thigh. This one happens to be to his knee, a bit dirty, but then again, that's what Shoyuta taught him. There's enough force behind it that it knocks Shoyuta off of his feet. He rolls with it, but Midoriya is quick enough, easily taking advantage and looming over him in a would-be blow to the neck, had his fist not stopped inches before. Shoyuta can't help but smile. Very good, kid. Not bad at all. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya says with a grin. He then unclasps his fist, holding his hand out for Shoyuta. It's unnecessary, but Shoyuta still grasps it, letting the kid help him up onto his feet. It was a bit of a cheap shot though. Shoyuta shrugs, walking back towards Midoriya's backpack to grab his water. He hands it to the kid. As I've said before, villains aren't going to fight fair. There's no reason you shouldn't take advantage of what you can. A brief pause, as Midoriya catches his breath in between sips of water. Shoyuta probably should just let it be, but, well, you would have made a good class rep knowing that. Shoyuta isn't playing favorites. He's not. He knows that Ida is more than capable for the position, and honestly is likely the best candidate. But Midoriya still would have taken to the position well. Though he can't say he was all that shocked when Midoriya resigned. He tried to stay confident when they picked him, but Shoyuta knows the kid, and he could tell how nervous he was. It would have been good for him, too, considering how often he doubts his own abilities. Well, doubting himself isn't necessarily the word. He's confident when he fights, he knows his stuff, he just doesn't think he's good enough. Having his confidence boosted by taking on a position of authority probably would have been helpful, but it's just as well. Midoriya wipes his chin, raising a brow at him. I thought you didn't care who was picked? Shoyuta shrugs. It's not a matter that was up to my determination. Had I had any direct input, you all wouldn't have completely trusted the decision. But the class voted for you, and you delegated Ida. He is a bit shocked that everyone didn't vote for themselves. Well, not everyone. He already knew Midoriya wasn't going to, but still. He'd like to think that the class has their faith in Midoriya, and considering the events that transpired with the break-in that day, he feels confident that overall the class had their faith in Ida. Midoriya nods. Yeah, that makes sense. He then walks over towards his bag, shoving the bottle into it and checking his phone. Shoot, he mutters, hurriedly typing what Shoyuta can only assume is a text, then shoves the phone into his pocket. Mr. Aizawa, is it all right if I head out? Shoyuta snorts. You're the one who insisted we still meet up today. Does your mom need you back home? No, I actually have plans? With people from class. Shuda's eyes nearly widen in shock, but he keeps his face neutral. Because in the 4 years that they've been training, not once has Midoriya asked to leave for plans, save Ms. Midoriya needing him home for something, which was still rare. A few times he's cancelled because he was sick, a few times he's rescheduled because he had school projects to take care of. But despite Shuda's initial offer those few years ago, he's never actually rescheduled to hang out with a friend. And Shoyuta. So, has he started calling you dad yet? Shoyuta glares at Hisashi, who's smiling all teeth at him. Hisashi had come down to the basement at the tail end of a training session, Midoriya now having just left. The entrance exam is only half a year away now, and Shoyuta is truly pleased with the control Midoriya has over his quirk. It's not perfect, there's still so much to work on, but it's going well. They're making improvement. I just told him to get home safe, that's all. Hisashi attempts to wrap an arm around his shoulder, and Shoyuta dodges out of the embrace. Hisashi pouts for a moment, but it's short. I'm surprised you didn't walk him home. It's not even dark out, the kid is 14, he's more than capable of. Shoyuta cuts himself off, whipping around and chucking an empty water bottle at Hisashi's head. He catches it easily, but it does pause his husband's laughter, if only for a moment. So, do you ruffle all of your students' hair at the end of a lesson? Shoyuta freezes where he's bent over picking up a few used sweat towels. Slowly, he turns his head and sees Hisashi trying and failing to contain a bout of hysterics. I didn't, he starts, then stops. I wouldn't have. Oh, he did, didn't he? It's okay, big cat, you can admit that you care. Of course I care. I care about the well-being of all my students. Hisashi is laughing fully now, not even trying to control himself. Oh, shove it, he mutters, throwing the towels towards his face. This time he doesn't dodge, leaving Hisashi a sputtering mess as Shoyuta climbs back up the staircase. You better get going then, you shouldn't keep them waiting, Shoyuta says, forcing the stiffness out of his voice. Midoriya blinks once at him, then breaks out into a broad grin. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa. Hurriedly, he begins biting at his hand wrappings so as to unravel the material. Rolling his eyes, Shoyuta kneels down in front of him and begins to unwind the wrappings himself. Midoriya's smile turns sheepish. Thank you. Shoyuta hums. You didn't have to come at all, you know. We've been doing plenty at school, it would have been fine to cancel. No, I wanted to come. Well, Shoyuta certainly doesn't doubt that. But still. He says nothing though, just lets Midoriya finish. We didn't plan on meeting till the afternoon, anyways. I just lost track of time, that's all. Shoyuta nods as he finishes taking off the wrappings, moving to discard them. When he turns back, he expects to see the boy with his bag slung on and rushing to head out, but instead he's standing in the same place, unmoved. It is okay that we keep training outside of school, right? Shoyuta PPS his head at the kid. Is there any reason that it wouldn't be? Well, I mean, you are my teacher now, so it's not unfair, right? Isn't it essentially private lessons? Of course this kid would worry about Shoyuta continuing to train him being unfair. It's nothing that UA doesn't allow. If any of my other students came to me requesting additional help, I would provide it for them. So far, you're the only one who's asked. Not that he asked, not really. But that's not what's important. But it seems to be enough of an answer for Midoriya, as he nods in agreement. Right, yeah, of course. I just wanted to make sure. Shoyuta nods in return. Now, get out of here, go meet up with your friends. It's rude to be late. The kid blinks, faltering slightly as if in shock. It only lasts half a moment though, before he's smiling as bright as ever, grabbing his bag and running up the stairs. Right, thank you. Hey, sorry I'm late. Adjusting his messenger bag, Izuku nearly sprints from the train platform to where Ida and Uraraka are waiting by the street. At the sound of his voice they turn to him, both smiling and waving. Don't worry about it. Uraraka says brightly, and Ida nods. It's barely past 1 Ida and I just got here early. Izuku nods himself, resisting the urge to scratch the back of his neck. He's never been asked by his classmates to hang out outside of school. Hell, most of his classmates wouldn't even look at him in class. And that was fine, it's fine. He's just not used to this. The restaurant is just a couple blocks down, near the center of town, Ida states, as they cross the street at the light. A new yakitori place had just opened up, and Uraraka and Ida had both asked if he'd like to join them for lunch over the weekend. If he thought worse of them, he might have figured they were joking, but they both truly seemed to have no ill intention. Save Ida being stern with him during the entrance exam, and that was deserved. Really, they've both been nothing but nice to him throughout the first week of school. So had the entire class, really. On top of them picking him for class rep? It was shocking to say the least. It still almost doesn't feel real, the three of them walking together, to get lunch. He supposes this should be normal, that this shouldn't feel so out of place, to be 15 and getting lunch with friends. I should have brought a change of clothes, Izuku mutters, more to himself than anything, but Uraraka still glances at him quizzically. Were you out doing something? We could have gone later or… No, Izuku cuts her off abruptly, but hopefully not too rudely. No, I was out training, but we were done anyways, I just didn't think to bring along other clothes. It's great that you were training on a Saturday. Do you have a personal instructor? Ida asks. Izuku glances over at him. The three of them now stopped at an intersection waiting for the walk signal. No. Well, I mean kind of. Izuku fumbles for his words, unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Aizawa had said that nothing they were doing is against the rules, after all. But would they think it's unfair that their homeroom teacher has been training him privately for the past 4 years? While it's nothing that's not allowed, perhaps it's not something that Izuku should willingly broadcast. And while he feels terrible lying in the sense of omitting the truth, well, it's not like he could exactly explain why Mr. Aizawa has been training him. Not without sharing a few things he really doesn't want to share. Yeah, I do. Not for Quirk training for hand-to-hand combat. Oh, that's so cool. You'll have to show me some moves sometime. Uraraka nearly shouts, genuine excitement evident in her voice. I'd love to. I'm just not sure how well it would translate. He regrets the words immediately as Uraraka's grin begins to falter off. He hates bringing it up like this, but it's the truth. Everything Mr. Aizawa has taught him has been specifically tailored to fighting one-armed. He's sure that any punches he would be able to teach her would be insufficient at best. Ida, however, shakes his head at the statement. Nonsense. A skill is a skill. It was impressive how you took down Bakugu in class the other day with that throw. And you've shown some exemplary kicks as well. I'd love it if we could train together sometime. Izuku hopes his face isn't as red as it feels. I'm sure I could definitely try. They walk in. Silence for the rest of the way, but it's not awkward one. Ida is clearly content, and Uraraka is smiling again. Izuku can't help but find himself smiling as well. From Yagi Tashinori. Sorry, going to be late for training. Out of time. Shoyuta frowns down at the message that's glaring up at him. It's barely 9 in the morning, and All Might has already reached his limit? While he can't exactly scold the man for saving lives, All Might still has a responsibility to his students. He could at least try to be more diligent. Not to mention, Muzutafu has clearly already become too complicit in the number 1 hero taking up residence in the city. Shoyuta himself hasn't been alerted to any major incidents nearby ones that would require any off-duty pros to report, so there's no reason that other heroes couldn't have picked up some of the slack this morning. But there's nothing that can be done about it now. Ida seemed to have finished ensuring everyone's made it onto the bus in a somewhat orderly fashion. Shoving his phone back into his jumpsuit, Shoyuta clambers onto the bus as well. He was hoping to catch up on a small bit of rest during the ride, but his students are loud, chatty and excited. He supposes it can't be helped. He remembers his first school trip after being transferred into 1A from Gen Ed, and how genuinely excited he'd been for it. Excited, but fully prepared to make the most of the experience. He hopes his students are prepared to do the same. He's shooting off a quick text to 13 as to make sure that they're also informed about All Might's now non-attendance, or at the very least his late attendance, when something Azui says catches his ear. Hey Midoriya, Isn't your quirk kinda similar to All Might's? Shuta's fingers freeze over the phone mid-sentence. He had figured someone making a connection would be unavoidable, but for a student to be so blunt about it, and right to Midoriya's face is a bit concerning. Midoriya, however, seems to laugh the comment off. I mean, I guess in theory it could be considered similar, but All Might is just so strong. I wouldn't say they're all that similar. Yeah, but it is an augmentation quirk that's basically what his is, isn't it? Kirishima interjects. The public, of course, truly has no idea what All Might's quirk is, but the best guess has always been strength augmentation. But All Might doesn't have to use his quirk in intervals. I've seen videos where he's fighting for hours on end. Kaminari adds. Well, it's only natural that they'd pick up on that. It can't be helped, and it's not as if nearly every quirk has some sort of drawback when pushed past its limit. Midoriya's is just a little more extreme than most. Kaminari's right. Honestly, the only thing similar is the category of quirks. Well, at least the kid doesn't exactly suspect anything. They go back and forth a bit more, now commenting on Todoroki and Bakugo's quirks. And they're not wrong, the both of them are extremely powerful students. Following their quips, Bakugo erupts in a perfect display of his personality that they were just commenting on. Shoyuta can't help but spare a glance backwards, to where Bakugo is currently screaming at Kaminari, the rest of them laughing it off. Well, most of them. Yaoyorozu looks a bit dejected at their display in behavior, and Midoriya. Midoriya is looking anywhere but Bakugo, expression completely passive. If only the kid would open up to him, he could. The bus lurches a bit, turning a corner as it slows to a stop. He tells his students to quiet down and stop messing around, now that they've arrived. 13 is waiting for them as they disembark the bus, and they lead everyone into the USJ. The students let out varied exclamations of shock and awe as they take in the sheer magnitude of the facility and all the different training grounds it has to offer. Shoyuta can't really blame them, it was impressive to him the first time he saw it too. As they talk amongst themselves for a moment, he steps forwards to greet 13. You said All Might can't make it today? They ask. Shoyuta sighs. It seemed he was a bit overzealous this morning. We'll have to make do with just the both of us, he replies flatly, holding up 3 fingers. They nod in understanding. 13 then goes on to explain the facility and its purposes. The students have already been briefed on how this will be to practice rescue missions and tactics, but Shoyuta hadn't told them about the specific disaster zones they'd be working with. He figured that was better left for 13 to do. It's once they're about to get started with the exercises that the lights go out. Shuta's own reaction is immediate because the lights don't just turn off, they crackle out in a hiss of electricity. As they do, he hears the sputtering of the central fountain, barely catching the sound over his own students' gasps of shock. And that just isn't right. Not at all. He turns immediately and swiftly, and Shoyuta he feels his own blood run cold, freezing up in his veins. It's then that he sees it, an inky black portal of sorts, having opened up right in the center square of the facility. Everyone, stay back and don't move, he shouts, voice seemingly working on its own accord. He feels instinct overcoming him, fight or flight activating. But these are villains, a seemingly endless stream of them, walking out of the black abyss. And he knows it's going to be a fight. This is real. Those are villains. And oh, it absolutely pains him having to say those words to these barely first years. There's protests of doubt from a couple of the kids. They're only kids, damn it. But there's no doubt in Shuta's mind. This is an ambush. But he doesn't know. But it doesn't matter, that's not what's important right now. 13, protect the students, he grits out, fitting his goggles over his eyes. Why aren't the alarms going off? They certainly should be, unless someone is jamming them with a quirk, which is entirely possible, considering they cut the power. He orders Kaminari to try and signal for backup, but he already knows it's in vain. It's clear how this is going to go down. The only question is, will he be enough? But no, he can't ask himself that. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of must. He has to be enough. It's that simple. Get them out of here, he says to 13, capture weapon flaring at the ready. What are you going to do? You can't take them all on at once. Damn it. Damn it. They're attacking in a large group, and it's likely that many of them are heteromorphic types. Midoriya continues, tone high and frantic. It's too risky, taking them all on at once by yourself. You won't be able to. Izuku. He stops talking. He can't risk looking back, but he can only guess that the expression the kid is wearing is one of indignancy. But it doesn't matter. It's never going to be a fair fight for you. The odds are always going to be against you. They're going to see your arm and try to exploit it as a weakness. The words feel metallic on his tongue, almost cruel, but the kid has to know this. Before he can learn how to throw a punch, he has to understand this. Judging by the look on the kid's face, he can see that the 11-year-old already has an idea of how true this is. Still, he shuffles his feet slightly, glancing up at Shoyuta. But you said I can still be a hero, even with my disability. Right? Sure. With the right amount of hard work and determination, I do think it's possible. And Shuta's worried about that. He can already tell that Midoriya has determination in spaces. It's confidence that he's lacking. So, I have to work around it, right? Around my arm? Shoyuta stifles a sigh, trying to place his words as carefully as he can. It's not the same as a physical disability, so I won't equate it to one. But my quirk does have its own drawbacks, points that villains try to exploit. For example, my quirk does nothing against heteromorphic type quirks. A natural point of weakness. His eyes widen, but he says nothing. Shoyuta figures he already worked that out on his own, demon kid. But you have your caption weapon for that, right? To work around it? Shoyuta shakes his head. It's not about working around it, it's about working with it. You have to acknowledge your weak points. If you can work to change it, then you do that. If it's something unchangeable, then you face it head on. You can't be a hero if you're going to simply avoid any natural shortcomings. Excel with them instead. A pause before Midoriya nods once. Shoyuta grits his teeth. Stay back with the others, is all he says before he launches himself into action. Midoriya wasn't wrong once he approaches. A simple visual survey reveals that a decent chunk of them do have heteromorphic type quirks. He gets lucky, with the first few being emitters. He takes them out easily enough, weapon binding around each of them, and a tug on it sends them careening into one another. That's 3 down 4, when he lands a solid punch after one comes charging at him. The 4-armed villain goes flying, then whipped down into the ground by way of his weapon. But there's so many more, too many to count. And there's no point in wasting his time doing so. The number of them here is irrelevant. His objective is still the same: protect the students. He can only hope that 13 is able to get them out of the building, and quickly, though it seems that isn't going to be very likely. He blinks in the haste of battle, and the warping villain vanishes from his sight. That was the one who brought all the villains into the USJ in the first place. He clearly appears to be one of the more dangerous ones. He shouldn't have. An attack on his right side. He dodges, blocks, punches, kicks. His weapon is jutting out with the movements of his hand, binding and slamming in rapid succession. He needs to know what's going on with the warping one, but he can't afford to let himself be distracted. He needs to trust 13, and he needs to trust his students as well. In the midst of a roundhouse kick, he notices it one of those same portals, opening mere meters away from where he's standing. It's only through the severity of his own training that he doesn't physically revolt at the sight of Midoriya being deposited and dropped from the portal. The kid manages to roll with it, making as graceful a landing as he can manage. The villains notice immediately too. Midoriya, still recovering from his shock, doesn't see one of them charging in from behind. Another one of those DMN gun-type quirks. It's times like these that he's extremely thankful Gunhead and Snipe are heroes, not villains. Under his own glare, the villain growls as the bullets in her elbows stall. She screams as his bindings coil around her arms, flinging her off to the side. As soon as she's out of the way, another one follows in her path. This time, however, the kid is prepared. Quirk activated, he lands a hard kick square in the villain's ribs. It sends the man flying into another one of the charging villains, both of them fumbling wildly across the ground, seemingly out for the count. Eraserhead, isn't it? You'll have to be careful, won't you? The words are grating, yet spoken with such easy confidence. Shoyuta wishes he could ignore them, But that would just be stupid, especially considering they seem to be coming from one of the leaders. It's the one with all the hands speaking, the one who's been standing back by the central fountain this entire time. You'll want to save your student, of course. But you can't keep an eye on him and use your own quirk at the same time, not without erasing his own. That's right. Shoyuta hates that he's right. He can hear Midoriya grunting in exertion, can hear his kicks landing. He can either keep the villains off of him as he was doing, while risking erasing the kid's own quirk, or he can keep his eyes averted, keep him. He curses his own biology, curses his lack of options. Midoriya, you need to get out of here. I can't exactly leave without fighting my way through, the kid spits out, and he's right. Of course he's right. He's right, of course, the blue-haired villain says, unknowing, mimicking his own thoughts. Shoyuta can practically hear the smile in his voice. You're so cool, Eraserhead, so cool. But will you be able to figure out a way out of this one? To protect the kid, you'll have to protect yourself as well. How long can you keep up? Longer than any you, I'm sure, Shoyuta grunts, catching another villain in his bindings as a kick lands. His own retort is automatic, words spilling before he realizes, more focused on the fight in front of him. The villain laughs. And you, Midoriya Izuku, such a powerful quirk. You're so lucky, aren't you? That sets off all sorts of red flags in Shuta's mind. How does he know Midoriya's name? Why does he know his name? He wants answers, but still, fighting is more important right now. Perhaps if they're able to capture him later on. His eyes are stinging, his entire body is sore, fatigued, but his eyes are stinging. Between his erasure are getting longer and longer, but he makes use of them, sparing looks towards Midoriya in between. And Shoyuta can't even be properly proud of the kid, because he's fighting for his DM in life and this isn't the time, but if he isn't holding his own. His movements are frantic and there's fear evident in his eyes, Shoyuta can see, but that's just because Shoyuta knows him. To anyone else his face is even and his movements appear calculated, controlled. And they are the skill and training there is obvious, but it's the fear clouding him that's worrying. On top of that, just as the gaps in his erasure are growing, so are the gaps in between Midoriya's own quirk. It's soon enough that they've taken out most of the lot, and Shoyuta can see the toll it's taken on the kid. Another glance at Midoriya shows that he's sweating, panting, but he's still standing. His legs are trembling ever so slightly from fear or exertion, Shoyuta doesn't know. Likely both. But he's still standing. No, this won't do, the hand villain mutters, and he's launching himself directly at Shoyuta. Final boss, Shoyuta mutters to himself. Flinging his capture weapon out, the man grabs onto it before it can bind. Well, that won't do. In a blind rush he lands an elbow to the man's stomach, but every muscle in Shuta's body is screaming. His eyes can't handle this constant quirk usage, and the man manages to land a grip on his elbow. Like teacher, like student, huh? The villain sneers, right into Shuta's ears. He wants to vomit truly, but all he can focus on is getting out of this man's grip. I've noticed the gaps in your erasure. You might want to consider a haircut with a tail like that. But the kid's tail is a bit more obvious, isn't it? Damn it, still. He sees Midoriya, sees the green electricity on his skin flickering out, sees one of the villains charging in, and he's not going to be able to recover in time. So, what will you do, Eraserhead? Erase my quirk, or theirs? The choice, of course, is obvious. He feels it, the searing, absolute pain spreading through his elbow, but he can't focus on that, can't even look at this man, because he has to look at Midoriya, has to. His quirk activates again, and it's just barely in time. This villain has some sort of mutation, quirk fingers turning into knives, and he lands a cut on Midoriya's face just before they shift back. Shuta's own breath catches in his throat, because for a moment he fears the worst, but no, the cuts appear shallow enough, and they're just above the kid's eyes, from his eyebrow into his hairline. But it's bad, it's terrible, but it's not the worst. Not the worst, no, but it doesn't mean that Shoyuta isn't absolutely FING said. Of course you'd go for the self-sacrifice. You heroes are all the same, the hand villain chuckles, disdain leaking through his tone. While his elbow is completely destroyed, Shoyuta figures the pain of it is dulled by adrenaline, Figures it's the only thing allowing him to stand and fight here still, and it isn't going to last. He has to act now. He's able to kick the villain off of him as he feels his grip loosen ever so slightly. The man goes flying, but Shoyuta doesn't look to see where he lands. He's focused on flinging his weapon out, capturing the knife villain, pulling them right into the path of another villain who's begun running towards Midoriya. They crash, both knocked out cold, and Shoyuta retracts his weapon as he runs towards Midoriya. He has to get to the kid, protect the kid, keep him safe. Oh, what was it you said earlier? Final boss? Unfortunately for you, I am not the final boss. Shoyuta can't focus on the villain's words right now. He has to make it over, has to run. Mr. Aizawa. It's then that his world goes white, as his body is engulfed in pain. No, damn it, no. That monster, with the bird beak and the exposed brain. Nomu the hand villain had called him. That monster finally made a move, and that move was to grab at Mr. Aizawa's skull, moving him into the ground. The villains have a plan, he knows. Like the warp villain said earlier up on the stairs, they're here to defeat All Might. And if there's any way that the Nomu can defeat All Might. No, Izuku can't think like this. He has to figure out a way to save Mr. Aizawa. There has to be something that he can do to help. A pressure. 3 fingers against the back of his neck, and Izuku stops breathing. Now, we wouldn't want to do anything hasty, would we? The voice is rough on his ears, and it settles unnaturally in his brain. His body is on fire from using his quirk, most likely overusing it. He's not sure how much control he'll be able to muster with the stamina he has left. But maybe if he doesn't control it, just lets it loose through his arm. It's very possible that it would destroy his arm, he knows. That much power, completely unhinged. But wouldn't it be worth it, to save Mr. Aizawa? He believes he can be a hero with just one arm. But can he be a hero with none? Selfish, he chides. His own dreams shouldn't matter while Mr. Aizawa's life hangs in the balance. But to save Mr. Aizawa, first he has to focus on the man behind him. The numbing of fear is long gone, at least what he can physically feel. He suspects it's the adrenaline in him that's allowing him to push past it, that's leaving him, standing, breathing, a semblance of calm and collected while nails dig into the back of his neck. It's the hand villain, Izuku knows. He hadn't even seen him approach from around the side and behind, too focused on Mr. Aizawa. He let his guard down, and now he's paying the price. His teacher taught him better than this. He'll have to make sure he can be properly scolded after all this is through. His mind is absolutely racing, completely erratic in his attempt to figure out some sort of plan, some sort of something, where a movement by his side catches his eye and stilts his breath. Tamura Shigaraki, the warp villain, says. Kurojairi, the hand villain. Shigaraki replies. Did you manage to kill 13? Izuku nearly cries out at that, but then Kurojairi replies. The hero has been incapacitated. Okay, incapacitated but not killed. He would have said if he killed 13, wouldn't he? But if 13 is out, what about his classmates? His friends? He's sure some of them were warped across the facility, so many of them caught up in that initial attack, but are they okay? He hasn't been able to focus on anything else except his own self-preservation and Mr. Aizawa, his teacher, who's still bleeding in front of him, and he can't do a DMN thing about it. However, one of the students managed to make it out of the facility. I'm sure the pros will be arriving soon. The words barely register in Izuku's frantic mind, but that's good. That's good he's able to process that much. Someone Ida, if he were to guess, if he wasn't warped, will be able to get help. Help is coming. They just have to hold out a bit longer, just a bit. Lead heaves in his lungs, as Shigaraki curses out behind him. No, damn it. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. Izuku is barely listening, instead taking stock of his own body, figuring out if he can free himself with his quirk yet, or if he'll have to try and... Well, even if we're going to have to leave, there's still more than we can do, isn't there? Izuku's split-second initial hope over the leave crackles and crumbles immediately. Still more they can do? He doesn't know what they mean, what else they could be planning, but it's obviously not good. The fingers gripping his neck only tighten, and his blood runs cold. I'm sure you saw what happened to Eraserhead when I touched his elbow. Another pressure point, 4 of them, now. All it takes is 5 of my fingers, and your neck crumbles apart. If you're going to kill me, why not just do it? Izuku forces out. It's stupid, freakishly stupid, but if he can talk to this villain, maybe distract him, buy them all some time. Shigaraki laughs. Loud and chiding, right in Izuku's ear. Now, who says I'm going to kill you? The hand then moves up and around, grasping at Izuku's chin. Still only 4 fingers. No, I'm not sure if I want to kill you today. Mess you up, sure. Lasting damage, that'd be fine. But is it really worth my time to kill you? Why wouldn't he? Is all Izuku can think. They're here, they ambushed them knowing they'd be encountering a group of students. They are here to kill All Might, what's a few extra lives along the way. Izuku knows this isn't a time to be analyzing, he should be down on his knees praying that this villain is speaking the truth, that he'll walk away from here with his life. But still, no, I think I'll just leave you damaged. That would really wreck the pride of that man, the so-called symbol of peace, now wouldn't it? If it can just be delayed a few more seconds, another snap reaches his ears, and it takes all of his willpower not to physically flinch at the sound of Mr. Aizawa's bones breaking. He wants to vomit. He wants to scream. But no. Instead he'll stay still, just a few more moments. He can already feel it, his power returning to him, regaining some control over his quirk. If he can just. But his quirk fails him, it fails him just as a 5th finger lands across his jawline. But, no. It didn't fail him. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. Blinking rapidly, Midoriya glances to the side, and he sees Mr. Aizawa face barely lifted above the ground with obvious strain, and there's blood, he's covered in blood, he's glaring at them, glaring at the both of them, eyes red with his quirk. So cool really. But how long can you keep that up, Eraserhead? How long can you? The words are cut off by a slam. A fierce, echoing, piercing noise that cuts across the facility. In an instant, Izuku is hastily thrown from Shigaraki's grip, landing on his knees in a gasp of a breath. As he begins to gather himself, he hears Mr. Aizawa's head being shoved back into the flooring. His own body seizes as a scream dies in his throat, agony crushing the air in his chest. But Shigaraki, he just threw him aside, uninterested. With the sound of Mr. Aizawa's body breaking still ringing in his ears, still sending tremors and shakes throughout his being, he forces himself to follow the villain's gaze, up and towards the entrance, towards All Might. All Might is here. Well, look who decided to show up, Shigaraki states. He, the Nomu, and Kurogiri are all standing, looking up to where All Might is looming at the entrance gate. Izuku could cry, and he does. Because All Might is here. Gaining some semblance of control over his own body, he moves to rush over to where Mr. Aizawa is laying, but before he can, he's scooped up and off the ground. He panics instinctively, one of the villains? But no. It's All Might himself, carrying him and Mr. Aizawa away from the central plaza. It's almost terrifying how fast he'd been able to move. Young Midoriya, are you all right? He places a large hand on his shoulder, the other one cradling his unconscious teacher. He looked up at the hero and he knows it's All Might, of course it is, but he's not smiling. He doesn't think he's ever seen All Might not smiling. Izuku doesn't think he's ever seen All Might look angry until now. I'm fine, he blurts out, blinking through his tears. But Mr. Aizawa, that the one with the bird beak, don't worry, young Midoriya. It's going to be fine. His voice is firm, absolute, and Izuku believes him. He has to. But I need you to take Mr. Aizawa back towards the entrance. Okay. Midoriya hesitates, but he really doesn't have time to argue. That thing is going to attack again, and when he does. So he nods, All Might carefully laying Mr. Aizawa over his shoulders into a fireman's carry. He's thankful for his training, that he's strong enough to carry him even without his quirk. That thought alone nearly makes him flinch, but he forces it out of his mind as he carries Mr. Aizawa's limp body over towards the entryway. It's there, right before the stairs, that he sees Azui, Mineta, and Tokoyami. Midoriya, are you all right? Azui calls out, catching sight of him. Is that Mr. Aizawa? Mineta asks through his own sobs. Tokoyami lets out a stifled gasp, eyes wide. Yes, it is. And I'm fine, I got scratched but it's nothing really. He can barely feel the cut on his forehead anymore anyways. What's more concerning is the deep ache and strain of his muscles. I'm just glad you're all okay. What happened? We got sent to the shipwreck zone, Tokoyami answers. They had a horde of villains there who worked naturally in the water. It was lucky we were able to make it out unscathed. Azui nods. What about you, Midoriya? They continue their walk as Izuku speaks. I was sent to the center plaza with Mr. Aizawa. Isn't that where All Might is fighting? Mineta asks, eyeing him more than a bit warily. Yes, it is, and there was this villain there. He was huge, they called him a Nomo, and it's only a sparing glance. Backwards, towards the plaza, but it's more than enough. All Might he's injured. They're a distance away but the smattering of dark red on his shirt is clear, stark against the white of it. He has the beaked villain in a grapple, but that warp villain he's opened a portal, so All Might can't get a proper footing to fight the thing. He's struggling. All Might is struggling. Midoriya, we have to keep moving, Azui says, but Izuku can hear it in her voice. She's worried too. Worried about All Might. Worried that... He glances to his shoulder, where Aizawa is still unconscious, still bleeding, still. He's not going to let it end like this. If that villain is giving All Might a hard time, there's no telling how strong it is. And if they take out All Might, he can't think like that. He can't let that happen. He has to help in any way that he can. Think. Izuku remembers, back to before he was dropped into the center plaza, that warp villain, when Kaken and Kirishima attacked, it hadn't appeared to do anything. Because there was no physical body to attack. Or at least, that's how it had seemed. What he was wearing, that neck brace. Something like that couldn't be in place unless there was something solid for it to wrap onto, otherwise it'd fall right off. And if he has some sort of a physical body, that meant he knows how dangerous it would be, rushing in right now when he's at the end of his stamina, where his usage would be too unstable. It would be nothing but a hindrance to All Might, he would just get in the way. But to attack at a distance. You're getting much better at this, kid. Izuku looked up at Mr. Aizawa. He's bound up by his own capture weapon. Izuku's doing, of course. Mr. Aizawa wasn't giving it his all. It was more about the technique that they were focusing on, of using the capture weapon. It's still hard, very hard, but Izuku himself can acknowledge some improvement. Especially considering how doubtful he felt over the whole thing in the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. His teacher hums, calling out to his own weapon as it unbinds, retracts, and wraps itself around his own neck. Izuku raises an eyebrow and grins. Of course, it would be a bit easier if I could control it like you do. Mr. Aizawa scoffs, but it's not unkind. Even using it like this, it took me years to master to this degree. In many ways it's harder, at least at first, before it gets easier. Izuku nods. He figured as much. He's about to ask more about it specifically when he started training with it, when Mr. Aizawa starts speaking again. But I don't think it would be entirely unhelpful for you to at least grasp the basics of it. Izuku blinks. I can't though, right? Won't the nanofibers only respond to you? For this one, sure. But I've been meaning to get another one anyways. Izuku's eyes go wide, and Mr. Aizawa sighs. It'd be useful to have it encoded to you as well. For training purposes. This one is also encoded to Hisashi if an emergency situation were to arise. Even if he hates using the thing. Like, if you were unconscious and a villain had you wrapped in it? A hint of a smirk. Thankfully that has yet to happen, but yes, it would certainly be useful for that. A beat of a pause, and Mr. Aizawa's eyes narrow. For Hisashi, of course. You'd just be using it to train. Izuku nods. Of course. Azui, Tokoyami, can you carry Mr. Aizawa for me? It's Tsu, she replies, but the both of them reach out to take Mr. Aizawa from his arms without hesitation. Are you feeling all right, Midoriya? We're almost back and... I'm fine, he reassures them. But I have to go back there. Back to All Might. What? Mineta shouts. Are you crazy? All Might has it under control, you'll just get yourself killed. Tokoyami frowns. I hate to say it, but he's right. It'd be suicide. I know it's dangerous. I know. But All Might, you can see that he's injured. And that villain is too powerful, He cuts himself off, teeth grinding in his frustration. He can't just not do anything. Not when he can still do something. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, he mutters, voice low. Before one of his classmates can stop him, he lifts his teacher's weapon up and over his head and runs back out into the fray. Izuku hears his classmates calling out to him, Tokoyami and Azui shouting to stop, wait, slow down, but at this point Izuku doesn't think he can slow his body down if he tried. All Might is injured. He's struggling. He might lose. And that's just not an option. Izuku can't let that be an option. So instead, he runs. Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon feels odd around his neck, but not foreign. He grabs at it, preparing for it to flare at his ready, and No! The word is automatic, spilling past his lips at the sight before him. All Might, sinking into the portal, still grappling at the villain and still bleeding. Midoriya, no. He can't stop, not now. So he keeps running, just barely registering the Kurogiri, take care of the child, that Shigaraki spits out. It's barely enough time to prepare, but he still manages. Instead of whipping the weapon out across the clearing, he holds it back, waiting. The mist appears before him, suddenly, but Izuku is trained. He's familiar with those who excel in quick attacks. As the mist forms fully, he sees exactly what he was waiting for, and calls to the weapon around his neck. It lashes out immediately, in time with Izuku's hand on it. It curls around the neck brace, snugly securing itself. He gives the weapon some slack and runs, giving himself enough distance. As soon as he's far enough away, Kurogiri's split-second hesitation of shock is just the breathing room he needed. He grabs at the cloth and yanks it, sending the head of the villain slamming into the ground. He feels a tug on the cloth, but Izuku steels himself, holding the bindings firm. Kurogiri grunts. Before Izuku can process a plan further, he's distracted by a chilled gust of air on his left. It's Todoroki, he realizes, as a path of ice splays out across the ground and crawls across the Nomu's body, stopping just short of where he's grabbing at All Might. It's then that he sees All Might move. He's able to loosen the Nomu's grip now. With the villain half encased in ice, he jumps free and lands clutching at his left side, cupping the harsh, red stain of blood. Izuku swallows, the action harsh on his throat. Because that can't be good. Udaman kids, humiliated by a couple of kids, Shigaraki mutters, scratching manically at his own neck. Well, no matter. We won't let this be the end. We'll just have to make our retreat. Retreat? Instinctively, Izuku's grip on the weapon tightens. Should he try to keep the villain restrained? Try to prevent them from escaping, or should he? The Nomu is freed now from the portal. And Izuku can't control the shiver of pure, frigid fear that crawls down his spine at the sight of the Nomu's limbs growing back. Because with that much power, with All Might injured, we'll need our method of transportation, of course. Nomu, take care of the kid. The kid? Izuku blinks, as he sees Shigaraki lazily pointing a finger towards him. Before he can fully process the situation, before he can even think to move, his body is moved for him, shoved to the side. He blinks again, once, and suddenly there's a hole in the wall across from him and track marks drawn harshly into the ground. Of course you'd protect the kid, Shigaraki says. And he sees All Might now, across the way, arms positioned into a block, and a hand on his shoulder. He looks up from where he's sitting. He didn't even realize he was on the ground now, and sees Todoroki leaning over him, concern breaking through his typically blank expression. Are you all right, Midoriya? He asks. Izuku blinks and nods. Yeah, don't worry, He trails off as he stands, Todoroki giving him a sidelong glance but saying nothing else. The both of them turn back towards All Might, who's now walking back towards the Nomu, after All Might grabbed him, saved him. He didn't even see him move, he was so. But then again, Shigaraki continues, of course you would protect him, now wouldn't you? It's a hero's duty to protect, Is All Might says, voice low. Izuku blinks as the villain laughs. Oh, don't be coy. We all know you have your favorites. His favorites? Is Shigaraki talking about him? Todoroki's eyes move to him, gaze fleeting, but he remains silent, and so does Izuku. Because what is he supposed to say? He has no idea what this villain is talking about. The villain lets out another grating laugh, gesturing towards the Nomu. Well, no matter. That's your business, isn't it? I suppose it won't matter once you're dead. Izuku tenses, motioning forward, but All Might holds up his hand without looking back towards Izuku, instead fully focusing on the Nomu. The two of you should get back to the others, All Might says, standing between them and the Nomu. You wouldn't have been able to free yourself without our help, Todoroki says evenly. This time, All Might does look back. He's smiling, but it still looks different. I appreciate both of your efforts, but now it's time to stay back and watch a pro at work. Todoroki shifts in his stance, looking like he wants to move forward and protest, but ultimately he remains still and silent. And All Might he launches himself into action. It's, again, almost terrifying witnessing such power up close. Izuku thinks back to the sludge villain, of what he remembers in the flurry of panic that the encounter was, and remembers All Might's power. It's nothing compared to how it is now, and no video he's ever seen can truly do it justice. Because as the first punch is thrown, the force of it nearly knocks Izuku over. He braces himself, arm in front of his own face, and a sparing glance shows that Todoroki is equally as affected by the onslaught of wind. Still though, Izuku forces himself to look at All Might and the sight of it. He's sending punches, one after another, so quick that Izuku can barely see them, but he knows each one is calculated, precise. He's going all out, an absolute display of brute strength and power. And Izuku, all he can do is watch helplessly. Watch as the fists land in a fury of rapid succession, as the backlash of such power continues to push at Izuku, threatening to completely knock him off his feet. He notices, too, that the other villains are in a similar state, struggling to stay upright. The battle doesn't last forever. Izuku's sense of time is completely skewed, but soon enough he sees it, the beaked villain being met with a final punch that sends him airborne, careening upwards and completely through the wall of USJ. Izuku can only stare at the hole left by the villain's body, completely shocked into stillness. Because that kind of power. He focuses again on All Might, who's still standing. Standing, yes, but bleeding still, and is he shaking? The villains are talking, he can see that, but all he can focus on is All Might standing there and the dust billowing around him in his wake. A tap on his shoulder nearly has him jumping, but he manages to turn, to see Kirishima standing behind him. His eyes widen, and Kirishima grins. Where did you? We were sent to the ruin zone, and came here when we finished off the villains there, he says, eyes moving from Izuku to where All Might is still standing. We came when All Might was fighting that villain, but we didn't want to get in his way. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku says quietly before furrowing his brow. Wait, He hears him before he sees him. It's Kaken, of course, and he's absolutely seething. What the hell is he doing just standing there? Kaken growls. He begins moving towards the villains, towards All Might, and before he even knows what he's doing, Midoriya sticks his arm out, blocking Kaken's path. He could have just shoved him away or simply moved around him, but Kaken doesn't, he just turns his fiery glare onto Izuku. What the hell are you? Before Izuku can say anything, Kirishima places his own hand on Kaken's shoulder. He's right, we should let All Might handle this. Besides, I think we have another problem to deal with. Izuku turns, and sees some of the villains he and Mr. Aizawa had fought of earlier beginning to stand and make their way over towards them all. Kaken, Kirishima, and Todoroki are all at the ready, moving towards the group of villains. Will you be joining us? Todoroki asks, and Izuku's gaze flits between the group of oncoming villains and All Might, who's standing against Shigaraki and Kurogiri. I won't let this be the end, he hears Shigaraki seethe, the man again scratching furiously at his own neck before he stops suddenly, abruptly. His hands lower into fists, and he shifts in his stance, as if he's preparing to run. But All Might. These two villains are clearly going to fight, and All Might hasn't so much as moved, he's just standing there, fists not even raised. And his grin. It's still there, bold as ever, but it's not right. It should be moving. All Might would attack up front, he wouldn't wait for them to come to him. Something must be wrong, something. But Shigaraki starts running. And so does Izuku. It's again as if he's being pulled by someone else, as if he's not truly in control of his own body. His feet are running, slamming against the ground as he does so, the pounding heavy in his ears. He grabs at the capture weapon strewn around his neck and launches it forward, aiming again at the warp villain as he moves towards All Might. He hears a bang, then a scream. Everything seems to still. His weapon falls without the will of his own concentration. All Might still hasn't moved, and Shigaraki is clutching his own hand, blood dripping from it. Blood. And that sound was he? He looks to where sound echoed from, and his heart nearly gives out with relief. The other teachers. The pro-heroes, they're here, having returned with Ida. Izuku could weep at the sight. No, damn it. Kurojuri, get us out of here. Shigaraki spits, hunched over on the ground as he clutches at his own hand. The warp villain moves into action. Izuku tries to manipulate the weapon, but the villain evades his attack and manages to escape from 13th's black hole as well, him and Shigaraki disappearing from the facility. Izuku curses himself. If only he'd tried harder to restrain the warp villain, if he hadn't let his guard down. He blinks rapidly, looking over towards where his classmates are fighting the group of villains, or rather were fighting. Their leader's gone and the pros now here. The remaining villains seem to have realized they have no hope of victory today. Izuku sighs, again relieved. He turns back then towards where All Might is. All Might. He stares, blinking, worried that his eyes are failing him. Because that's not All Might standing where the hero once was, because it's not. But it must be he's wearing the same clothes. And his hair. But it's not, he's so much smaller, so much thinner. Young Midoriya. It's all he can think as he stares down at his own hand, seeing the green lightning crackling on his skin, can feel it coursing within him, that stronghold of power, threatening to burst. He can't even begin to try and focus on it like Mr. Aizawa taught him, no. It's too much, and Izuku is so tired. The last thing he sees is that thin, blonde man running towards him before consciousness escapes him. Izuku! The name is a slip of the tongue, but Toshinori can't help himself and he can't be bothered to care. He's weak in this form, he's injured, but he still runs, still moves his screaming muscles as fast as he can. He manages to catch him, just barely, crumpling to the ground and onto his knees as he cradles the boy's head in his arms. Looking up, he sees Cementos moving towards them, frowning. What happened? He asks, and Toshinori shakes his head helplessly. Don't he just fainted, he says, looking down at the boy, jaw slack and eyes closed, with the green, electric-like current of One for All still dancing across his limbs. He blinks before glancing up. The other students. Don't worry, Cementos eases him. The students are being evacuated and the paramedics are on their way. Toshinori lets out a huff of a breath, nodding. That's good. It's more to himself than it is to the other teacher, because he can't not worry, he can't help himself. And Midoriya, his quirk still shouldn't be activated, he's sure of that, not when he's unconscious. He stiffens when he sees a figure appear from behind the impromptu wall, but relaxes minutely when it's Present Mike who shows his face. Are you both okay? He asks, far more serious than Toshinori has ever seen him. I'm fine, but Midoriya. Yamada curses in English, reaching out to lift the boy from Toshinori's own arms. It's his quirk. Sho mentioned that it can be unstable, he might need suppressants. Quirk suppressants? Toshinori asks dumbly, recalling what Aizawa had said in their meeting with Nedzu about Midoriya's quirk sometimes acting erratically. Yamada nods, securing his hold on the boy. I'll take him to the paramedics, he says as he meets Toshinori's eyes with his own. It pangs him, how distraught he looks. Thinking back to Aizawa's condition, he can't really blame him. I'll be fine, go. Yamada leaves him with a nod, rushing back towards the facility entrance. It's once the USJ is cleared out and evacuated, the villains either captured, incapacitated, or having made their escape, that Toshinori himself leaves. Cementos had insisted that he be taken in the ambulance, but he refused, instead having Tsukachi drive him, the officer having arrived on the scene shortly after the UA staff had. He's injured, he's past his limit, but it's not life-threatening. Arriving in an ambulance in the wake of a media storm that's sure to follow the incident is not Toshinori's ideal situation, not when he's in this form. Ideally, he would have gone to UA to be treated by Shizenji, but she's already gone to the hospital herself to help with caring for Aizawa. So he goes with Tsukachi and gets checked in inconspicuously enough. A few nurses treat him for minor injuries, stabilizing him, but ultimately it's Shizenji who comes in to treat him, tooting and shaking her head as she does so. Is Aizawa? Eraserhead is in surgery, she states, gently pushing him back down onto the cot. He's stable, but we won't know his exact condition until he wakes up. Toshinori nods, frowning. She leans down to plant a kiss at his side, the scar tissue a mangled mess after being aggravated by that monstrous villain. You pushed yourself too far. This is going to take a lot out of you. He nods again, resigned, too tired to vocalize anything now that he's finally able to relax, somewhat. Midoriya is fine, one of the nurses said he's going to be fine. Aizawa is stable. The rest of the students are fine. He sighs, finally letting go and allowing himself to slip into a dreamless sleep. When Toshinori awakens, his brain allows him a few seconds of peace before the memories of the day come flooding back to him. He's groggy, with a dull, aching pain straining at his body that gets sharper as it coils in his left side. Still, he forces himself to sit up, forces himself to stand. It's difficult at first, but he manages. Once he does, however, he realizes that he doesn't have any idea where Midoriya's room is. Or what time it is, for that matter. He checks his phone, revealing that it's the same day, but into the evening. He has a multitude of texts, most from the UA staff and his agency, but one from Tsukachi catches his attention. Room because I know you won't be able to help yourself. He smiles briefly before pocketing the phone and exiting the room. He finds Midoriya's room easily enough, and peers through the window to see that the boy is still unconscious, with Shizenji leaning over him. Should you really be on your feet? Toshinori turns to see Tsukachi approaching him, coffee in one hand and his phone in the other. He smiles a bit sheepishly at his friend. Probably not, no. His smile is short-lived, however, as he turns back towards the door window. He hears Tsukachi sigh beside him. You're the one who texted me, Toshinori points out. His friend snorts. Yes, sure, because you wouldn't have found your way here anyways. Toshinori says nothing to that, instead just opening the door, Tsukachi following behind him. You shouldn't be here, Shizenji says automatically, without so much as sparing Toshinori a glance. He chuckles, even if it's forced. I'm fine, I'm just. He trails off, standing tiredly over Midoriya's unconscious form. Shizenji sighs. He's going to be fine. He's out from the suppressants, not so much as injuries, which were surprisingly minimal. It seems as if he passed out from quirk exertion, not due to any sustained injuries. Well, that's something at least. And Aizawa? A momentary pause, and Toshinori can't help but wince at the silence. Eventually Shizenji meets him with an even gaze. The surgery went well. He should be in the clear, but we still won't know until he wakes up. Toshinori sighs. That's good. More than good, he thinks, considering the state Aizawa was in when Toshinori showed up. He forces down the suffocating guilt before it can truly take hold. He did what he could, and now he has to live with it. Whatever it may be. I would like to question Midoriya, whenever he wakes up, Tsukachi says OT Shizenji. If he's up for it, of course. She nods. He should be cognitive enough after waking. But as for his mental state, Toshinori understands. It's what he's been worried about too, on top of everything. The students all faced an ordeal that no fledgling student should ever have to face, but Midoriya, he'd been battling with an onslaught of villains, had stood against the man who was seemingly their leader. Shigaraki, he remembers them calling him. Shigaraki, who acted like he knew Midoriya, like he knew. But no. It's not possible that he would know. He's sure that the villain was playing mind games, as villains do. He's sure that's all it was. A soft grunt pulls him from his thoughts and Toshinori blinks, looking down. Midoriya moves his hand to his eyes, rubbing at them lazily. When they open, blinking, they meet Toshinori's own, and a sheet. He was hoping that Midoriya had forgotten seeing Toshinori, as he had passed out shortly after. And with everything going on, with the panic of him fainting, Toshinori hadn't had a chance to process what it meant for him to be seen in this form. Because at first his eyes are blank, passive, but like a switch being flipped they widen in alarm, blinking wildly at him. Midoriya opens his mouth, then glances around the rest of the room at Tsukachi, at Shizenji, and closes it again. Toshinori cuts off his own gaze. Because, well, he isn't really prepared for this, not now. Shizenji then moves to check over the boy, to which Midoriya mutters that he's feeling alright, just tired. This is Officer Tsukachi. Toshinori introduces, his friend offering a small wave. He'd like to talk to you about the incident, if you're feeling up to it. For a moment Midoriya says nothing, just stares wide-eyed at Toshinori. He feels himself heating in something akin to shame because he could say something. Shizenji and Tsukachi both know, they know DM in near everything. Well, relating to his quirk, anyways. But he doesn't say anything else, and soon enough Midoriya nods. Ah yeah, that's fine. Now is fine. Tsukachi nods, moving to take the seat next to the bed before he sees the purse and sweater already occupying it. Midoriya follows his gaze. Is my mom here? Midoriya asks, and Shizenji nods without turning. She just stepped out to get some food, I'm sure she'll be back soon. Well, if that's the case, he really has to go. He recalls bitterly what Aizawa said, how he should talk with Inko, and he knows that the other teacher is right, but not now. Not now. I'm glad you're feeling better, Midoriya, Toshinori says, rather stiffly. The boy regards him with shocked eyes once more, mouth agape. He resists the urge to cough into his elbow. Ah yeah, thank you, is all he says. Hesitating only slightly, Toshinori nods once, and walks out of the room. It's not the first time Shuda's woken up after his surgery, but it is the first time that the spare chair next to his hospital bed isn't occupied by Hisashi. He comes to slowly, but steadily, the blurriness of his vision clearing out to reveal a mess of green hair slumped low in the seat. His chin is tucked into his chest, eyes glazing over his phone as he idly scrolls through it. Don't you have someplace else to be, kid? Shoyuta gruffs out. He nearly winces at the sound of his own voice, still rough and strained. Midoriya nearly drops his phone, blinking at Shoyuta with wide eyes. Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta sighs, shifting in the bed as he tries to sit up, slightly. His body is still fogged with painkillers, but it doesn't completely wipe away the blunt ache that's seemingly engulfing him. His face, even wrapped in bandages as it is, must portray some of his discomfort. Midoriya is quickly on his feet, standing over him warily, arm outstretched. Are you okay? Should I get the nurse? I can. Sit down, kid, Shoyuta says with as much force as he can muster. Midoriya hesitates, as expected, but he eventually nods and returns to his seat. Shoyuta huffs. Is Hisashi here? He asks, and Midoriya shakes his head. No, he said there was a meeting at you. Figures. It's Saturday, if Shuda's getting his days right, and he vaguely remembers Hisashi mentioning the meeting the last time he was awake. The painkillers have made his short-term memory a bit hazy. The USJ, however, he remembers that. All of that. I'm glad you're okay, Shoyuta says. Hisashi told me you passed out, right after. He also told me, Shoyuta barrels through, that he found you with my weapon around your neck. Silence. Shoyuta glances through his bandages, to see the kid staring down at his own feet, unruly bangs obscuring his features. Shoyuta sighs. I'm glad that you're okay, Shoyuta repeats. But you shouldn't have gone back there. It was reckless and far too dangerous. But All Might can handle himself, as I'm sure you know. But he can't, can he? Shoyuta blinks, and finds the kid now staring at him with wide eyes, leaning out of his chair. I mean, that's not what I meant, I didn't mean it like that. He's still the #1 hero. And he saved us, of course he did. But he's hurt, isn't he? Shoyuta pauses, treading carefully over his own choice of words. Did he talk to you? No, but I saw him. After he defeated the villains. He was thin. Very thin. Did he talk to you? Shoyuta doesn't want to say anything until he knows how much the kid actually knows, now. No, I passed out right after. When I woke up, he was also in the room and I didn't say anything, I kinda let him think that I forgot it happened. The kid looks absurdly guilty about it too, refusing to meet Shuta's eyes again. And Shoyuta. If the man hadn't just saved all of his students, he probably would have wringed the #1 hero's neck. Because this kid, he found out about All Might's secret accidentally, and he's staring down at his own knees as if he's just committed some sort of crime. If he were to find out any more. You should talk to him, Shoyuta says. You knew then, didn't you? Midoriya doesn't sound mad or betrayed. Just honestly curious. Yes. All the teachers know. But it's something you should talk about with him, not me. The kid nods, solemn. I know I should and I should have said something earlier, but I just didn't know what to say, so I just didn't say anything. Shoyuta sighs. I'll talk to him too. Next time I see him. Midoriya blinks up at him. You don't have to. I'll talk to him, Shoyuta repeats, firm. A pause, then a nod. Did anyone else see? No, I think it was just me. Cementos put up a wall, blocking him from view, but I was too close to him already. Well, if anyone were to find out, of course it would be Midoriya. Jesus Christ. You passed out. Do they know why? He shrugs a shoulder. Recover Girl thinks it was from overexertion, from my quirk. Well, that's as reasonable of an explanation as any, but with knowing what he now knows about the kid's quirk, he can't be certain if that's the correct assumption or not. But again, he can't go telling Midoriya that. So he just hums and nods his head as much as he can. Well, as long as you're okay now. He offers Shoyuta a small smile. Yeah, I am, but... His grin falters, taking in Shuta's bandaged body as if he's just now seeing it for the first time. He closes his gaping mouth, opens it again, then closes it. Shoyuta sighs. I'll be fine, kid. It's not your job to worry about me. That clearly does nothing to deter the kid. If anything, his frown only deepens, brow furrowing. Shoyuta tries to come up with something to say, but before he sees the tears starting to form in the kid's eyes. Shoyuta swallows roughly, watching him wipe away the wetness in his cheeks with a humorless chuckle. I just thank you. For saving us. For saving me. The pause. I was just doing my job, Shoyuta manages. The kid laughs again. I know, but still. Thank you. Shoyuta doesn't say anything to that, just looks down at his own bandaged hands. He hasn't missed the scar that Midoriya is now wearing. 4 lines across his forehead, one cutting into his right eyebrow and one cutting into his hairline. He knows he shouldn't feel guilty. The kid is here, sitting next to him. Alive, breathing. Physically he's okay. But still, if he had just been faster, stronger, he could have. His thoughts are cut off by a knock at the door. He and Midoriya both look up, seeing Hisashi standing there with a small smile on his lips, All Might standing awkwardly behind him, hunched in on himself. Shoyuta doesn't miss the panic fretting in his eyes when he sees Midoriya seated in the chair next to him. Blinking, Midoriya turns back to Shoyuta, nearly mimicking All Might's own expression. He stifles a sigh. I'm sure your mom wants you home, Shoyuta says softly. Midoriya just stares dumbly at him for a few moments before slowly gathering himself, standing as he grabs his bag. Head turned down to the floor, he bids Shoyuta a goodbye and squeezes himself past the 2 men, without so much as glancing at either of them. All Might looks like he's going to keel over any minute, but Hisashi just raises an eyebrow towards Shoyuta. His husband walks over, placing a ginger kiss atop his head. Hey, big cat. He greets him, lips quirking into a soft grin. How are you feeling? Sorry I had to leave, but I'm sure the kid was good company. Shoyuta snorts. I'm fine, is all he says, and before Hisashi can start fretting over him, he glances over at All Might, still standing in the doorway and very blatantly not looking towards either of them. I need to talk to All Might. Hisashi blinks at him, then nods. Oh yeah, of course. He wanted to come see how you were doing. If it's about school, though, you really should be resting Shoyuta. It's not, he frowns. Then sighs. It's about the kid. Again, Hisashi just raises a brow at him, a smirk hinting at his lips. Shoyuta just meets his gaze evenly, as much as he can through the bandages. The force of it must still come through because Hisashi's grin fails, face turning serious. Alright. Just don't work yourself up, he says, leaning down again to kiss into his hair. Shoyuta sighs into it, nodding minutely. Hisashi leaves him with another small smile, eyes twinkling. As the door closes behind him, Shoyuta gestures to the now empty chair beside him with a bandaged hand. Hesitantly, All Might walks over, folding his long legs into the chair with some obvious awkwardness. First of all, I need to thank you. All Might stares at him blankly, as if the notion in and of itself is ridiculous. Shoyuta glares at him pointedly until he clears his throat, nodding stiffly. I just wish I had gotten there. Don't, Shoyuta states, firm, and All Might shuts his jaw. Shoyuta lets out a huff. It's not your fault in the slightest. Don't do that to yourself. If I hadn't, what's done is done, Shoyuta says. If you'd like, talk to other hero agencies to work out better patrol shifts, so you don't constantly overexert yourself. Other heroes, perhaps especially, have become too complicit with you being here. A small pause. Before All Might nods, jaw clenched. I will. Well, that's something. The other hero is still wringing his hands together, but at least he doesn't look as absolutely guilty as he had before. Shoyuta lets out another huff. Anyways, what I wanted to tell you is that you need to talk to Midoriya. The other hero shifts in his seat, taking in a heavy breath. What did he say to you? He saw you. Like this. Right before he passed out, he said. Another pause, as All Might stares blankly out the window opposite him, eyes glazing over the clouds as they slowly drift past. Sheet, All Might curses in English, and the expletive startles a snort out of Shoyuta. He waits to see if All Might has anything else insightful to offer, but the man just continues to stare off at nothing, face distraught. You have to tell him something. I know, He trails off, and Shoyuta can practically hear him overthinking. He sighs. You only have to tell him as much as the other teachers know, just that you're injured. You don't have to tell him anything else. Shoyuta knows that All Might knows this. The man may be a bit brash, but he isn't stupid. But still, Shoyuta feels the need to say it anyways. I know, it's just that. He lets out a humorless laugh. It almost feels worse lying to him this way. Telling him some of the truth but not all of it. That makes sense, Shoyuta supposes. Even if he doesn't necessarily agree with the sentiment. I'm not going to tell you that you have to tell him everything. But you do have to tell him something. You need to at least explain to him that you're injured. I know. If you don't do it soon, then I will. That seems to pull some sort of emotion other than guilt from the other man. There's a slight heat in his eyes as he stares down Shoyuta. It's short-lived, however, flickering out with a sigh as he digs his palms into his forehead. I know I will. Monday at school I'll talk to him. Shoyuta hums. Good. All Might shifts again awkwardly, looking as if he's about to stand to leave. Before he can, Shoyuta stops him. I need to ask what happened to Midoriya? All Might stares at him, slightly wide-eyed. I mean when he passed out, before, Shoyuta clarifies. All Might lets out a breath. It was after the villains had retreated, and it seemed that his quirk was that One for All was activated, but he wasn't using it, it was just the green energy he omits? Shoyuta asks, and All Might nods. He didn't seem in control of it, and luckily I was close enough that I got to him before he actually passed out, but even when he was out, One for All was still active. He appeared fine by the time the paramedics came, but they ended up giving him a dosage of quirk suppressants anyways. Jesus Christ. Shoyuta nearly reaches up to run a hand through his hair before he remembers that his hands are in casts. Do you have any idea why? I'm not sure, no. From what and recovery girl you've said, it's likely he just overexerted himself. Because well yeah, that's certainly the obvious answer, it still doesn't seem right. And you're okay? All Might blinks. Me? Shoyuta rolls his eyes. Yes you. I'm sure the fight took quite a toll on you. Ah right. All Might averts his gaze, tugging at his bangs. Yes, I overdid it. I believe I only have 1 hour a day in my hero form now. Shoyuta blinks, because that's one hell of a revelation that All Might just happen to overlook. 1 hour? That's not good. The other hero waves him off. It's inevitable. I know I'm not going to last forever, as a hero not in the condition that I'm in. Shoyuta would have thought All Might to be more in denial of his diminishing quirk, but he seems oddly complacent with it. Acceptant. Before Shoyuta can say anything in return, the man chuckles, ping his head at him. I originally came to you looking for a successor, All Might says, and Shoyuta frowns at him. Someone to pass my quirk on to. Well, that makes sense, considering he did say he was the 8th user of this power. He himself knows he's injured. He knows that he won't be able to fight forever. Of course he would be looking for a student to pass that power on to. But with what he knows now, it seems like that decision is made for you now, isn't it? Shoyuta asks quietly. A moment of pause before All Might nods. I suppose it is. Shoyuta wants to ask more, to know what exactly that means, if Midoriya is actually going to be his successor, if he really has any choice with the power he holds. Before he can, All Might stands from the chair, a bit abruptly, and Shoyuta lets the subject drop. I shouldn't keep you, I'm sure that Yamada wants to talk to you. I'll go find him. Shoyuta doesn't say anything, just watches as All Might walks over to the door. A hand on the doorknob, he pauses, craning his neck around. Thank you, Aizawa. He scoffs. I didn't. Thank you, Aizawa. Meeting his gaze, Shoyuta swallows roughly, before nodding slightly. The other hero smiles as he leaves. At least All Might said he would talk to the kid. But now, what he's thinking about is what it means for Midoriya to have this quirk, this power that All Might was supposed to pass on to a person of his own choosing. And it's not like Shoyuta doubts that Midoriya can become a great hero, of course not. It's just the matter of succeeding All Might. That's not a kind of pressure any student should be facing, regardless of the situation. Shoyuta sighs, glancing over to the bedside table. He raises a brow when he sees an unfamiliar object placed atop it. There's his old and faced UA sweatshirt Hisashi had brought him from home, the one from his own high school days. Next to it is the very gaudy and very tacky Get Well Soon balloons strung by a weight, also from Hisashi, part of a running joke that started when they were first signed to their own respective agencies. It's something, at least, to help ease the distress of visiting one another in the hospital. What he doesn't recognize is what looks like a stuffed black cat sitting atop his sweatshirt. He's still frowning at it when Hisashi raps twice on the door and lets himself in. Where the hell did you get this? Shoyuta asks Hisashi as he sits himself next to the bed, trimmed eyebrow raised. Hisashi follows his line of sight and picks up the stuffed animal, blinking before he grins wildly. Since Shoyuta can't exactly hold it himself with his hands and casts, Hisashi holds it up for him so he can get a better look. It's a simple black cat, but with a gray scarf layered around its neck that appears to be crudely sewn on. A scarf that just happens to look rather familiar. As much as I wish I could take credit for something so adorable, this isn't from me. Shoyuta blinks up at his husband, frowning. Then who? Hisashi is much quicker on the uptake, already giggling as he places the cat atop Shuta's chest. Looks like he brought this for you too. Hisashi waves a bag of salty black licorice in front of his face. Shoyuta doesn't miss the fact that it's his favorite brand. He sighs, but he can't quite manage to hold back a smile as he watches the cat rise and fall with the heave of his chest. DMN kid. Young Midoriya. Toshinori watches as the boy pauses in his steps, rather abruptly. He turns to him with wide eyes. Uraraka and Ida both look at each other, and then towards Toshinori. All Might, Midoriya lets out, caught somewhere between a question and a statement. Toshinori resists the urge to fidget in his stance. I was hoping you'd eat lunch with me today, he asks. Midoriya blinks, glancing between his friends. Uraraka grins broadly, pushing him forward. Go ahead, Theta. We'll see you next PRD. Midoriya looks from her to Ida, who nods in agreement. He turns back to Toshinori with a withering smile. Yeah, of course, all might. They walk in stilted silence towards the teacher's lounge, Midoriya trailing slightly behind Toshinori. He's pleased to see that the room is empty when he arrives, and lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Please, sit, he says, Midoriya only hesitating slightly before he does so, perching himself on the edge of the couch. Toshinori eases himself into the seat across, watching as Midoriya fidgets, gaze avoiding his own eyes. Before Toshinori can get a word in, Midoriya blurts out, I know what this is about. I saw you. At the USJ. You were… He trails off, staring down at his shoes. Toshinori sighs, grunting slightly and shifts. In retrospect, he probably should have given the boy proper warning, as he lets out a stifled gasp as the steam billows off of him, dissipating to reveal his true form. Are you? I'll explain. Toshinori placates him, and he does explain. He doesn't explain everything, but he tells enough. He shares what the other staff knows, that he was injured 8 years ago, and can now only maintain his hero form previously for 3 hours, but now only for an hour a day. Only an hour? That's not good, the kid mutters. Toshinori blinks, and manages to hold back a racking cough. He looks so similar in his mannerisms to when Aizawa had said nearly the same thing to him. It's nothing for you to worry about, he says, but he can see the look on Midoriya's face and knows that he already is. Are you going to be okay? And it's such a raw, open expression that Midoriya is wearing, his eyes almost pleading with Toshinori. If he were a lesser man he might have cracked then and there, but no. He's a hero, he knows how to deal with heartbreak, with loss, with pain. So he pushes through. I'll be fine, you don't need to worry, he repeats himself. Midoriya doesn't necessarily looks like he believes him, but he doesn't rebut. But I wanted to explain. I'm sure you know that this isn't something you can share. I hope I can trust you with this. Toshinori absolutely knows that Midoriya won't tell, but he has to say it all the same. It's not as dangerous a secret as, well, everything else, but it's still important. Midoriya nods fervently. Yeah, of course. Of course I won't tell anyone. He nods. Good. A moment of pause, before Toshinori clears his throat. A bit of blood splatters into his fist and Midoriya stands, alarmed. Should I go get? No, it's fine. It's normal, he says, wiping it away with his handkerchief. Midoriya stills, but he doesn't sit. I promise. I would go see Recovery Girl if I needed to. He's still frowning, but at least he returns to his seat, if slowly. Toshinori sighs, running a hand through his unruly hair. There is something else that I wanted to talk to you with. Midoriya blinks. Yeah. Toshinori steels himself, and before he can chicken out he blurts, I would like to help train you to use your quirk. He keeps his own gaze averted, but only for a moment, before he meets Midoriya's eyes. The kid is staring at him, mouth gaped and eyes in disbelief. Are you sure? I mean, I just didn't think that. I am sure, he says, and affirming it aloud helps Toshinori convince even himself. I'm sure by now you've noticed that our quirks are rather similar. I thought it might be beneficial if perhaps we could work together, and I could try to help you gain better control of it. It's not just an excuse to spend more time with the kid, it's not. He really does think he might be able to help at least somewhat. The boy's quirk is odd, it's not like how he learned to use one for all as it came much more naturally to him. But despite that, it's still the same quirk, and Toshinori should be able to help. With the sports festival coming up, he continues in Midoriya's silence, the kid still staring seemingly in shock. I think it might be helpful if you could manage more control over it. I would love to. Midoriya blurts out before he gathers himself, shaking his head slightly. I mean, yes, I would love to, but my quirk is it's unstable. It could be dangerous. That's why I've been training with Mr. Aizawa, so he can erase it if he needs to. Alright. To be completely honest, he probably should have talked with Aizawa first before he offered his help. He should learn exactly what kind of training the boy has already been doing, and more about the limitations of his quirk. What's the saying, that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission? I'll talk with Aizawa, and we'll see what we can work out, he states, and Midoriya nods. He's grinning, wide and broad, practically vibrating in his seat. Toshinori feels his chest clench at the sight. Thank you, All Might. He nods, quirking his lips. You're welcome, young Midoriya. Now, I've kept you long enough, head back to your friends. The kid thanks him again, gathering his bag and scurrying out the door. Once he's gone, Toshinori sighs, sinking into his seat as he rubs at his temples. What the hell is he going to say to Aizawa? Ah, Aizawa! At the sound of his name, Shoyuta raises a brow and instantly regrets it, as the motion causes a twinging pain in his forehead. He sighs, moving past All Might and towards the coffee machine in the staff lounge. The other hero follows behind him, gaze flitting between Shoyuta himself and the floor. Shoyuta pointedly stares only at the coffee machine as it whirs, hot liquid trickling out and into his mug. Once he manages a swig of the scorching liquid, bitterness coating his tongue, he finally turns towards All Might and meets him with an even stare. Yes. All Might falters, but only for a moment. Right. I wanted to speak with you, Aizawa, but are you sure you should really be back at work so soon? Well, it's not like I'm on patrol, Shoyuta snorts, taking another sip of his drink. He really doesn't need All Might fretting over him. He's perfectly well enough to sit down and teach a class, which is something he's already explained to Hizashi in excruciating detail this morning. If you're sure, All Might says, still looking wary, and Shoyuta shoves down the urge to roll his eyes. Instead he says, we can talk in the classroom, it's likely still empty. The other man blinks, but after glancing between the other faculty milling around the lounge, he nods and follows Shoyuta out of the room. Luckily the classroom is empty. There's still a bit of time before school actually starts, but it wouldn't surprise him if Ida or hell, Midoriya was found in the room this early. So, Shoyuta starts, crossing his casted arms to the best of his ability as he leans against his own desk. What did you need to talk about? He already has a good idea about what they're talking about, considering there's only one thing or really one person that they ever discuss. But what it is about Midoriya that has All Might in such a nervous fit, Shoyuta doesn't know. Clearing his throat, All Might perches himself on one of the student desks, hands clasped over his knees. I would like to help train Midoriya, to help him better learn how to use his quirk. Shoyuta blinks. That's not what he was expecting. He watches as the number one hero bunches the cloth of his pants into his fists, avoiding Shuta's own gaze. He still appears to be deep in determined thought, so Shoyuta stays quiet and lets him finish. I understand that his quirk is very unconventional, and it's certainly not how I learned to use it, personally. But it's the same quirk nonetheless, and I feel that I could help in some way. He's not wrong. It is the same quirk, from everything that All Might has told Shoyuta, even if Midoriya doesn't have the control over it the way All Might does. But still, do you know what assistance you could provide? All Might smiles, or tries to it seems, as it comes off as more of a wince. I'll talk to him more and see how exactly he's using it. But I'd like to think I have some experience in stamina control. Well, that is a good point. While there's other underlying factors, the main issue does seem to be Midoriya's stamina, in that if he were to increase it, he would be able to hold his quirk's power for longer, without it overloading him. I think it could be beneficial for him, training with you. Shoyuta doesn't say it, but even if All Might can't actually help with much in terms of quirk training, he does think that Midoriya working directly with the number one hero may be able to help with the kid's self-confidence. All Might beams at him, smiling wide. Shoyuta can't help but notice how different the man's grin is in this form. Smaller, softer, yet just as bright. And familiar, somehow, the expression. Whereas he... I'll be there with you both, of course, Shoyuta continues. All Might PPS his head, frowning now, if only slightly. I appreciate that, Aizawa, but shouldn't you? It's not as if I'm going to spar with him, Shoyuta mutters. I'll just be standing by. I need to be there to turn his quirk off should it be necessary. Yes, right, but... And, Shoyuta interrupts, tone firm while trying not to sound too annoyed. I've been told by the doctors to try and use my quirk a bit while I recover. That, finally, seems to stop All Might's worrying, if only verbally. Right, of course, that makes sense. Shoyuta nods slightly, before his own gaze narrows. Did you end up talking with him? About your injury? All Might blanches. The man cuts himself off, both of them turning towards the door at the sound of it opening. He can practically feel All Might tensing up, probably due to the fact that he's not currently in his hero form, Shoyuta muses. Well, whoever it is, he's sure he can just say that All Might is a personal friend, or rather. Young Midoriya. Shoyuta resists the urge to bury his face into his own plaster-encased hands. He watches as the kid enters the classroom with a shaky grin, eyeing between All Might and Shoyuta. You're early, Shoyuta drawls, and it seems to startle a chuckle out of the kid. Yeah, I finished my run early this morning and wanted to catch up on some notes. Shoyuta nods. All Might does the same before opening his mouth to speak. I won't distract you then. I should be leaving regardless. It was nice to see you, Midoriya. He blinks once, before smiling wide. You too, All Might. Nodding again, the other hero slips out of the classroom, Shoyuta watching as the door shuts behind him. By the time he turns again, Midoriya is already in his seat, pulling out a notebook and his phone. Shoyuta hesitates a moment by his desk before eventually walking over towards him, sitting down backwards in Bakugu's seat. He raises a brow, seeing that he has a picture of the notes from Hisashi's last class, the boy now transcribing the English conjugations into his notebook. Under Shuta's gaze, Midoriya peers up, looking almost guilty. Sorry. Sometimes it's still hard to write, especially writing fast. Shoyuta looks down at the shaky handwriting, certainly better than anything Shoyuta could do with his non-dominant hand, he's sure. Even if the kid has been practicing at it for years, it's still impressive. Without a word, Shoyuta stands and walks back over to his own desk. When he returns, it's with 2 pieces of paper that he plucked from his bag. Hisashi always leaves his spare notes laying around, Shoyuta states, and the kid laughs softly. Those are the ones from last class and the ones for today's class. He places the papers onto Midoriya's desk and he's given a small, but genuine, smile in return. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. He hums, nodding, returning to his desk. It's not long before Ida arrives, to which then most of the rest of the class begins to trickle in, and Shoyuta prepares himself for his lecture. I think you should both discuss your quirks first to get an understanding as to how similar they are. It's after school now and the campus is nearly deserted, with both teachers and students rushing out at the end of the day. However, not everyone has left, given that he, Midoriya, and All Might are in one of the indoor gyms, Shoyuta watching over them as they begin their training. He'd wanted them to wait, ideally, to give him some time to best prepare a regime for the both of them. However, given the nature of Midoriya's quirk and the peculiar relationship he has with it, Shoyuta figured it'd be better for them to discuss their respective quirks before actually training. Well, presumably respective quirks. Shoyuta knows that Midoriya's quirk is different from All Might's, just judging by how he's forced to use and control it, even if it is, by nature, the same quirk. However, there's more than that. He hasn't forgotten what happened during the fitness test, where Midoriya's own quirk was shut off by way of Shoyuta erasing All Might's quirk. He's still not sure what to think of that, and neither is All Might. So, he figures having them hash it out a bit will be helpful. Even so, Shoyuta has to control himself from rolling his eyes at All Might's deer-in-headlights look at the idea of discussing the nature of his quirk with his inadvertent successor of said quirk. Midoriya, however, smiles wide. It's a genuine smile, Shoyuta can tell, but he still appears somewhat nervous as he turns to All Might. He's excited, sure, about discussing quirks with his idol. But there's still that underlying hero worship. Shoyuta knows he doesn't want to disappoint his hero in any way. If he really knew. Shoyuta shoves the thoughts away for now, at least, and listens to the kid speak. So my quirk, I would say, is likely some type of muscle enhancement. It'd be easier to figure it out if it wasn't so, tricky to deal with. He pauses for a moment, grin turning sheepish. However, All Might only smiles back and silently urges him to continue. He goes on to explain what Shoyuta already knows, that his quirk acts like a stockpile of energy and he needs fine-tuned control over it in order to use it properly. He describes it to All Might as he has to Shoyuta multiple times. Using the metaphor of a full water glass, he has to focus his quirk just right in order not to break the glass and send all the water spilling out. And you can control it for about 10 seconds, correct? All Might clarifies, to which Midoriya nods. About that, depending how much stamina I have left. The other hero nods, rubbing absently at his chin. Well, I think the first thing we should do is for me to see how your quirk works up close. Midoriya watches wide-eyed as the steam billows around All Might's growing figure, until he's bulked up to his hero form, signature grin plastered across his face. Let's see what you've got. Midoriya blinks, gaze flickering between All Might and Shoyuta. Are you sure? The number one hero only laughs, booming and boisterous. I know your quirk is powerful, young Midoriya, but I'm pretty sure I can take it. The kid pauses briefly, then nods, but not without one last glance towards Shoyuta. He doesn't say anything, only returns the kid's look with a pointed stare. Midoriya takes the clue and gathers himself into a proper fighting stance as he turns back towards All Might. Shoyuta isn't concerned about Midoriya hurting All Might, of course. As hilarious as it would be to see the kid wipe the floor with the pro hero, he doesn't really think it's gonna happen. He watches as Midoriya flares up his quirk, green lightning sparking across his limbs. His leg raises, preparing for a carefully executed. Shoyuta sees it a split second before it happens. Barely that even, but it's still enough. It's because he knows Midoriya that he catches it, the startle in his eyes, the falter in his step. Ignoring the throbbing in the back of his skull, Shoyuta stares down Midoriya as he activates his own quirk. Thankfully, somehow, One for All is gone before the kick makes contact, his shin landing with a dull thump against All Might's side. He stumbles with the sudden loss, but luckily All Might catches the kid in his arms, steadying him, concern evident in his features. Young Midoriya, are you? What happened? Shoyuta asks, already by Midoriya's side. The kid seems to be in control of himself. Shoyuta blinks, letting the red in his eyes fall away. Midoriya furrows his brow, looking down at his arm and legs as if they're foreign implements. Frowning, he peers back up at Shoyuta. I don't know. I was using the same amount of control as I always have, trying to maintain the 5% power, but it was more, somehow. Stifling a sigh, Shoyuta shoots a glare towards All Might, who looks just as confused as the kid does. Great. Every time he thinks he has this kid figured out, he learns again how truly odd this quirk is. He can feel All Might staring at him, but Shoyuta doesn't look his way again. Because he's sure this has something to do with All Might and his DMN inane quirk. He's just not sure how. It was probably just a fluke, a lapse. I can try. No, Shoyuta states. Prepared for the kid to argue, as per always, he holds up a hand in front of his face. Go home, sleep it off. We'll try some exercises tomorrow and see if we can figure out what went wrong. Shouldn't I try again now? If I can't, I'm sure, Shoyuta interrupts, that this is something that can be fixed if it's truly an issue at all. But I want you to rest first, before you try using your quirk again. This time Midoriya nods, if reluctantly. It's something at least. Go change, he says, a bit softer this time, less forceful, then head home. We'll try again tomorrow. Again the kid nods, bidding a goodbye to both Shoyuta and All Might before running off towards the locker rooms. Once he's gone, Shoyuta finally turns toward All Might. The other hero has returned to his skinnier form, frown encompassing his narrow face. What happened? He asks, frown only deepening. Shoyuta sighs. I'm not sure, exactly. But I stopped him because it looked like he was going to lose control. He seemed to think so too. And that doesn't normally happen? A pause, and Shoyuta resists the urge to bite at his own lip. No, it hasn't for a while. Not unless we were trying to up his stamina, and this time we weren't. It was close though. Too close. Hopefully after a good night's rest, they'll be able to properly tackle the issue tomorrow. He's still just not sure what the problem really was, but maybe talking to Midoriya will. You're really good with him, you know? Shoyuta blinks, All Might's voice pulling him from his thoughts. He's met with an even gaze and an expression that's not quite a smile, not quite a frown. I'm sorry. All Might chuckles, dry. I said you're good with him. You're good with all the kids. I was really hoping to be better at this. A better teacher? Another stilted laugh as the other pro PPS's head towards him. That's one word for it. This time Shoyuta frowns, but he doesn't know what to say in response, so he lets it drop. Instead he says, I'm going to work with him alone tomorrow and then we can try again, alright? All Might nods, this time smiling. I'm looking forward to it. Luckily, Shoyuta comes to find out, Midoriya is able to regain proper control of his quirk. They're still not exactly sure what the issue is, but Midoriya had told him during their training session that he just needed to adjust his output and relative control, and now he seems to be doing just fine again. So, that doesn't completely make the issue go away. Shoyuta really needs to hound All Might about talking to someone regarding this one for all. But that's an issue for later, after the sports festival. For now, Midoriya is using his quirk as well as always, and Shoyuta just wants to focus on his students and their training. Midoriya does train with All Might again, a few times, and they seem to be making some strides, however small. They talk back and forth about how their quirks work, and Midoriya seems to have decreased his recovery time in between usage, even if it's just by a few seconds. Shoyuta isn't sure how much it had to do with All Might's teaching, but still. He's glad that they're getting along, and Midoriya enjoys training with him, obviously. He's just not sure how long the number one hero can keep this up. But again, that's not something he's going to worry about now. The sports festival is only days away after all. I just want to say, I'm going to win. The congregation of his classmates around him begin to boo and shout, which is expected. Izuku knew, of course, that Kaken would say something along these lines, although he was hoping he'd be less blunt about it. As Kaken walks off the stage, unfazed by the students screaming vulgarities at him, Midnight introduces Izuku. Being that the both of them tied for first during the hero course entrance exams, they were both given the opportunity to grant opening speeches. Well, if you can really call Kaken's statement a speech. But whereas Kaken had unrivaled confidence going for him, Izuku isn't sure how his own speech is going to go over. He walks on determinedly steady feet up to the podium, trying not to let his nervousness show. The nerves of the festival itself and the nerves of speaking to the crowd begin to collide, and Izuku clears his throat as he forces his voice to remain even. I can't lie, he starts, staring unfocused across the crowd. I worked very hard to get where I am. But I know, so has everyone who's here right now, whether you're in the hero course, support, general, or business studies. No one could have gotten into this school without the utmost determination, and I look forward to a fierce fight against all of you to get to that top spot. Don't give it anything but your best. There's a pause, and for an instant his stomach drops, but soon enough there's a wave of cheers and applause, from both his fellow students and the massive audience. Izuku smiles towards his friends as he walks back down to them. He knows it wasn't the most groundbreaking speech, but he's happy for giving it. Nice job, Deku. Uraraka greets him as he returns, accompanied by a broad smile. His own grin turns a bit sheepish, but before he can reply he hears Midnight begin to explain the first round, and immediately the smile drops, turning to give the pro hero his full attention. Because while he was nervous about having to speak, this is what truly matters right now. This is what he needs to focus on. He bites his lip in both nervousness and determination as Midnight speaks. An obstacle course is their first challenge, and okay. An obstacle course would lend itself to speed, correct? And while he needs to take breaks in between his usage, he's still fast. He smiles to himself, ready to put up a formidable fight. Despite his issues with control, Izuku knows that his own quirk is very powerful. It's not, however, suited to all types of obstacles. Speed? Sure. But as fast as he is, it won't matter if he can't get a proper footing. So yeah, thanks for the ice, Todoroki. The robots, however, are definitely something he can handle. Luckily Izuku sees what Todoroki is doing before most others do, and manages to make it through before the robots collapse in onto themselves. But he doesn't have much time to be relieved. The rope course isn't particularly suited to his quirk. He watches with a frustrated grimace as a few of his classmates begin to pass him, picking up his pace as much as he can as he climbs across. So, he's not first when he reaches the landmines, but that's fine. He can see they're giving many of his classmates a great deal of trouble, giving him time to catch up. However, he is glad he didn't dump the piece of sheet metal he'd grabbed at the robots, thinking it might come in handy later on, and he's very thankful for his own forward thinking. When he's soaring through the air, over the smattering of mildly bewildered students, Izuku starts to think he may have gone a bit overboard with the landmines. However, it looks like it's going to be just enough. He's readily catching up to Kaken and Todoroki, wind stinging his face, knuckles turning white from his unwavering grip on the sheet metal. In retrospect, he didn't really think so much about the landing aspect of this plan. If he can activate his quirk, allowing his body to go into a roll, it's possible he'd have to release at the exact right time. But it seems the decision is made for him. A fleeting spray of ice leaves his arm completely immobilized as his brain spirals into panic, wondering how he's going to land, if he can even. With a shout, he tumbles to the ground and right onto Kaken. He feels bad, he really does, but this isn't time for apologizes. As quickly as he can, he stumbles to his feet, letting his quirk fuel his legs as he rushes to catch up to Todoroki, ears ringing from both Kaken's expletives and his explosions. But now that he's past the mines, he can run free if he can just. It's not enough. He approaches the gate, however, fast on Todoroki's trail. He's forced to let go of his quirk lest he completely lose control, and he stumbles through the finish line. Behind Todoroki, but ahead of Kaken. Well, second place is still an accomplishment. He allows himself a moment of pride as the rest of his classmates begin to trickle through, before he begins to mentally prepare himself for the next match. Surprisingly, Izuku thinks, Todoroki seems to be putting together a team just fine. He can't help but notice initially he had thought everyone would have steered clear of Todoroki and his 10 million points, deciding that it would be a better strategy to play offense rather than defense. However, with his amazingly impressive display of power during the obstacle course, people seem to have determined that teaming up with him would still likely result in a win, with his quirk being strongly suited to defense. Izuku, however, doesn't even try to talk to him. Not that he has anything against Todoroki. No, he has complete respect for him, but what his fellow student had said to him before the festival began. A declaration of war, Kaminari had called it, and yeah, that was a pretty apt description. But what Izuku can't really get past was when Todoroki said he has All Might in his corner. And yeah, sure, All Might has been training with him, but it was just because they have similar quirks. It's not like there's anything else going on between them. If there's anyone he'd be worried about being accused of having in his corner, it would be Mr. Aizawa. But Todoroki hadn't said a word about their homeroom teacher. Which is good, because he doesn't want to be accused of getting any preferential treatment, and being implied that he is getting so from All Might, well. It didn't feel good. But like Mr. Aizawa had told him, he would help train any student upon request. Of course he would. All Might too, he's sure. So Izuku didn't take it personally. Instead, he had smiled and fired back as good as he got. If Todoroki was out to prove his worth against Izuku, then he'd do the same right back. Of course he's going to give it his all. That was never up for debate. So his eyes can't help but linger on Todoroki as he sees him discussing with Yaoyorozu, that is, until a waving hand on his right catches his attention. Deku! He turns and smiles. It's Uraraka running towards him, bouncing in her steps and grinning broadly. She asks him if he wants to team up, and of course he does. Uraraka's quirk is incredibly powerful, and she herself is a great fighter. Plus, she's right, it is good strategy to team up with people you know. However, when they ask Ida, they learn that he has other plans. While Izuku is disappointed, he completely respects his friend's decision and looks forward to competing against him. Rethinking his plan while people are still milling about, knowing that time is quickly running out, an incessant tap on his shoulder pulls him from his mutterings. When he looks around, he nearly jumps as his eyes lock onto a pair of bulky welder's goggles mere centimeters from his face. I've been looking for you. That gives Izuku pause. He knows he has the second highest score, but he didn't exactly show off his quirk much during the obstacle race, so why would she? Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A, correct? I'm Hatsum. I heard about you once the semester started, and I knew just the support item I had to make. Support item? Had she heard about his quirk somehow, that he has to use it in intervals? Even if she did know that, it's unlikely she could come up with some kind of device to help with his usage unless she had the proper details about. Once again he's forced out his thoughts, this time by Hatsum's loud and boisterous "Tada!" as she holds out a long, metal object in front of him. He frowns. It's an arm. A metal arm. Izuku's initial reaction, despite himself, is a bubble of excitement that the prosthetic draws from him. Because an arm, a mechanical, operational arm, he'd never dreamed he would have something like that, something that would actually respond and move, but how would it respond to his quirk? And his entire fighting style, he's been trained to fight with one arms while primarily relying on his legs. Would trying something this new only hinder him? So, what I think, pretty great, right? This baby'll be sure to impress the support companies. Not to mention, it'll give us a great shot at the finals. Frowning, Izuku glances at Uraraka, whose own gaze is flitting between Hatsum, the arm, and himself. She seems nearly as baffled as Izuku feels, to be presented with a functioning arm after years of not having one during the UA Sports Festival, no less. As Izuku continues to examine the prosthetic, Hatsum goes on to explain her other gadgets she had cleared to use during the festival, a pair of what are essentially jet boots along with a jetpack which would both greatly increase their mobility. With these gadgets, Uraraka's quirk and Izuku's own, they'd make a formidable offense. Now only if they had some sort of long-range capability. Looking around the arena, Izuku spots who he's looking for and grins. Quickly, he explains his plan to his two classmates. At the end of his quick spiel, Uraraka nods, straight-line determination overtaking her normally bubbly expression. That's a great plan, Deku. And you think Tokoyami will work with us? He grins. Only one way to find out. And the arm? You'll test it for me, won't you? She pulls what looks like a silver headband from seemingly out of nowhere, and Izuku frowns at the object. It's nothing invasive, I promise, as long as you're wearing this headband. If you think it, you can move it. Well, that's less painful than he thought it would be. Izuku looks back down at the prosthetic in front of him, smile turning to a grimace. The excitement is still there, threatening to turn him giddy, but to use this after all this time. But time is what he's running out of, and they really have to talk to Tokoyami, to at least ask him. Meeting Hatsum's eyes, he nods, once. I'll wear it, go ahead and attach it. As Hatsum gets to work, Izuku watches as Uraraka goes off to talk with Tokoyami, to explain their plan to him, hope that he'll agree to work with them. And as for the arm, getting it attached is one thing, but can he actually bring himself to use it? Hey, what's that thing Midoriya's holding? Once Shoyuta realizes that Hisashi is talking to him and not to the audience, he turns, frowning as his gaze follows to where his husband is pointing. Sure enough, it's Midoriya, walking back towards the center arena, now having formed his group, it seems. He's not surprised to see him with Uraraka, not that it's bad strategy, teaming up with people you know. Seeing Tokoyami with them is surprising, but not as much as their fourth member, Hatsum, he remembers from support. But now, Shoyuta sees what Hisashi is talking about. There's something metallic he's carrying, something long, holding it on his right side. His right side? He looks over at the jumbo screens, where one of the zoomed-in cameras is trailing on their group as they get into their designated positions. It's an arm. A prosthetic arm, but not the one Shuta's seldom seen Midoriya with. No, this isn't anything medical provided, this is definitely straight out of support. Is that allowed? Hisashi asked, raising a brow. Shoyuta shrugs, bandages rustling slightly with emotion. Nemuri seems to be fine with it, so yes. It's likely Hasjum requested all of her support items be approved for use during the festival, and since it's a group battle, anyone can use her equipment. It's genius. Really, an arm like that would definitely test well with support clients, and coercing Midoriya to demonstrate it to the public for her? Honestly, Shura's just shocked that he agreed to it. Well, maybe not that shocked. It's likely that he would have agreed simply to help out his fellow classmate. What's more likely is that he saw the arm to be a definite tactical advantage and would thus help their chances of advancing onwards. Or, perhaps, just simple curiosity. Shura's so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he nearly misses the start of the match, but it's predictable, of course. All teams making a mad dash for Todoroki's group and their 10 million points. But Todoroki alone has an extremely formidable defensive quirk. That, combined with Ida's speed, Kaminari's wide range and Yaoyuruzu's versatility, it's a very good strategy, one ideal for this high-stakes game of keep away they're playing. Some groups have dispersed, looking instead to build points with lower headbands, but there's still that rush to ambush Todoroki. It's then, during an onslaught, that Kaminari unleashes his own quirk. While the kid really needs to improve his aim, the distance he can cover is impressive. The carnage of electricity immobilizes everyone chasing after them, everyone except Midoriya's group, having taken flight the moment Yaoyuruzu had started to create their insulating blanket. It looks to be a combined effort of Uraraka's quirk and Hatsume's rocket-like boots. They don't stay up there for long. It's harder to maneuver in precise movements, it seems, and Todoroki is definitely giving them trouble with his ice. Dark Shadow is a formidable offense, however, and shortly after they land they manage to back Todoroki's group into a corner. Shoyuta isn't sure if Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is going to be enough for them on the offensive. Hatsume and Uraraka can't do much in this particular situation, and neither can Midoriya. If he were able to jump, he might be able to get a good kick in, but from the top of the three-person horse, it won't be possible. Restrained like this, there's not much Midoriya can do in the way of long-range attacks. Well, there is something he could do, but Shoyuta explicitly told him not to use it unless it was an actual emergency. But honestly, did he actually think the kid was going to listen to him? He sees the kid's raising his arm, fingers moving as if they're about to snap. One of the cameras starts to zoom in as he prepares the attack, that tight-leashed power coiling into his fingertips. No, absolutely not. That is not a viable technique. Why not? My quirk is limited to close range, this way I'll have some distance. No. Midoriya frowns, and it's almost a pout, truly. He'd figured the kid, who's otherwise so mature for his age, would be so petulant about this. He's young, barely 12, and he doesn't understand the absolute necessity of balancing out self-sacrifice with self-preservation. Shoyuta sighs, running a hand through his unruly hair as he stares down at the kid. He starts again, and Shoyuta resists raising a brow. Isn't it more important to save someone because I still can? What's a few broken fingers to someone's life? Have you considered the toll it would take on your bones, constantly breaking and healing and breaking them again? How long could you keep that up before reaching permanent damage? It's rather blunt, Shoyuta knows, and borderline gruesome to think about. But the kid can handle it. He has to understand this if they're going to continue what they're doing. However, the statement does silence him, Midoriya instead biting at his lip while averting Shura's gaze. Heaving another sigh, Shoyuta says, if it's truly an emergency and it's your only option, you can use it. But sparingly. And not in training. Understand? Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Later, Shoyuta thinks he's going to have to remind the kid of what constitutes an actual emergency. He watches through narrowed eyes as the kid lets loose a rush of power expelled through his fingertips but leaving them broken, he's certain. As much as the kid should not be injuring himself like this, it does work well enough. It completely shatters Todoroki's ice attack and sends them off their feet as well, only to be caught by a quick wall of ice. However, they don't give Midoriya's group much time before they're ready to attack again, and Shoyuta can barely make it out. But he can see the heat starting to color Ida's engines, likely an escape judging by the way Todoroki is raising his arm as if to create a wall to shield them. It's then that Midoriya raises his prosthetic arm for the first time, the motion quick, fluid. In an instant his palm is splayed outwards towards Todoroki's team. Shoyuta furrows his brow. What the F is he? Now, Midoriya. Show all of the recruiters how powerful my baby is. Izuku mentally steps back from the chaos of the match, remembering how Hatsume had instructed him to use the arm. After she said what it could do, well, He still has his reservations, but he couldn't deny the advantage it would give them all, as they were all fighting for the third and final round. So Izuku raises the prosthetic in the direction of Todoroki's team, and he's nearly shocked still at how responsive it is. "Get ready," he shouts, splaying his fingers, and he can feel the move from the boots Uraraka is wearing, preparing to jump. They have to be quick, he knows. He sees the other group, the four of them preparing to run and defend. Now! He feels it, the energy thrumming in his metallic arm, familiar in the way his quirk feels, that tightly leashed coil of energy. But on his command his group leaps into the air, and Izuku lets loose a blast from his arm. Ah shit! He doesn't mean to curse, not really, but he can't help it. The blast is much more forceful than Hatsum described, so much so that the recoil nearly knocks him out of his teammate's grip. But the arm did do what was intended, a large blast of energy, completely knocking Todoroki's group off their guard and leaving them defenseless. Not for long, he knows, but it has to be enough time, it has to. He doesn't realize until it's too late. His arm, his prosthetic arm, it was completely destroyed from the blast, but they're flying through the air, so close to the winning headband that is just out of reach. And it remains out of reach, because the force of the blast had completely thrown them off of their trajectory. They were still coming at Todoroki, but from the right side instead of the left, and Izuku, he can't reach his arm around to grab the headband. It's the first time in a very long time that he's genuinely been angry about his disability. If he had a good, functioning right arm, he would have snatched the headband no problem. He's still mentally berating himself when the team lands and immediately breaks into a sprint, the rest of them clearly thinking Todoroki's team will be hot on their tail. They must not have realized Izuku didn't get the headband. And Team Midoriya rockets up to first place. What a crazy display of support technology from Hatsume and Midoriya Izuku. "What?" Izuku shouts in response to present Mick's announcement. "But I didn't." It's then that he sees it in his beak. Dark Shadow is clutching the 10 million point headband. "After the blast, I saw the remnants of Hatsume's prosthetic fall in front of me. Judging from the angle, I knew it would be unlikely that you could grab it." He's so thankful for his team, for how skilled all of his fellow classmates are, how quick they think on their feet. He wants to thank them all properly, especially Tokoyami, but he knows he doesn't have the time. The match isn't over quite yet. With a rushed thank-as-much, he ties the headband around his own neck and prepares himself to. "Deku, come here, you Bithudi." Well, that didn't take long. He turns to see Kaken, Mina, Shiro, and Kirishima in a blind rush towards them. Kaken already has a considerably large number of headbands around his neck, but he's absolutely seething and staring down Izuku with murderous intent. "Should we run?" Tokoyami asks. Dark Shadow won't hold up well against Bakuga's attack. "One of the boots got busted last time we landed. Our mobility is limited," Uraraka states, her voice a bit warily. And now with his prosthetic completely busted, he doesn't look, he can't bring himself to do so, but he knows it's completely busted, a lost cause. But, with the match so close to being over and most of his fingers still functional, he sees it, before it happens, Kaken preparing to leap, to jump from his position atop his teammate's shoulders. "Come here, Udaman nerd." As soon as Kaken is airborne, Izuku lets his quirk coil into his fingers, grimacing in his exertion to not let it completely destroy his bones, just enough to expel the energy stored there. Despite the sharp, throbbing pain in his hand, he smiles as the blast sends Kaken flying back, only to be caught by Shiro's quick reaction time, letting loose a flurry of tape to wrangle Kaken back onto their shoulders. If his former friend was angry before, he's absolutely livid now. He watches as Kaken's quirk flares from his palm, sparks flying and crackling as he bares his teeth at Izuku. "Deku, you effing." Izuku, however, doesn't hear the rest of Kaken's insult, instead drowned out by present Mick's announcement. At the sound of it, he and the rest of his team let out a whoop of pure, unadulterated excitement. And that's time. The cavalry battle is over. Do I need to tell you how reckless that was, Midoriya? There in Recovery Girl's makeshift office here at the stadium, the kid perched on the edge of the bed as Shoyuta stares down at him, arms crossed. Midoriya won't meet his eyes, but he doesn't exactly look remorseful. "We won, didn't we?" Shoyuta sighs, resisting the urge to bury his face into the palms of his hands. Yes, you did win. But do you think it's worth risking permanent injury for some game? Isn't this important? This is how we're going to get recruited for internships, isn't it? Now the kid is looking at him, and Shoyuta can see the embers simmering within his eyes. It's a rare thing to see, the kid normally so understanding of his limits. He's always had, and always has that drive and that determination, but anger? It's an uncommon thing to see Midoriya display, especially given the circumstances. And well, he's right to a degree. The festival does play a large part in the recruitment process, and their performance here will carry with them. They'll have more years to compete, but should a students are fierce this year, they're going to give it their all, regardless if they'll have more chances to compete in the future. Shoyuta just wishes that giving it his all didn't mean Midoriya damaging his body like this. He sighs and sits himself next to the kid, who meets him with a raised eyebrow. It does matter, but how are you going to be able to work an internship if you don't have proper use of your arm? Shoyuta hates having to come back to that whenever they have this conversation, but sometimes it's the only thing that actually gets through to him. The only thing stronger than his drive to succeed now is his drive to be able to keep succeeding, to obtain that pro-hero status he so desires. He wraps an arm around the kid's shoulder in what feels like a poor attempt to comfort him, and he's surprised when the kid leans into the embrace, resting his head on Shuta's own shoulder. I know, Mr. Aizawa. I'm sorry. It's fine, kid. Just try to be more careful. He expects the yes, Mr. Aizawa he usually receives, but he's met with silence instead. He doesn't press the kid, just gives him a moment. Eventually he responds, I will try to be more careful. But I'm also going to try my best to win. I'm still going to fight with everything I've got. Well, it's better than nothing, he supposes. Just try. You're strong as it is, don't forget that. You can do a lot while still maintaining your control. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta hums, satisfied. Well, mostly. He still wishes he would have gotten a firm promise out of Midoriya, but it's not like he can physically stop him while he's fighting on the field. He'll have to trust the judgment of Cementos and Nemuri. So are you going to tell me about that prosthetic, or no? That startles a snort from the kid and he looks up, Shoyuta dropping his arm. It was weird but super easy to control. It was almost like having a real arm, Midoriya doesn't say, but Shoyuta can see it written across his face. So, are you going to ask her to make a new one for you, or did you already do that? Hopefully, one that doesn't get destroyed after a single blast, but Shoyuta understands it's a work in progress. However, at his question Midoriya's face twists up funnily, expression turning almost sour. She could, but it's not. It's not a perfect prosthetic. It's controlled by a headband thing? I don't know how it works, really, he chuckles dryly, before continuing. But she said that long-term use would be damaging, that it would cause severe migraines. At that, Shoyuta narrows his eyes. And did she tell you that before or after you used it? Well, not till after, he states, a bit sheepishly, but hastily waves his hand in front of himself as Shuta's eyebrows crease, ready to have a stern word with this girl about proper safety. But it's totally fine for short-term use. My head feels fine. Power Loader approved it and everything. Alright then. Shoyuta can accept that. She's going to work on it, Midoriya continues. But she's not sure how much she'll be able to make it functional for everyday use. Well, even if it is a special occasions only type of weapon, it's still a good thing to keep in mind. He's honestly astounded at how well the arms seem to work. But considering how talented some of these DMN kids are, he really shouldn't be surprised. In the lapse of conversation, Recovery Girl comes over and clears Midoriya with another stern warning. He nods almost meekly but still firm, and they walk out of the office together. You should go prepare for the next match, Shoyuta says, and Midoriya nods again, this time in agreement. A short pause, and Shoyuta reaches out to ruffle his unruly hair. Give him hell, kid. He laughs. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku pauses, turning on his heel in what he thought was an empty hallway, but no Todoroki is there behind him, staring at him intently. He blinks, once, and puts on a shaky smile. Yeah? What is it, Todoroki? I'd like to have a word with you, if that's all right. A brief pause, before Izuku nods. Sure, I was about to head over and get some lunch, if you'd like to. In private. Well, that's rather blunt. It's not like Izuku was expecting a friendly pep talk, considering the talk they'd previously had that day before the festival even began, during which Todoroki had stated, straightforward, that he was going to beat Izuku. What he wants now, Izuku cannot fathom. But still, it'd be rude not to hear him out, so he agrees, following Todoroki down the hallway, in the opposite direction of where he was originally heading. It's near one of the back entrances, and it's unlikely that anyone else would be coming out this way. They stand there for a moment in mutual silence, Izuku shifting his weight awkwardly as Todoroki continues to stare him down. When it becomes apparent that his fellow student isn't going to start this conversation, Izuku clears his throat. So, what did you want to talk to me about? The silence continues, and Izuku can't help but raise a brow. He supposes that Todoroki is trying to intimidate him, considering the last match and those upcoming, but he's not going to let him get under his skin. Instead, he doesn't say anything else and just waits for him to speak. Eventually, he does. It's kind of funny how nobody noticed it. I don't even think you did either. Izuku furrows his brow, confused as to what Todoroki is referring to. He assumes it has to do with the cavalry battle, but he doesn't know what exactly he was supposed to have noticed. Your first attack, I wasn't expecting that kind of power, if I'm being completely honest. I've seen you use your quirk before, but that kind of power? I haven't seen that before. He pauses again for a moment, and Izuku tries his best to keep his gaze even and steady, to keep his expression neutral. In the silence between them, Todoroki stares down at his own left hand, more intently than he would for a passing gaze. Midoriya frowns despite himself. His left. When you attacked again, I almost used my left side, despite the promise I made to myself long ago. You ended up using that prosthetic arm, not your quirk. But still, the thought of trying to counter that power you have, it almost made me lose control. Izuku doesn't know what to say, so he stays silent. An apology of some kind seems appropriate, but he doesn't know what for. Because Todoroki, he'd be so much powerful had he been using his quirk to its fullest extent. If he had, it's very likely Izuku and his team would have lost. You didn't feel it, Todoroki continues, seemingly shaking off his own thoughts. But I needed you to know that I was going to use my left side. I felt that. I would have had to, because that type of power, I've only ever felt something like that from All Might himself. Izuku's brain whirs, and crumbles to a stop. He blinks again, once, twice, as if that'll help him better comprehend the words Todoroki is uttering. Because what he's implying, Izuku knows their quirks are similar, sure, but to think that they have the same level of power. So Midoriya, I have to ask you. Izuku holds his breath as the silence stretches out between them, but it's short-lived, Todoroki parting his lips once more. Are you actually All Might's secret love child or something? If Izuku had thought he was shocked before, now he can barely think, due to the absurdity of the statement Todoroki just made. After a moment of stilted silence between them, Izuku managing to truly absorb Todoroki's words, he just can't help himself. He lets out an obnoxious snort, trying to control himself from falling into a fit of laughter. He, however, doesn't do a very good job of that. Todoroki just watches him, only looking mildly surprised. He waits patiently as Izuku gathers himself, laughter fading as his lips quirk into a smile. No, Todoroki. Not All Might's secret love child. He tries to keep his tone serious, firm, but it's rather hard to do so, because really? Really? Izuku even attempts to imagine it, All Might being his father. The hero he's admired for so long, starstruck the first time he met him, trying to picture this man flipping pancakes before Izuku leaves for school, he almost starts giggling again at the thought. Not that it wouldn't be, well, nice, maybe even as odd as it seems. But it's probably just the fact that Izuku didn't grow up with a dad at all, that the thought of All Might being his actual father is somewhat of a comforting thought. But it's just that, a thought. An improbable, impossible, fleeting thought. Izuku forces the thoughts down, instead watching as fellow student smooths out his face, brow twitching slightly upward. You might find it outlandish, but even you can't deny having All Might in your corner. I know you've had lunch with him privately, before, and that he's been training you after school. There's something there, I know that much. No, Izuku starts, fumbling for his words as his own voice turns serious, the laughter in his tone fading completely. It's just that we have similar quirks, that's all. He offered to train me. All Might has a similar quirk to a lot of students. Anyone with strength augmentation could be considered similar to him. That's well. Izuku didn't think of that, not really. But now that Todoroki has mentioned it, he can't help but wonder why All Might singled him out for extra training. Perhaps Mr. Aizawa mentioned something about how difficult his own quirk is to control. He did mention that specifically when he offered to train him. Even so, he could spend his time training other students as well, but no. It's always been just Izuku. At first, Todoroki continues, pulling Izuku out of his own head. He's practically muttering now, but it's still clear that they're words Izuku is meant to hear. I thought that you and Mr. Aizawa were related somehow. He's the only one who knows how to use that capture weapon at the school besides yourself, of course. Now that makes Izuku freeze, anxiety crawling under his skin. It's not like he's doing anything wrong by training with Mr. Aizawa, he knows that. But for others to think that he's getting preferential treatment, thinking that he didn't get into this school on his own merit. But your quirks aren't similar at all, and he's a bit young to be your birth father, isn't he? Izuku doesn't respond, too focused on containing a sigh of relief that Todoroki doesn't seem like he's going to focus on that particular line of thought. He stiffens again, however, when Todoroki meets him with a heated gaze, Izuku trying to stand firm under the weight of his heterochromatic stare. So, I thought back to All Might. Even if you aren't related by blood, you didn't deny that there's something going on between you two, did you? Izuku stays silent because he didn't try to deny that All Might was helping train him, and trying to backtrack now would just be suspicious. So he just accepts his fate and lets Todoroki continue. My old man, as I'm sure you know by now, is the pro-hero endeavor. He's ambitious, but despite that, he's still the number 2 hero, never able to best All Might. But that desire to be number 1 is still driving him, and he's still determined to beat All Might one way or another. And if you're somehow connected to All Might. Izuku swallows, lead in his throat. I'm not sure what you're getting at, Todoroki. Another pause, and for the first time Todoroki averts his gaze, if only for a moment. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku can't help staring at the monitor overhead, displaying a quite literally larger-than-life image of himself for the thousands of fans in the audience. An image of himself and his competitor in this round, Shinso Hitoshi. He's still a bit rattled from his conversation with Todoroki earlier about the story he told of his own past. Just the mere image of how Endeavor treated his son, his entire family, it made Izuku sick to his stomach. Makes him sick to his stomach? That, and the ludicrous theory Todoroki had told him about who he suspected his own father to be. But no. Izuku hasn't given much thought to his father in years, as his mother has always been there for him. He doesn't need to let himself become distracted with those thoughts at all, least of all now, when he's about to fight in the final round of his first sports festival. However, that's not the only thing on his mind. The conversation he'd had with Ojiro is still weighing on him. He knows what he has to do, he knows how to win. He just has to follow through. Unfortunately for Izuku, he just can't manage to keep his mouth shut. Maybe if he hadn't had that talk with Todoroki earlier, maybe if he hadn't been so distracted with thoughts of family and friendship, he wouldn't have made his outburst. But when Shinso started to insult Ojiro to Izuku's face, it set something off inside of him. Something fierce, something near volatile. So he made a run for his competitor, shouting without thinking. And because of that carelessness, he finds himself still in his tracks, unable to move despite his incessant need to move, keep fighting. Now, do me a favor, turn around and walk out of the ring. Despite the contrary screams echoing through his own head, Izuku's limbs begin to move, carrying him across the field away from Shinso, and towards his own dead failure. If he just had more self-control, if he just kept his demon mouth shut, because he knew it was a trap, he knew it was bait. And he still fell for it like a fool. Berating yourself won't help you out of this mess. Izuku can't help but think bitterly to himself, watching as the empty entranceway from which he came grows closer and closer. He stares into the blank darkness of it, forcing his mind to think, damn it, think I need to figure out how to stop myself. No one's going to come help him. It's either going to be that he figures how to break out of Shinsu's control, or he's going to lose. No other option. Is this really going to help? Izuku asks, raising a brow. Mr. Aizawa just meets him with an even gaze. Well, I can't be certain, but I think it will. It's worth trying. They're sitting in his teacher's basement, the place where they've been training for the past year. They're both seated cross-legged, facing each other. The lights are dimmed, only a few of the bulbs lit rather than the full lights they normally practice under. But I don't understand how meditation will help. There's no way I'm going to be able to relax in an actual fight. Well, right. Meditation is probably the wrong word for it. It's more of a deep concentration activating your quirk without actually fighting. The idea is to build up that level of focus in a calm environment and then translate it to a more stressful one, like a fight. Izuku is still skeptical that this will work at all. They've managed to control his quirk while he's actively trying to use it, but to HRSS its power while he's just sitting there? Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa states, once again meeting his eyes. I'll be here to erase your quirk at a moment's notice, should the need arise. Well, Mr. Aizawa hasn't led him astray yet. Izuku genuinely trusts this man. So he nods, closes his eyes, and begins to focus. Taking as deep of a breath as he can manage, considering the limited control Izuku has over his body, he lets the breath out through his nose and tries to channel that arsenal of power within himself without actually moving his body. His feet are still walking against his own will, of course, but Izuku himself isn't moving. It's more as if he's a puppet and Shinso is pulling his strings. As far as his mind can tell, he's essentially gone limp. So instead he focuses, trying to HRSS his quirk as he's done before because yes, he's done this before, he knows he can do it. However, the edge of the ring is growing closer and closer. He wants to panic, wants to allow himself to panic, but he can't, not now, not when he has to focus. He can feel it, his quirk, can feel the energy coiling within himself, can see the green sparks out of the corner of his eyes. He focuses it, harnesses it, channels it to his arm, down into one of his fingers. Now if he could just release it. Suddenly, Izuku realizes he can move again, move under his own control again, that is. He looks around him, sees the destroyed rubble by his feet, sees the edge of the ring. But he's still in the ring. And now he can move. He turns, watching Shinsu's expression shift between confusion, then anger, before his lips twist into somewhat of a smirk. Of course you'd be able to break free, he almost sneers as Izuku walks towards him. With a quirk like that, of course you'll become a hero. Izuku says nothing. The anger returns to Shinsu's face. You were born lucky, born with a quirk like that. You've been blessed, but I'll always be at a disadvantage with a quirk like this. Izuku he wants to talk to Shinso, to properly discuss this with him, but now isn't the time. If he talks now, he's FE'd. So he keeps going, keeps running. I'm sure you've never had to. The boy's words are cut off with a stifled gasp as Izuku meets Shinsu's chest with his forearm, shoving it against him as he begins to push with the entire force of his body. And it's working. He knows he's overpowering Shinso, knows he can push him out, he just has to keep going. Say something, damn it. A sharp, biting sting across his face. He can feel the blood dripping from his nose and he wants to cry out from the pain of it, but he manages to bite his tongue. Because that's not what's concerning him. What's concerning him is the desperation in his competitor's voice. He can tell how much Shinso wants this, how much he wants to prove himself, how much he has to prove to others, to those who have so clearly doubted him from the start. But Izuku has a lot to prove as well. And he's not going to let himself back down. So instead, he activates his quirk properly now, letting it ignite his limbs with a sharp kick. He lands a hit in Shinsu's side, and watches as the boy tumbles out of the ring. It's unnervingly quiet for just a moment, but it barely lasts a second. Soon enough, the stadium erupts into a chorus of chaotic cheers as Midnight declares Izuku the winner. And yes, he's proud, of course he's proud, that he managed to win. But seeing the look on Shinsu's face as he clambers to his feet, dusting himself off, Izuku can barely bring himself to smile. Again, Shoyuta finds himself in Recovery Girl's office with Midoriya. This time, however, he finds himself to be a bit more sympathetic about the situation. I really didn't mean to, this time, Midoriya states. The sheepish look on his face is rather surprising to Shoyuta, considering how indignant he'd been the last time. Maybe he's actually learning. Shoyuta can only hope. However, the kid is right. While he really still shouldn't have broken his fingers yet again, it seemed like the jolt from the energy he expelled was the only thing that was going to break Shinsu's hold on him. I know you didn't mean to, Shoyuta says. But you still have to be more careful. I know. Shoyuta hums, but doesn't say any more. They sit in mutual silence while Recovery Girl comes to heal Izuku, mostly just his nose. He's adamant about keeping up his stamina, so she leaves his fingers bandaged for now. After she's done chastising the both of them, Midoriya again apologizing to her for the second time that day, they begin to head back into the main part of the stadium. You know, Midoriya starts as they walk together through the hallway. You're right. Oh. Shoyuta drawls, raising an eyebrow. The kid snorts. What about? The entrance exam, it's not fair. At all. With a powerful quirk like that, Shinso should have made it into the hero course. Shoyuta can't help it. He smiles at Midoriya's words, reaching out to ruffle the kid's hair for half a second. Well, it's definitely not too late. It wasn't for me, and I doubt it will be for him. Midoriya looks up, blinking once before matching Shuta's own grin. It's then that Shoyuta begins to feel the ground shake beneath his feet. The kid must notice it too, of course, smile dropping as he frowns down towards the floor. An earthquake, he asks. Possibly. But it's more likely. He was about to finish with it's more likely someone's quirk, when a quick look at the TV monitor down the end of the hallway confirms his suspicion. One of the cameras is showing an overhead view of the field, capturing a literal mountain of ice that could have only been created by Todoroki. At the bottom of it he sees Zero, obviously immobilized within the ice. Seems like a bit much, Shoyuta mutters under his breath. He looks towards Midoriya beside him, who's staring at the TV screen with wide eyes. He thinks back to the bracket, and he remembers why the kid looks so nervous. Just do your best, that's all you can do. Shoyuta states. He wants all of his students to do well, of course, but he can see how tough of a match this is going to be for Midoriya. Even without that blatant display of power, Shoyuta already knows how strong Todoroki is. And he suspects Midoriya does too. The kid doesn't say anything for a moment, just continues to stare at the screen as Hizashi blares on about Todoroki's attack, while the crowd offers their sympathies to Zero, still cheering him on. Eventually, as the program cuts to a commercial break, presumably while the staff begins to clean up the mess Todoroki made of the arena. The look Midoriya has on his face is one of his odd ones. He's usually so expressive, but right now his face is nearly unreadable. He talked to me earlier. After the cavalry battle. Yeah. Shoyuta raises a brow. It's a bit surprising that he did so. Even Shoyuta can see how Todoroki keeps to himself, and purposely so. He was the same way after all, until Hizashi shoved his way into his life their second year. He can't fathom why he would have been talking with Midoriya something about the festival, sure, but Shoyuta can't imagine what Todoroki would have had to say. However, judging by the way Midoriya is deliberately avoiding his gaze, awkwardly shifting his weight between his feet, Shoyuta can already tell that the kid isn't going to be very forthcoming about the details of their conversation. Yeah, I shouldn't repeat most of it, it was pretty personal. That's fair. You would tell me if it was something pertinent, correct? I want to respect his privacy, but I'm still his teacher. Finally, the kid looks up, blinking. Yeah, of course. Shoyuta nods. Good. Another beat passes, and Shoyuta hears the kid take in a sharp breath. He did, something kinda odd to me though. Shoyuta says nothing, leaving space for the kid to speak as he seems to be struggling with placing his words. He lets out a dry laugh which is mildly shocking, considering how nervous he seems. Even stranger, his blank face turns to a crooked grin. He told me that he thought you were my dad, actually. Shoyuta blinks, brain whirring to a near halt. He spares a glance towards Midoriya, who's still smiling. Shuda's higher processing functions seem to have stalled, and he can't think of a properly response other than a dumb, really? However, he's saved from having to form a coherent reply, as the kid begins to speak again. I guess he thought because we were training together, and because I know how to use your capture weapon since, well, but it's still okay that we train together, right? That, at least, Shoyuta can answer. Yes, it's still okay, don't worry. Okay, good. They continue walking down the hallway, soon reaching the stairwell where they'll need to part ways, Midoriya probably returning to the stands while Shoyuta makes his way back to the announcer's booth. Before Shoyuta can wish him luck, the kid laughs again, this time with actual humor in his tone. You know, he did say that, but that wasn't really what he wanted to ask me. What he really wanted to say is that he thinks All Might is my dad. Again the kid laughs, which is good because Shoyuta doesn't think he'll be able to talk with the way his blood has frozen over in his veins. Before he can start to panic about the fact that one of his students seems to know one of All Might's greatest secrets, the kid smiles up at him again. Can you believe that? He thought because we trained together those few times, and he thinks our quirks are similar. I mean, they're not even that similar, right? Shoyuta blinks, helplessly. He's minutely relieved that Todoroki clearly doesn't actually know anything, and Midoriya obviously doesn't suspect anything. He doesn't think the kid would find the situation nearly as humorous, if he did. He doesn't have to use his quirk in intervals. Shoyuta can feel how stilted and stiff his own voice sounds, practically forcing the words out of the back of his throat, but if the kid notices, he doesn't say anything. He just chuckles again, still smiling. Exactly. That's what I told him. It was just so crazy, right? That he would think that. He manages a nod, but that seems to be enough for Midoriya. He shakes his head and points a thumb back towards the stairs behind him. Well, I should get going. To go prepare. Again he nods. Good luck, Midoriya. He smiles, thanking him and turning to run up the stairs. Once he's gone, Shoyuta lets out a heaving sigh, shaking his own head. Holy shit. These DMN kids. I was looking for you. Izuku freezes in his steps, already knowing who is calling his name based on how the hallway he's currently in seems to have suddenly grown significantly hotter within the past few seconds. He turns, slowly, and faces the burning man towering over him. Endeavor, Izuku states, evenly. The man raises a brow, then smirks. I was watching your match against the brainwashing kid. The power you were able to expel from your fingertips is certainly impressive. Izuku doesn't know how to respond. He doesn't know what Endeavor wants from him, so he says nothing. Simply his attention seems to be good enough for the man, as he continues on without waiting for a reply. As impressive as it was, what was more impressive was how your team managed to defeat my Shudo during the cavalry battle. So is that what this is about? That he beat Todoroki, Endeavor's son? If he's mad, he doesn't seem it. He's still smirking as he stares Izuku down, and his posture conveys more confidence than it does anything else. Izuku keeps his face passive and lets the man continue. Considering how similar your quirk is to All Might's, this next battle will be a good challenge for him. He is attending this school to surpass the #1 hero, after all. Be sure to hit him hard. Izuku's lips part slightly, nearly caught dumbstruck by the statement. Because he knows what Todoroki said to him about his father. But for this man to so utterly imply that he's using his child for his own personal gain? It's unacceptable. That's all. So sorry to bother you. Just because you want to surpass All Might doesn't mean that your son wants to. The words have left Izuku's lips before he even realizes what he's doing. Endeavor, already having turned to leave, now glares back towards him. And now he's angry. But well, Izuku's already completely shoved his own foot into his mouth, so he might as well keep going. In no way am I All Might, and in no way is Todoroki you. He's not your property. He's allowed to have his own goals for his own life. A grunt is the only response Izuku gets that, and the flames pouring out of the man are significantly hotter, so much so that it's causing Izuku to sweat, even from this distance. But he ignores it, forcing himself to maintain this heated gaze for just a moment longer. Enjoy the festival. Without waiting to see if Endeavor has a reply this time, Izuku turns and makes his way back up towards the stands and to his classmates. Do you really think you can win this? Izuku can't help it, he smirks back in response to Todoroki's deadpan statement. His competitor's so sure of himself, and why shouldn't he be? Not only is his quirk immensely powerful, but he himself is a strong fighter regardless of his quirk. But that doesn't mean that Izuku isn't going to give it his all. We'll see, won't we? Todoroki doesn't respond, he just deepens his frown, gaze turning into a sharp glare. Izuku smiles. Midnight calls the match, and immediately Todoroki is on the offensive, but that's okay. That's what Izuku was expecting. As soon as the onslaught of ice approaches, he whips out his right foot into a kick, making contact and smashing the ice as soon as it tries to hit. He ends up clearing a circle around him, the rest of it still forming in his wake on either side. It's not as much as there'd been with Zero earlier, but it's still enough that had he not defended, it would have been over for sure. Todoroki doesn't hesitate with a second attack. Izuku barely has enough time to recover before Todoroki is launching another path of ice. This time, he's not going for size and mass, rather, a thin path that's clearly meant to encase his feet and immobilize him. Thankfully, Izuku is able to see this and act quickly. With a burst of speed from his quirk, he's able to rush across the ring and out of the way of the ice. You might be fast, Todoroki says. But it won't matter if you can't get close enough to hit me. Izuku says nothing instead, he just charges. He knows it's going to fail, however, but it's more of a test to see how close he can actually get. When Todoroki sends another attack, this time he jumps high over the near mountain of ice. He, however, had less stamina than he'd thought. He won't be able to land with his quirk, instead he ends up sliding down the side of the ice, making a less than graceful landing. He'll have some bruised knees, but nothing major. What's more important is that he evaded the attack and that he's still in the ring. He also knows now how close he can really get to Todoroki. The answer is well, not very. You won't win by dodging and defending, Todoroki states, now glaring at him from across the arena. Izuku just grins. And you won't win if you can't land a hit on me. The other boy's lips turn into a frown, and instead of a reply, he sends another wave of ice towards him. Again, Izuku dodges. More ice, and this time he defends, smashing it to bits in front of him. You won't last long like this, Todoroki says. I know about your quirk, Midoriya. You're going to run out of stamina soon, aren't you? He's right, of course he's right, and of course Todoroki would have caught on. It's not exactly something Izuku can keep a secret from any keen onlooker, and Todoroki is certainly smarter than he lets on. Izuku, again, doesn't reply. He has to focus on not getting hit, and this time, he's not as quick as he needs to be. The ice nicks his cheek, but what actually makes him cry out is the ice that cuts into his scar, the scar on his right shoulder, where he clutches it, gritting through the deep, burning pain. He hasn't had a flare-up like this in at least a year, but with the agitation on his scar tissue, the phantom pain of his wound is back, and it's almost unbearable. But he has to bear it. He has to. His compression sock, now, is tattered and shredded. He rips it off with a fierce grimace, as it's doing more harm than good now, just agitating the open wound. He watches as Todoroki's eyes widen, obviously staring at the mangled scar tissue. Don't worry, my arm was already missing. That wasn't you, Izuku says, bringing himself to a half-smile. His opponent blinks, momentarily dropping from his fighting stance. With a smirk, Izuku takes his opportunity. He runs to the large piece of ice closest to Todoroki's left side, and sends shards flying with a quirk-enhanced kick. Todoroki, of course, doesn't activate his left side, and is again thrown off by the attack. Dropping his quirk, Izuku runs at normal speed, only reactivating his power just in time to slam his foot into Todoroki's chest, sending him flying. He knows he should have followed up with another attack. He didn't put his full power into it, risk breaking one of Todoroki's ribs. Because of that, the one attack isn't enough, and his opponent is able to catch himself with a wall of ice just before he would have otherwise fallen out of bounds. But Izuku, he can't. He has to drop his quirk, or risk overloading himself, risk losing control. So instead he watches as Todoroki recovers, watches as he stares him down once more. You must be in incredible pain with a wound like that on scar tissue. Well, he's not wrong, the pain is severe, definitely, but it's been dulled somewhat by his own adrenaline. He doesn't even want to think about how it's going to feel after the fight. But he can't focus on that, can't focus on the blood pooling and dripping off of his shoulder. Instead, he just wipes some of it away and meets Todoroki with a grin. You would know, wouldn't you? About scars? About pain. He knows it's biting a remark like that, but that's the point. This entire time, he hasn't been able to stop thinking about what Todoroki had said to him earlier about his father, about his mother. He can't help but want to. Izuku clears his head in an instant, instead focusing on maneuvering his way around Todoroki's next attack. It's bigger. This time, Izuku can tell. He's angry. You said you were going to beat me, but you've barely landed a hit. Another attack, another dodge, another close call. This time he slips on an already formed patch of ice, but manages to catch himself before Todoroki can take advantage of his falter. Do you really think you can beat me, only using half your power? He's shouting now. Izuku he can feel it in his throat, how raw he must sound, but he can barely hear anything between the roaring of the crowd, the ringing in his own ears, and his determination to focus only on Todoroki's voice. Do you think you can win when you're clearly about to be out of power? Fair, but this isn't about Izuku, not really. He's not going to let it be. You're going to tell me about my power when you won't even accept your own? Again, Todoroki is shocked still, but this time, Izuku doesn't attack. Partly because he needs the time to properly recover, partly because he can't control the words spilling past his lips. It's your power, Todoroki. Yours, not his. This time, Todoroki does attack, but still with that same hesitation. Again he's nearly hit, but Izuku still manages to land on his feet, if barely. You don't know what you're talking about. His fists are firm at his sides, now, and he's seething as he glares down Izuku through narrowed eyes. You couldn't possibly know what you're talking about. Izuku smiles. He can't help himself. You're right, I don't know. I don't have a father, I've never met the man. But I have people who believe in me still. And I believe in you, Todoroki, whether you do or not. His eyes widen now, and for a moment he looks like he's completely forgotten the fight, too shocked by Izuku's words. He just keeps smiling and barreling through. I wasn't born like this, you know that? Izuku states, gesturing to his right side. This was a result of my quirk destroyed my arm. I can't use my right side. But you're so powerful, Todoroki, and you're not going to use your full power? Because of him. You don't, you couldn't possibly. I don't, he states, firm. I don't know. But I do know that it's your power, Todoroki. Make it your own. There's a moment, a pause, where the world around them seems to fade, the cheers and shouts from the crowd sounding tinny in Izuku's ears. Todoroki is still looking at him, but his eyes are almost glassed over. He's staring, but he doesn't appear to be seeing. It lasts seconds, if that no time at all, but Izuku feels as if time is swimming around him, entrapped by the expression Todoroki is wearing. Soon enough, that look of bewilderment drops from his face, and Izuku's own eyes are showered in bright light as the stadium lights up before him, flames rising from his left side. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku grins, determination igniting his veins as he can feel the power of his quirk returning to him. He wipes at the blood staining his cheek and drops to the ready. Now come at me with everything you've got. He does. It's not until later that Izuku finds out the result of the fight. He lost, but he figured that much considering he'd blacked out right after Todoroki's final blow. Besides that, by the time he's excited Recovery Girl's office for the third time that day, the final match is already over. Deku! Barely out the door, Izuku turns and smiles when he sees Uraraka and Azui jogging towards him. I'm glad you're all right, that fight was crazy. Uraraka states as she tackles him into a hug. Izuku moves to return it, but she abruptly releases him before he can probably hug her back. Oh, I'm sorry, Deku. I shouldn't have done that. You're probably hurt, aren't you? He just laughs, waving her off. Yeah, but I'm pretty much okay now, just tired. Her and Azui both nod and move to continue walking down the hallway. You did amazing though, Deku. Then he laughs. Thanks, you did too. She chuckles in return. You already said that earlier, in the waiting room. And besides, I still lost. Izuku shrugs, offering a half grin. So did I. She smiles at that as they round the corner. He's not really sure where they're going to the main arena, he assumes. Oh yeah, he starts. They're doing awards, right? Who won? Bakugo actually, Azui says. Todoroki came in second, while Ida and Tokoyami tied for third. Wow, that's great for Ida. Izuku says, Uraraka furiously nodding and smiling beside him. And Bakugo won. He's not shocked, necessarily, that Kaken beat Todoroki. He personally would have thought Todoroki to come out on top, especially considering their own battle, how he did give it his all. But if he didn't, then well. By the time the three of them enter the stadium and catch up to the rest of the students, the winner podiums begin to rise, revealing Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Kaken. Kaken, however. Izuku starts, watching as Kaken thrashes in his chains. Why is he? He's not well. Todoroki didn't use his fire, so he thinks he didn't properly win. Uraraka says, watching with a cautious, almost bewildered expression that probably matches Midoriya's own. And knowing Kaken, this seems like an appropriate reaction. But Todoroki didn't use his left side. Did he not? His internal monologue is cut off, however, when Izuku realizes that one of the spots on the podium is missing. Wait, where's Ida? Oh, right. Uraraka says, tone turning somber. He ended up having to leave early, said there was a family emergency. At her words, Izuku's heart sinks. Did he say who it was? Or what happened? She shakes her head, not meeting Izuku's eyes, and seemingly having forgotten the awards ceremony in front of him. He can hear All Might's booming laugh, can hear him addressing both the crowd and the students, and Izuku finds himself tuning the hero out, instead focusing on his friend beside him. He didn't say. But he looked very worried. Izuku knows how much Ida cares for his family, especially his brother. His brother, who's still an active pro. As he and his fellow classmates watch All Might hand out the awards to the winners, Izuku only feels his chest tighten with worry for his friend, hoping that he and his family are going to be all right. Toshi! Stop it! Inko nearly chokes on her own laughter, tears threatening at the corner of her eyes. Tashinori had been doing a rather accurate impression of one of the boys from his class, Todoroki. She'd never met the boy before, but had seen him at the sports festival along with Toshi's endless stories about the guy. She really doesn't like to mock people, especially other students, but, well, Todoroki deserves it really. Tashinori, still laughing himself, moved to grab some of her fries. She swats at his hand, but he still manages to snag a few, grinning widely as he did so. They're supposed to be studying. Inko told Tashinori that she could help him with his English essay, but they've spent more time talking and laughing over their burgers and fries at the American-style diner than they had actually working. I like it when you call me Toshi. Inko looks up from her notebook, ping her head slightly. He's still grinning at her, but it's not the same boisterous one from before. He shrugs. I like it when you call me Toshi. I've never really liked Tashinori that much. Really? It's so pretty, she exclaims. He looks down, blush rising faintly on his cheeks, and she throws a fry at him. He sputters and she giggles. If you could pick your own name, what would it be? She rolls her eyes, but it's not unkind. You've never thought about it? I like Inko enough, but I've sometimes thought about what it would be if I had picked my own name. I always thought Hitomi might be nice. Inko is better, Tashinori says, almost absent-mindedly, and Inko's heart beats just a little bit faster. But I guess I've thought about it. Well, what? Again she rolls her eyes, smiling. Well, what would you pick? He pauses for a minute, long fingers rubbing at his chin. I've always really liked Izuku, he ponders. Better than Tashinori, anyways. Her smile brightens. Izuku is nice, she says, tapping her pen against her notebook. But Tashinori is better. Tashinori sticks his tongue out at her, and this time Sho throws the pen at him. This one he catches victoriously, his smile cheeky. Giggling, she moves to takes another bite of her burger, definitely not so she can hide her own blush, and they begin working once more. Thank you for meeting with me. Gran Torino doesn't reply, just raises a brow at him over his mug. Toshinori averts his gaze, wrapping his large hands around his own mug as he takes a careful sip. There in Gran Torino's house he would have rather met somewhere on neutral ground, like a coffee shop. But Toshinori is too recognizable now and he doesn't want to be swarmed by fans while they have this conversation. The place is the same as he remembers it. From about 7 years ago he remembers having his first internship here, with his homeroom teacher at the time. It was an atypical situation. Usually teachers don't take on internship students. However, Gran Torino had made a special request to train him personally. Well, really it was Nana who made that request, but well. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Toshinori clears his throat more than a bit awkwardly, which earns him a sidelong glance from Gran Torino. Well, I know we haven't spoken since Nana, well? He doesn't say since Nana passed, but Gran Torino gets the message judging by the way he gruffs, nodding his own head. I just thought I probably should have told you this earlier, but I thought I have a kid. Gran Torino blinks, so close to actually looking shocked. You what? I have a child. A kid. A beat of silence, to which Gran Torino absently stirs his coffee. Well, the news outlets haven't caught on clearly. I know. I'm not in his life. Again Gran Torino raises a brow. You gave him up? It's not accusatory, for which Toshinori is thankful. He just seems honestly curious. It's not complicated. The boy's mother, I knew her from school. We were friends, but one night Toshinori coughs and Gran Torino rolls his eyes. He doesn't say anything, however, so Toshinori continues. She sent me a letter, since I left immediately after that night. He forces down the lump in his throat, the memory of what he did still making him run hot with shame. Not the night itself, but that morning he should have stayed. He should have said something to Inko, but no. He chose to be a coward, and now he has to live with it. And she's sure it's yours? Toshinori nods. How old's the kid? I'm not sure exactly. About a year, likely. Gran Torino frowns. Do you even know his birthday? I don't know. I haven't actually talked to his mother since then. I only know because of the letter she sent me. And did you ever reply? A heavy pause followed by a heavy breath from Toshinori. No. Gran Torino grunts, staring into his own mug. Christ, Toshinori. Does she know that you're all might? She knows that I'm a pro-hero. But I've never told her my identity. Well, let's hope that she's stupid enough not to realize. Toshinori bristles at the slight, mouth opening to defend Inko, when Gran Torino holds up his hands in an attempt to placate him. I didn't mean it like that, I'm just saying. If she knows who you are, and knows that you're the father to her child? You're rising through the lengths steadily, who knows what she might want from you? Toshinori frowns, anger threatening to seep through into his words, but he tries his best to calm himself. No, she's not like that. She wouldn't do something like that. His former teacher grunts, shrugging. All right, fine. I'll take your word for it. But only because this isn't like you. You wouldn't go about this with someone who you don't genuinely care for. Well, he's not wrong. Despite how long it's been since he's talked to Inko, his own feelings haven't changed. He sighs again. No, I wouldn't. So why are you telling me now, all of a sudden? Toshinori starts, scratching vacantly at his own wrist. At first I thought I was doing the right thing by choosing not to be in his life. But now I'm not so sure. I'm worried it's selfish of me to not be there for him. The reason I chose to stay away was to try and protect him, to keep him safe. But now I'm just not sure. A long silence stretches between the two of them, only interrupted by the groaning of Gran Torino's old refrigerator and the traffic outside. Slowly, his former teacher moves to take a long sip of his drink and meets Toshinori with a raised brow. What makes you think I would know what you should do? I don't have any kids after all. Yes, but with Nana gone, I don't have anyone else to ask. What about your sidekick there? Night Eye. Toshinori grimaces. He's a great partner, but I'm not sure if this is something I want to share with him. Another pause, and Gran Torino's face scrunches up into a sour expression. Alright, this isn't something that I wanted to tell you about. Mostly because Nana didn't want me to, but it. You need to know. Toshinori blinks, feeling his own brow furrow. Tell me what? Gran Torino sighs, moving to rise from his seat and towards the pot of coffee left on the counter. As he pours, back turned to Toshinori, he speaks. Nana, she had a kid herself. And she, too, gave him up. Her husband. He was killed, so she brought her child to foster care as a way to protect him. She made me promise her never to contact him, even if the worst were to happen to her. With a feeling of ice crawling through his veins, Toshinori freezes still at the other man's words. Nana, she had a kid. A kid of her. That she. Don't ask who he is because I don't know, Torino grunts, returning to his seat. He's scowling, but his eyes are darkened with something other than anger. It was years ago now. Years before she even met you. Kid's probably grown up now, might even have a family of his own. It's shocking, more than shocking, to hear something like this stuff, but then again, is it really? He would have liked to think that he knew Nana, but how well could he have really known her, to not have known something like this? His mentor, his old master, the one who gave him a chance to be a hero, she had a child. A family, one that Toshinori never knew about. The woman he thought of akin to his own mother. And she too chose to give up her son. And what's more, it was for the same reasons Toshinori himself chose not to be in Izuku's life. She gave up her son in hopes of protecting him, in hopes of keeping him safe. To think what she must have been going through, to have. I'm not saying that you should do the same thing she did, Gran Torino says, cutting off Toshinori's own internal thoughts. But that was the choice she made all those years ago. Around the same time in her own life as you did, just before she really started to become a hero. They sit like that, in steeped silence for how long, Toshinori doesn't know. It's when Gran Torino rises, moving towards his freezer, that Toshinori himself gets up. I thank you, Gran Torino, for telling me. He grunts again, but when he turns from the fridge to the counter, Toshinori catches a glimpse of a small smile on the man's lips. Get going now. I'm sure you have better things to do than talking with an old man like me. Toshinori lets out a dry chuckle, getting out of his seat and moving towards the door. Thank you again. Really? There's no response, just the whirring of the microwave. Toshinori allows himself a small smile and slips through the door. Inko blinks at the TV, frowning as the national news station blares in front of her. The anchors are chatting animatedly, if a bit heated, but she's not listening to them. She's only focused on the headlines schooling across the bottom of the screen. All Might to begin teaching career at you. Briefly, she glances down the hall. Izuku's door is slightly cracked open, having left early this morning for a run. The familiar name placard stares back at her. She sighs, turning back towards the TV. Did he read the news this morning? He still has a few months before the examination, but he must be overjoyed at the mere possibility of being taught by All Might himself. And she's happy for him, happy that her son will be happy, of course. Oh, Toshi, she mutters to an empty living room. You never made things easy, did you? For a brief moment, Inko considers reaching out, but then again, how would she even do that? Walk into his hero agency and ask to speak to him? Well, there's a chance that if he heard it was her looking for him, he might actually speak to her. But then again, to this day, Inko doesn't blame Toshi for not being a part in Izuku's life. A child was something that neither of them were expecting, and while Inko wouldn't give Izuku up for anything in the world when she's so thankful every single day for his existence, she understands why Toshinori couldn't be a part of his life. She remembers when Izuku was 7 and in the hospital, when she'd been sitting at his bedside with tear-stained cheeks. They were watching the news together, coverage about the disappearance of All Might. He'll be back, Izuku had said, smiling despite his recent surgery, despite the bandages covering his right side, despite the utter pain he must be in. No way is Toxic Chainsaw going to keep All Might down. He's the greatest hero in the world. He really is, Inko muttered, grasping Izuku's left hand between her own. Sure enough, All Might did return to the public eye, much to Izuku's utter delight. But her son hadn't been worried. He'd been certain that All Might would return. And so he did. But even now, Inko can't help but wonder, would Izuku have felt the same? Would he have had that same, vigorous certainty that Toshinori would have returned had he known that the hero is really the boy's own father? Would he have not spent hours upon hours worrying about the man every time he went out on patrol? Perhaps he would have gotten used to it. Many pro-heroes have children of their own, after all. But considering how much her son worries whenever Inko so much as has a cold, she just isn't sure. She did consider telling him at one point, but by the time where he was old enough that he could truly understand the situation, Izuku had already latched on to All Might as his own personal idol. And considering everything he'd been through, first being deemed quirkless, then his injury from his latent quirk. Had she told him too young, he would have likely told his classmates and been teased relentlessly. He doubts any of the kids would have believed him had he said All Might is his father without any proof. Especially since they all thought him quirkless at the time. But then his injury and the healing, and struggling with his own quirk, there was just never a good time. Had Inko even been certain that she wanted to tell him? But now, especially, would he actually believe her? Not that she thinks her own son believes her to be a liar, but to tell him something like that completely out of the blue? More than that, however, what good would it even do? Just to have Izuku feel as if his own father, his hero, All Might, would have abandoned him. Maybe now, after training with Aizawa and aiming for UA, he would understand why All Might did what he did. But still, she sighs, clicking off the TV and heading towards her own room. Once there, she opens the closet, reaching for an old, worn box on the top shelf. Sitting atop her bed, she opens the box, staring at its contents for a few minutes before digging through. On top are a few pieces of Izuku's clothing from when he was younger, the hat he had worn home from the hospital, a few old bibs and shirts Inko had chosen to save. The most notable is definitely his All Might onesie. She smiles down at it, feeling at the soft, worn fabric between her fingers. It's her favorite version of his costume, Inko has to admit. He always looked good in red. Below the clothes are stacks of pictures. They're of Izuku, of course, ranging from when he was a newborn to about when he was 11, having then moved on to taking pictures digitally. It's not often that she looks through these, which is evident by the layer of dust covering the box. She's always been sentimental, but going through the older pictures tends to make her a bit more sad than she'd usually like. Seeing him happy and healthy at ages 2 and 3, running around the house and the park with an All Might action figure in each of his hands, always wanting to play hero. She doesn't know how long she ends up sitting there at the edge of her bed, having lost herself in these pictures she so rarely looks at. The pictures they have hanging around the house are much more recent, but these older ones, they don't see much daylight. When she reaches the bottom of the box, she frowns, pulling out a faded, brown envelope. She pulls the pictures out, and it's a small stack, maybe 20 at most. And they're definitely not of Izuku. They're dot of her, Mitsuki, Ai, and Toshi. There's a few of just the three of them, likely from early middle school. But then there are the ones with Toshi, smiling his soft, small smile. He was always camera shy, but the few that he's actually in. Shuffling through them, she finds one of just the two of them, a poorly taken selfie in her childhood bedroom, her and Toshi caught mid-laughter. She smiles down on it fondly, taking in the picture for a moment before flipping to the next one. As soon as she sees it, her breath catches in her throat, tears almost immediately threatening the corner of her eyes. She'd nearly forgotten about this picture. It was right after her graduation party, when Toshi had shown up unannounced but more than welcome. She'd insisted on taking a picture, having not seen him in person for so many years. So she dug out her own camera and snapped a shot of him smiling, ever so gently, bright blue eyes glistening in the low light of her room. After taking a single shot, she'd tossed the camera aside and she continues looking through those few photos from her childhood, but flipping through them she always seems to linger on that same one of Toshinori. Toshi, who'll be teaching at UA this coming semester. Who'll be teaching Izuku if he gets into the school. Should she? Mom? I'm home. Hastily she slips the pictures back into the envelope and shoves it under the duvet. It's only a moment later that Izuku walks in, obviously tired from his workout but smiling all the same. "What are you doing?" he asks, eyeing the pictures that litter the bed. "Wow, I didn't know you kept all of this stuff." She scoffs. "Of course I did, I'd never get rid of any pictures of you." He rolls his eyes, but he's still grinning as he picks through the photos, before noticing the onesie Inko had placed on the other side of the bed. "I can't believe you still have this," Izuku says, picking the clothing up and holding it out in front of himself. Inko smiles as she gently takes it from him, holding it with both her hands so Izuku can examine it properly. "Besides it having been your favorite, I made it for you after all. I wouldn't throw away something like that." Izuku chuckles, fingers tracing over the bunny ears attached to the hood as Inko places it into his lap. "I'm surprised it hasn't fallen apart, with how much I worn it." This time it's Inko who laughs. "You'd barely let me wash the darn thing, let alone stitch the holes clothes." "Yeah, I remember when it wouldn't fit anymore, I was devastated." Again she laughs. "You really were." They sit there for a moment, quietly looking through the scattered pictures. Quickly, however, Izuku perks up, blinking. "Oh, did you hear the news? All Might is going to be teaching at you next semester." Inko smiles, and hopes it doesn't look as shaky as it feels. "That's great news, Izuku." He nods furiously, eyes bright with blatant hope. "Yeah. If I get in, he'll probably be one of my teachers. Won't that be amazing, getting to be taught by All Might himself?" "Of course, that'd be so amazing for you," Inko says, but it's only a second before Izuku's smile drops, eyebrows crinkling together. "Wait, what's wrong, Mom? Why are you crying?" "Is she?" Inko brings up her hand to rub at her eyes, and sure enough, they come away wet. She laughs, and it's almost a broken sound. Before Izuku can say anything else, she pulls him into a tight hug. "I'm just so happy for you, Izuku. You're getting the chance to follow your dreams, and it's just so wonderful to see." "Ah, Mom, now you're gonna make me cry. I haven't even taken the entrance exam yet." She smiles into his shoulder, feeling his left arm wrap around her. "Either way, I'm just so proud of you." A moment's pause, before a soft, "Thank you, Mom," is drawn from Izuku's lips, his arm pulling her tight against him. "I reached out to someone. About one for all." At the other teacher's words, Shoyuta glances around the teacher's lounge, but thankfully All Might is smart enough not to be talking about his and Midoriya's quirk in front of an audience. There was no class today, seeing that it's Saturday. Shoyuta and All Might had come in, as they both wanted to look over some of the offers their students have received for prospective internships. Lucky for them, no other teachers seemed to have any work to catch up on. Not to mention, Recovery Girl wanted to give him a final treatment today, but he'd rather wait until after, so he's not looking over these papers while he's completely exhausted. "Did you?" Shoyuta asks as they sit at each of their own desks, side by side. He turns to his left to grab at the cat-printed pen Hizashi is always stealing from him and begins to idly shuffle through his papers, more intent on listening to All Might at the current moment. "Yes, I did. I sent him a letter, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet." "A letter?" Shoyuta snorts, and he can practically feel All Might rolling his eyes at him. "Yes, a letter. We haven't spoken recently, so I figured that'd be best." Shoyuta hums, eyes scanning over the massive list of offers for Todoroki. Between him and Bakugo they seem to have received more than the entire class put together, with Todoroki still having a substantially longer list. Ida, Tokoyami, and Midoriya both received a fair amount as well. How do you even know this man? And how does he know about One for All? Silence falls over them for a moment, long enough that Shoyuta eventually looks up and over towards All Might, who has his own gaze averted, seemingly staring out into nothing. He was my old homeroom teacher for a year, and he was also a close friend of my own master. Shoyuta blinks. "Your master?" All Might nods, now meeting. Shuta's eyes. "Yes. She was the one who passed One for All on to me." He nods. "And she?" Again, the other hero looks away. "She passed. Years ago." "That I'm sorry." All Might plasters on a smile, but the look in his eyes betrays him. "It's all right. As I said, it was a while ago. Shoyuta wants to remind him that just because something happened long ago doesn't mean that it can't still hurt. But he feels All Might knows this, despite what he may say, and Shoyuta lets the subject drop. So, who is this man? I assume he's a pro himself. Yes. Well, mostly retired now. His name is Gran Torino. The name sounds almost familiar, but not enough that Shoyuta can place a face or a quirk to it. And you think he'll be able to help? Another pause. I hope so. All Might closes his mouth, opens it, then closes it again. Shoyuta gives him time to formulate his words. He knows about Midoriya? That he's my son. Shoyuta raises his brows. That's unexpected, but it's not exactly surprising. And he knows about your quirk being transferred onto him? No. Well, he does now. All Might sighs, running a hand through his mess of blonde hair. I told him about Midoriya a little over a year after Inko told me. But at the time, of course, I didn't know about his quirk. In the letter I sent, I told him his name and about how he currently has one for all. Shoyuta nods, now turning back to his stack of papers. Well, let me know when he responds. Midoriya already has a number of offers, but I didn't see anyone named Gran Torino on the list. How many did he get? All Might asks, visibility perking up as he peers over to Shuta's desk. He contains an eye roll and hands over the list. It's definitely a fair amount, all things considered. He was able to demonstrate his quirk well enough in the fight against Todoroki and part of the obstacle course, but not as much as others were able to do so. All Might is clearly pleased with it at least, smiling softly to himself as he glances over the list. After a moment, however, he begins to frown. What is it? An offer from Endeavor's agency. Now it's Shuta's turn to frown, ping his head. Really? All Might nods, lips pursed. That's interesting. I mean, good for him. It's definitely a high offer. Despite Shuta's own feelings towards the fellow pro, it's still a great offer in the sense that he's the number 2 hero. Shoyuta personally feels that his methods are too brutal, but that's just based on his own personal observation. He's never actually met the man before. Well, either way, it's up to him, Shoyuta continues in All Might's silence. He hasn't even passed out the offers yet, he'll be doing so in class tomorrow. Yes, of course, All Might says, but he still looks a bit apprehensive, giving a sidelong glance to the list that's now back on Shuta's desk. Let me know if Gran Torino responds, okay? Shoyuta says. It seems to take a minute for his words to register, to which All Might then gives him a slight nod. Yes, of course. Hey, Midoriya. Blinking, Izuku turns, coming face to face with Shinso. His hands are shoved into his pockets, and he's blatantly not meeting Izuku's eyes. They're in the middle of the hallway, students bustling past them. Izuku moves towards one of the walls and motions for Shinso to follow him. Hey, Shinso. What's up? Izuku asks once they're both out of the way of their fellow students. He notes that they're much closer to his own classroom than they are to the Get Ed wing, so Izuku can only assume that Shinso was specifically looking for Izuku and isn't trying to just say hello. He's still looking towards the floor, slumped over in his uniform. I wanted to apologize for earlier. Izuku frowns slightly, head tilting. What for? Now Shinso looks up, blinking almost dumbly. For what I said earlier, during the sports festival. For what he said? You were born lucky, born with a quirk like that, you've been blessed, but I'll always be at a disadvantage with a quirk like this. Izuku lets out a soft chuckle, which only causes Shinso to appear even more confused. Don't worry about it. I know you didn't mean it, you were just trying to get me to speak, and for a good reason. A short pause, and Izuku's own smile starts to falter. Unless you actually did mean. No. Shinso cuts him off abruptly. No, of course not. Shinso probably doesn't even realize it, but his own gaze seems to have traveled from Izuku's eyes and down to his right shoulder. Of course you've worked hard to get here, Shinso continues. Of course you've struggled, everyone here has. It was very rude of me to imply otherwise. The words sound stiff and stilted to Izuku's ears, but he can still tell how genuine they are. He smiles wide, to which Shinso completely dumbfounded. Don't worry about it really. You were just trying to win after all. And your quirk is amazing by the way. Again Shinso blinks. You really? He scratches at the back of his neck, letting out a dry chuckle. Everyone's always told me it was a villain's quirk, not one fit for a hero. Well, then everyone you've talked to must be an idiot, Izuku states, which seems to startle a snort out of Shinso. Yeah, maybe you're right. I know I'm right, Izuku says, and Shinso laughs again. You know that Mr. Aizawa started out in Gen Ed, right? Wait, really? Shinso asks, incredulous. Izuku grins. Yeah. I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you if you're interested. Yeah, maybe I will, Shinso says, now grinning in earnest. Thank you, Midoriya. You don't have to thank me. Yeah, I do. Again, Izuku smiles. Well then, you're welcome, Shinso. He nods in response, then pointing an arm over his shoulder. Well, I should get going to class. I'll see you around? Of course, Izuku says, waving in goodbye. Once Shinso has turned and gone, Izuku finishes making his way to his own classroom. Hero names. As expected, the classroom erupts into excited chatter, his students no longer paying any attention to Shoyuta, instead choosing to talk amongst themselves. Quiet, Shoyuta states, firm. For emphasis he flares up his own quirk, staring down his students with glowing eyes. That, thankfully, manages to shut them up. In their silence, Shoyuta tells them why they're choosing names now because they'll soon be partaking in internships. He then takes the time to pull up the graph showcasing all of the offers made by pro agencies following the sports festival. The class is surprisingly quiet as they seem to take in the projector image of the graph. However, it lasts not even a moment before they break out into chatter, commenting on how many offers some of their peers received, or their own dismay about not getting any. They really shouldn't be disappointed. It's almost certain that they'll all get internships regardless, and besides, it's uncommon for first years to even take part in the internship program, especially this early on in the year. But he understands why they would be frustrated, especially after seeing how many offers Todoroki and Bakugo both received. He's not shocked that Todoroki had received more despite coming in second. Even the students who are initially surprised soon realize why that's the case, much to Bakugo's irritation. Once he's given them proper time to absorb the listings, he brings in Nomuri. Considering Shoyuta has little interest in the publicity and marketing of heroes, he figured it best to have her help out with picking hero names. Nomuri, of course, was more than willing. While Shoyuta moves himself to his desk, freeing up the podium for her, she begins passing out writing slates to the students, beginning her lecture on what makes a good hero name. Shoyuta had considered using this time to catch up on some sleep, but he has some paperwork from his agency that he should really work on instead. So he starts powering through it, while still keeping an ear open towards his students. The names some of them choose are, as predicted, ridiculous. But, he muses, most hero names are rather ridiculous. Nomuri, however, does have at least some sense to veto a few of the more outlandish ones. Bakugo is clearly miffed that King Explosion Murder wasn't approved, and Shoyuta almost lets out a snort. Honestly, he's not sure what he was expecting. He remembers his own year, and how ridiculous some of the names were that his peers were chosen. He can find the humor in his own hero name, of course, but well, Hisashi had picked it, so he couldn't exactly say no. Not that he had wanted to, anyways. A lot of the names are predictable. It's not shocking to him that Todoroki simply picked his given name. What is shocking is that Ida did the same thing. For someone who comes from a family of pros, he would have figured him to have picked something, well, something more along the lines of a proper hero name. But that's fine, of course. Using your given name is perfectly acceptable if that's truly what he wants to do. When Midoriya walks up to the podium, Shoyuta can't help himself. He doesn't look up, but he does pause his paperwork. What he hears Midoriya say, however, genuinely shocks him. It seems to surprise the rest of the class too. A couple of students blurt out, "Are you sure, Midoriya?" But the kid is clearly resolved. "I used to hate this name every time I would hear it. But a name like that only has the power that you give it, and a friend taught me that I can reclaim it." When Shoyuta does glance up as the kid is walking back to his seat, he notices two things. One is the way that Uraraka is blatantly smiling at Midoriya from across the room. The other is that Bakugo is absolutely seething in his seat, and his eyes are completely averted from Midoriya as he passes by him. When the class is dismissed for lunch, Shoyuta calls Midoriya over. He walks over with a raised brow, but Shoyuta doesn't speak until the classroom has emptied. Once he does, Shoyuta crosses his arms over his chest. Midoriya, are you sure about the hero name that you chose? He pauses for a minute but quickly falls into a nod and a smile. Yes, I am Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta hums. Alright, as long as you're sure. Are you going to tell me about the nickname, or why Bakugo looked so bitter about it? As expected, the kid loses his smile. I thought he used to call me that as an insult because of the kanji of my name. But that doesn't matter, now, it was a while ago. He still calls you that now though, doesn't he? Midoriya shrugs. We're not kids anymore. It's not the same. That causes Shoyuta to snort. You're still a kid, he says, and Midoriya chuckles. But alright, as long as you're sure. Again he nods, and Shoyuta can tell he means it. He doubts he wouldn't have picked it if he wasn't sure, but Shoyuta just couldn't help himself from checking. So, if you ever want to talk to someone about, you've said that before, Midoriya cuts him off, but his tone isn't unkind. But I'll think about it. Well, it's better than the no he was expecting from him. Sure thing, kid. Before Midoriya can move to leave, Shoyuta turns around and grabs a stack of papers from his desk and hands them to the kid. Almost forgot. These are the English notes from Hizashi for you to transcribe. Also, your mom said she won't be home till late tonight, so you're going to eat dinner with us after our training session. The kid takes the papers in hand with a smile, moving to shove them into his backpack. Okay, great, thanks, Dad. As soon as the words have left his lips, Shoyuta watches as Midoriya freezes over, looking up at him with an expression akin to a rabbit entrapped in a snare. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. I know that you're not. Breathe, kid, it's all right, Shoyuta says, gently laying a hand on the boy's shoulder. His own brain is still whirring, processing what Midoriya just said to him. A slip of the tongue is all it is. Really. Nothing more to think about. Except for the fact that Midoriya doesn't have a dad in his life and never has, and thus wouldn't have any reason to say dad aloud much at all, that which only makes Shoyuta wonder if the kid does see him as a sort of father figure, and that line of thought isn't something that Shoyuta can think about right now, especially with the kid still freaking out in front of him. All Might. Pulled from his own internal musings, Shoyuta looks up and sees the number 1 hero standing in the doorway. How long has he been? Young Midoriya. All Might exclaims, signature smile plastered across his face. I was looking to have a word with you, if you free? Midoriya whips his gaze around from All Might back to Shoyuta, panic still lingering in his eyes. Shoyuta squeezes his shoulder once, before letting go with a nod. Go on. We'll talk later. With a shaky nod of his own, Midoriya grabs his backpack and follows after All Might. It doesn't get past Shoyuta that All Might's eyes were on himself the entire time he was addressing Midoriya, and he can't help but feel that his smile seemed more forced than it usually does. He was hoping that All Might wasn't there to overhear his and Midoriya's conversation, but sheet. Sighing, he runs a hand through his unruly hair. Yeah, he's definitely going to have to talk to All Might later. With careful footsteps, Izuku follows behind All Might, not sure where exactly they're going. He's curious, of course, about what All Might wants to talk to him about, but more than that he's still hot with embarrassment over what he said to Mr. Aizawa. Because it's not like he knows that Mr. Aizawa isn't his father, of course he knows that. He's honestly not sure why he slipped up, considering it's not like he's ever called anyone dad before. But still, that having known Mr. Aizawa for years, training with him and seeing him so often for lunches and dinners, he just can't help his admiration for the man. And yeah, maybe he has thought of Mr. Aizawa in a parental role before, at least subconsciously. But to actually call him dad, he's sure that he freaked his teacher out, implying something like that. Almost belatedly, too caught up in his own thoughts, Izuku realizes that All Might has stopped walking. He seems to have led him down to an empty hallway, away from the mass of students that are likely getting lunch right now. They stand there for a minute in silence, with All Might's back turned towards him. Izuku frowns. All Might. He almost jumps as if he's caught off guard. His frown only deepens, but at Izuku's words the pro-hero does turn around to face him. He's smiling of course, but Izuku can't help but feel that something seems off. "Ah, young Midoriya. I wanted to congratulate you on your internship offers." Izuku blinks, before grinning. "Thank you, All Might." He wasn't expecting to get so many offers, really, considering where he placed in the festival. So of course, he's very happy with those that he's received so far, many of them from respectable hero agencies. Well, all except one, he'd say. But still, he doubts All Might brought him down an empty corridor just to say that to him. That, and by the way All Might is posed in front of him, Izuku can tell that he still has something to say. If Izuku didn't know better, he'd say that the pro almost looks nervous. "I know that you've gotten many offers from some great agencies," All Might continues after a moment's pause. "But I do have one more for you if you'd like." An offer directly from All Might? He doubts it's from his own agency considering they're notorious for never taking on interns, but still if it's All Might telling him, it must be someone he knows closely. "Of course. I'd love to see it." Slowly, All Might reaches into his pockets and are his hands shaking? Yes, okay, they definitely are. Izuku's seen so much footage of All Might in battle, and he's never looked as downright terrified as he does now. Who the hell could make All Might tremble in fear like this? He's actually my old homeroom teacher, here at UA. He usually doesn't take on students, considering he's mostly retired now, but he seems to be willing to make an exception for you. All Might hands the slip of paper over to Izuku, and he blinks down at it. All that's written on it is a name and a phone number. It's not on a formal offer sheet, so it must have been a personal offer made directly to All Might for him. He breaks out into a broad grin, reading over the name. Gran Torino. All Might did say that he's retired, but it's still shocking to Izuku that he's never heard of the hero before. And the fact that he was All Might's old teacher? Of course, yes, I'd love to accept his offer. All Might blinks at him, as hard as it is to tell in the shadow of his eyes. "Are you sure, young Midoriya? You have lots of different offers to consider, especially since you were propositioned by the number 2. I don't want to intern for Endeavor," Izuku states, firm. All Might seems to sense how much he means it, and he lets the subject drop. "All right if you're sure. I'll contact him shortly and let him know." Again, he smiles, already feeling giddy with excitement. "Thank you, All Might." For the first time that afternoon, All Might's grin actually looks real. "Of course, young Midoriya. This is going to be so good," Sorahiko thinks to himself as he lays face down in a pile of ketchup on the floor. Toshinori's kid Midoriya should be arriving any moment now. Hopefully sooner rather than later, because this position isn't exactly comfortable on his back. He hears a knock at the door and smiles to himself, putting his head down. Another knock, followed by a muttered Gran Torino? At his lack of answer, the kid pushes the door open, followed immediately by a gasp of horror. "Gran Tori!" For a moment, Sorahiko thinks he let himself laugh, but no. It's the DMN kid. "I am sorry, but it absolutely reeks of ketchup in here. And that doesn't exactly look like blood." Sorahiko has half a mind to ask the kid how he knows what a pool of blood actually looks like, to the point where he's not fooled after only a glance, but decides against it. Instead, he brings himself to his feet, stifling a grunt as he does so. "Well, aren't you observant, kid?" Sorahiko says with a smirk. "But, let's see how you can hold your own in a fight. Go put that uniform on." Midoriya nods and brings in his suitcase to begin changing. By the time Sorahiko finishes cleaning up the ketchup off the floor, the kid is geared up and ready to go. It doesn't go unnoticed by him that the kid only has one arm. But he did get into UA all the same, and Toshinori did pick him as his successor. The fact that they're blood-related doesn't really concern him, other than the fact that he thinks Toshinori is a DMN idiot for passing on his quirk to his literal son without actually telling him about their actual relation. Christ, Toshinori, you sure do know how to pick them. Well, regardless, they're here to train. He meets Midoriya with a grin. "All right, let's see what you got." Midoriya blinks, rather owlishly. What in here? I don't have all day, you know, Sorahiko states, and then finally after a moment's pause the kid lights up one for all and rushes after him. The kid doesn't reach him, of course, not before Sorahiko flies across the room, slamming a dent into his worn ceiling. Midoriya is thrown off but only for a moment. They continue like that, a mad chase around his living room. The kid's fast and he's able to think quick on his feet. However, there's one thing that's severely holding him back. All right, let's pause, Sorahiko says, stopping suddenly in his tracks. The kid stumbles due Sorahiko's sudden halt, but manages to avoid eating carpet. He's out of breath for sure, but not to the point where he's gasping for air. He eyes Sorahiko carefully, raising a brow. But I didn't. Of course you didn't manage to take me down, you're shutting off one for all way too often. Midoriya frowns. One for all. For the first time that day, Sorahiko finds himself blinking in genuine confusion, matching the kid's own expression. Turning, Sorahiko leaves without another word and heads into his own bedroom, shutting the door behind him. He pulls out his phone and dials it. Hello. Why the hell doesn't this kid know about one for all, Toshinori? Ah, Gran Torino, he exclaims, and Sorahiko rolls his eyes. What are you talking about? Your kid, Midoriya. You transferred on one for all without even explaining it to him. A pause on the other line and Sorahiko waits, eyebrow twitching. He's about to yell at Toshinori to answer him, when his former student finally speaks. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't transfer on my quirk to him like Nana did for me. He was born with it. Sorahiko blinks dumbly, before letting out a huff. No, he wasn't. Excuse me? I'm saying he wasn't born with one for all. It's not possible. In Toshinori's silence, Sorahiko can practically hear him frowning. What do you mean? I mean, well, I certainly thought it wasn't possible, but he's proof, isn't he? One for all cannot be transferred by birth, it's just not possible. It has to be transferred willingly, and even if you did intend to transfer it, it would have gone to the boy's mother, not him. That's not. Toshinori sputters, and Sorahiko almost feels bad for him. Regardless, quirks can mutate, can't they? That's just what I assumed had happened. I mean, it's possible, Sorahiko hums, scratching at his chin. He looks over towards the closed door, to which the kid is on the other side, probably confused as hell. But I highly doubt it. I just doubt what else could it be? Besides the fact that he has to use it in intervals, it seems the same as when I started using the quirk. Sorahiko frowns. Intervals? Yes, he can't hold his quirk for long, or else it's going to overload him. He lets out a snort. That just means he has to become stronger, to be able to control it. The other line goes quiet, and Sorahiko frowns. Toshinori? You're right, him becoming stronger would help, but his quirk is very dangerous. More dangerous than it ever was for me. Well, you were a natural at it, somehow. A dry chuckle. Even so, his quirk has caused him a fair amount of problems. Namely, his arm. His arm? Sorahiko asks, before the realization dawns on him, a bit belated. Oh shit. Really? Just when he was 7. Well, that's terrible, obviously. But it's not exactly surprising if this kid's quirk is comparable with one for all, then it's no wonder he couldn't handle its power. And that's just it, his quirk is similar, or something, because F-. There's no way this kid actually has one for all. I'm not going to go easy on him just because of some tragic backstory, Gran Torino states, and again Toshinori laughs without humor. I wouldn't expect anything else. But you really don't think his quirk is one for all? Sorahiko grunts. No, I don't. There's muted shuffling on the other line, and Sorahiko waits for Toshinori to gather his words, as much as he wants to tell him to just spit it out already. I doubt there's something else, though. Do you know of the hero Eraserhead? He frowns. Can't say I do. Why? Another pause. His quirk is erasure, being that he can erase other people's quirks, as long as he's looking at them. But there was a time where Eraserhead erased my own quirk, and by doing that, Midoriya's quirk was also erased. Oh, Fendi hell. Are you positive? We're not certain, but we're fairly sure that's what happened. Now it's Sorahiko who takes a moment to pause, trying to think this over. Because there's no way this is how one for all should work. It shouldn't have been passed on at all by birth, and thus he'd automatically assumed that this kid just had a similar quirk, nothing more. But if his and Toshinori's quirk are connected somehow, well, that changes things, certainly. But not to the point where he needs to spend his time worrying over it rather than training this kid. Gran Torino? This doesn't make any DMN sense, Sorahiko says. Why don't you talk to the boy's mother about their own quirk history in the family? We haven't spoken in a while. I'm not sure. Sorahiko sighs. Define a while. About 15 years. It takes a great deal of restraint for Sorahiko to not bury his palms into his face. You're a real piece of work, you know that, Toshinori? Another dry laugh, and Sorahiko rolls his eyes. Well, forget about it for now. This kid's waiting for me, and in the meantime, it doesn't matter if it's actually one for all or not if it acts the same. A sigh, this time from Toshinori. Thank you, Gran Torino. He snorts. Sure, whatever. I'll talk to you later. Don't think you're off the hook. Of course not. After Toshinori bids him goodbye, Sorahiko exits his bedroom and returns to the living room, where Midoriya is perched on one of his chairs texting furiously. At the sound of the door closing behind him, he looks up, eyes blinking wide. Ah, Gran Torino. Is there a problem? Should I? He shakes his head. No, it's nothing. Just a miscommunication. The kid frowns. Is there an issue with the internship? No, not at all. He smirks at the kid, who's already on his feet, phone placed off to the side. Now, where were we? Izuku frowns over at Gran Torino, who's currently asleep on the couch, snoring into his pillow. Why didn't he just go to his bedroom? Izuku thinks to himself, but decides not to question the man further. Based on their interactions so far, he figures that's best. Interactions which have included Gran Torino trying to scare him with fake blood as soon as he entered the house, and then proceeding to wipe the floor with him in a fight. Afterwards, the man had proceeded to eat a plate of taiyaki, and then immediately fell asleep. And there was that one other thing. Izuku. Gran Torino just walked out. Is there something wrong with the internship? Mr. Izawa. What do you mean he walked out? Izuku. He mentioned something called one for all? But I didn't know what he was talking about, and then he left. Mr. Izawa. I'm sure it's fine. Let me know if he doesn't come back. He did come back, eventually, and they continued. From where they left off. He never mentioned it again. A faint buzzing sound catches Izuku's attention, and he turns towards the kitchen table where his phone lays. Call from Mr. Izawa flashes across the screen. Sparing a glance to where Gran Torino is still sleeping, Izuku grabs his phone and slips outside and into the back alleyway. Hello. Hey kid, Mr. Izawa says. Everything going okay? He nods to himself, before verbally answering, yeah, I think so. It was a bit odd at first, but things are good now. That's good. Learning anything yet? Yeah, I'm learning how to get my butt kicked. Mr. Izawa snorts. Yeah, well you already knew how to do that. Izuku laughs in turn, and the line goes silent for a moment. Izuku is about to ask why his teacher called, when he begins to speak again. You said he mentioned something called one for all? Izuku frowns, leaning against the dingy brick wall behind him. Yeah, he did, but I don't know what he was talking about. What did he say exactly? He said that I was shutting one for all off too often. For a moment, the other line goes dead. Izuku's frown deepens. Mr. Izawa? Another pause, before his teacher speaks again. I'm not sure why he mentioned that. He was probably just confused. Do you know what one for all is? Don't worry about it, kid. Like I said, he was probably just confused. That's not what I asked, Izuku almost says, but he bites his tongue. It's just that Mr. Izawa is usually so blunt with him. He doesn't treat him like a child who's too young or too immature to know something. It's rare that he'll skirt past details like that. Usually he'll offer the brutal truth and nothing else. But Izuku muses if he won't tell him, he must have his reasons. So he lets it go, for now at least. Okay, Mr. Aizawa. Get some sleep, kid. Right. He says goodnight and goodbye, his teacher doing the same, and shoves his phone into his pocket. Izuku knows that he should go back inside and actually sleep, but still that he just can't get over what Gran Torino said to him. He still doesn't know what one for all means, but Gran Torino still has a point. He is shutting off his quirk too often. Of course, he already knew that, though. That's been his problem from the beginning, that he can't use his quirk for long PRDS at a time. Mr. Aizawa has always been fast in a fight, but it's incomparable to someone quirk-enhanced like Gran Torino is. Just a minute into their fight, and Izuku could already tell how outclassed he was when it comes to speed because he can't keep his quirk activated. He needs that recovery time or else he won't be able to use his quirk at all. Ideally, he'd just keep his quirk on, obviously. But that's just not possible right now, no matter how Izuku were to look at it. But Mr. Aizawa is always telling him how he needs to make his quirk his own, how he needs to work with what he's got. So maybe if he can't use his quirk for long PRDS of time, that he can get better at shutting it off when he needs to. He glances up at the alleyway walls. They're fairly close together, close enough where he could essentially wall jump from one to another and make it up to the roof. Normally, if he were to do something like that, he'd keep his quirk activated the whole time. But if he were to deactivate it between jumps, in order to conserve his stamina, he tries it once, and immediately he's not able to turn it on and off quickly enough, and he ends up planting into a pile of trash. Disgusting, sure, but at least it broke his fall. He tries again, fails, but keeps trying, failure after failure. Eventually, however, he manages one jump off the wall, then two, able to turn his quirk on and off in between wall jumps. He's had to take significant breaks in between tries, especially towards the end. Even using his quirk just this much still manages to drain him. By the time the sun is about to rise, however, he's managed to make it up to the roof successfully. By that point, he's dead on his feet, and it's a miracle that he manages to make it back into the apartment. He falls asleep as soon as he hits the floor, legs nearly giving out on him completely as he does so. When Sorahiko gets up the next morning, he nearly trips over the DMN kid. He's sprawled across the floor, completely out of it, snoring softly. Stepping over him, he moves to make himself breakfast, waiting until he's eaten to wake the kid up. "Hey, Midoriya," he says, poking his arm with his cane. "Come on, kid, get up." He snorts, blinking awake. Shaking his head, he stands, and he looks exhausted. "Didn't get much sleep last night, did you?" he asks, and Midoriya just smiles sheepishly. Sorahiko just rolls his eyes, jutting a thumb towards the plate of taiyaki on the table. "Well, you better eat something, you'll need your energy." The kid nods, nearly stumbling towards the table. Once he's scarfed down a few of the cakes, however, he looks much more lively. "Ready for round two?" Sorahiko blinks, looking up at the kid who's now standing, posture full of determination. He smirks. "If you think you're ready." Midoriya nods, and Sorahiko lunges after him. He's shocked, honestly, when the kid is able to keep up with him much better than he had yesterday. At first he thinks he manages to stabilize his quirk, but no. When Sorahiko looks closely, he can see that the kid isn't constantly using his quirk. Instead, he's not using it more than he is, quickly turning it on and off each time he lands and jumps from the floor or a wall. Sorahiko still manages to win their brawl. Of course, he isn't a pro for no reason, and the kid is still outclassed when it comes to speed. But he's doing better, definitely. The way he's using it should be so backwards, but it's working for him, somehow. "Nice job, kid," he says to Midoriya, who beams at him between sips of water, once the two of them are done with their sparring. "Go ahead and gear up, we've got a train to catch." The kid blinks at him, frowning. "Train?" "Yup, I think you're ready. We're going patrolling tonight, in Shinjuku."